wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. Darkness, my old friend, you get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. Darkness, my old pure, divine, and I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire. On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold so pure, divine, and I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire.
The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with this life, like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to say a superhero in your sleep? A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to say a superhero in your sleep? A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wait to say Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. feel it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense.
souls began to intertwine. Your heart of gold, so pure, divine. And I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire. On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold, so pure, divine. And I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire.
The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow.
This here, the cut through the smoke, exists, he doubles up, can he get the triple?
Africa Cup, brought to you by Legion by Lenovo. My name is Arshi.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Legion Africa Cup, brought to you by Legion by Lenovo. My name is Arshi, and I am your host for this tournament. We're so happy to be here in our semi-finals. Who knew we would come this far? And I am accompanied by two wonderful analysts. We have Sami, aka Flip, and we have Abdullah, aka Toxie. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well. Happy to be here again with Sammy and Archie, and it's gonna be a great night.
Definitely, we're very, very happy to have you back. Sami, how are you feeling in our semi-finals day?
Talks here. I cannot be more happier.
We're going to have another love story here at the analyst desk. We only bring you the best of esports and drama. So before we go on, let me bring your attention to the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so yesterday we had our quarterfinals, and it was one hell of a day, and it ended with an explosive match with Bravado going down, the monster team going down. So, Sami, I'm going to give this one to you since Toxie wasn't with us yesterday. Can you give us a quick recap of yesterday, please?
So we've seen I think it's the biggest upset in the tournament so far, which is Bravado going down. We have one in the semifinals. We have a very, very, very great matchup. We have White Rabbit against Royalty, if I'm not mistaken. White Rabbit against ATK, which is a very tough matchup for ATK because White Rabbit showed us that they have a really aggressive play style and they can actually react to the game, or whatever situation can happen in the game. In the second semifinal, we have Goliath against. What was the team name?
Goliath is against Viben Esports.
So Viben, as we saw yesterday, they have defeated, if not, I think, so far, the best African team in the region. So we have Goliath, won a one-sided game. We have Viben, which destroyed Bravado. I think so far in the semi-final is going to be a roller coaster. I'm telling you from now, it's not going to be an easy ride for any of those teams. As we know, Nasser is in the grand final, and you know that they are really experienced. But these four teams are able to compete against Nasser. One of them is able to compete. So it's going to be really tough here.
We're very, very excited to see what our our semifinals will be bringing us. And with that, let's take a quick look at the tournament schedule that we have set up for this tournament. Let me just remind you that we had our qualifiers for Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, day 1, 2, and 3, also completed by South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, followed by the playoffs schedule, which we have already completed as well. Day 1, 2, and 3 already completed for both regions. And now we are in the finals schedule. For the final schedule, it consists of the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. For Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, they've already completed theirs with Nasser Esports, I believe, are the ones who came out on top and secured their spot in the grand finals. While right now we're covering South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. Quarterfinals was done yesterday with a huge upset, as we've mentioned, on the 17th of January. Today is our semifinals on the 18th of January, and the finals is tomorrow on the 19th of January. And of course, what we're waiting for, the grand finals, which Nasser Esports will be participating in on the 20th of January. And make sure to note that the broadcast will be both in English and in Arabic, so you can alternate between both languages. All you have to do is go down to the description box below. All right, so Toxie, I'm going to direct this question at you. I'm sure you've done some research and watched yesterday's broadcast. And was there any surprises for you? I'm sure for Sami, Bravado was the main one. I did ask them if you had the chance to play a game against any of the teams. They all picked Bravado. Bravado's the one to beat, but Bravado got beat yesterday. So is there any upsets that surprised you in particular in terms of yesterday's games?
I mean, obviously, you guys talked about Bravado. Obviously, that's the biggest upset. I think the other matchups, they were pretty one-sided. I don't think there's any upsets there. It's just the better team won, and it was a straightforward match. We did see the mix-up of matches, so we saw Overpass, which was fun. We saw Dust 2, which is another extra layer of fun. So it's good that we see the diversity of maps. Right now, we're heading into the first best of threes. Best of threes, we're gonna see lots of new maps. It's possible that we're gonna see Inferno as one of the maps, but I think the other map is gonna be a surprise. Could be new, could be Overpass, could be one, maybe an ancient. You know, maybe we're gonna have fun with the maps, I feel, and it's really interesting. This region doesn't get that many chances, but I think we're up for an amazing night.
This region definitely does not get enough chances, and we're so grateful for Legion by Lenovo for providing this platform for us and making this tournament possible, giving voices to the ones that are unheard, people who are skilled in the region and are just crying out for, attention. That's all it is. That's all they need to succeed. And with that, let us take a look at the prize pool. We have some very, very juicy prizes up for grabs. Sami, read me that first place prize.
1,000 for the first place, and then we have second place, $5,000, and then we have for the third place, $3,000.
So that is pretty much something that you would want to put your hands on. Exactly. I mean, what would you be doing with that kind of money besides, gaming? I remember, Toxie, I asked you this question. You told me investment, and then I'm going to get money and invest that again. So with esports teams in particular, I think it applies to them as well. They can invest in gaming equipment. They can invest in paying to go for tournaments and whatnot. So how important do you think that this is for the players in our tournament today?
I mean, it's obviously it's a large prize pool, and this is not something regular that we see in our region, even in the African region. So it's very good that we have such a huge prize pool. First of all, the team has to think as a team, not individually. Not take these prizes, put them in our pocket. We're rich now. No, that's not the way it goes. I think the teams which are, let's say, the most professional will use that investment, will upgrade their equipment, will help each other out, maybe a better boot camp, provide better future, let's say, in terms of CSGO, because, just thinking about the short term is not something these professional teams usually look out for. And obviously, when you are an organization and you are professional, there are people, the managers, the owners, they are also thinking about the team, and they're gonna sit down and talk about it, and they're gonna say, okay, guys, this is a big money, what do we do? Do we invest? Do we make a better team? Do we need to replace? Do we need to buy better equipment? So I feel like that's what's going to happen. And I do hope that's what happens because, don't think about yourself, think as a unit, because this money can be a huge investment in order to improve your gameplay.
I definitely hope that any esports players or organizations in our audience are heeding the advice from Talks here, because indeed that is what you need to succeed. You shouldn't be taking this money and just, putting it in your pocket, buying yourself something that won't last you very long. Investment. Think of the future. Think of the power of esports and effect that it can have on our youth. So based on that, let us remind you guys one more time about the region that we are covering today, the effect that it can have on these particular regions right now is South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. These are players from these regions that we did not expect to have such good CS. We didn't expect such upsets. And even though sometimes our predictions from our analysts are wrong, it doesn't matter. We still are happy that, the underdogs win. And as for the brackets and the playoffs, let me just remind you guys of what we've had so far. Just a quick review. ATK Academy winning against Nibelhaze secured them a spot in the quarterfinals, and they went ahead and won against Regicide Gaming. Then White Rabbit Gaming against Terra Esports led them to a spot in the semifinals, into the quarterfinals, and they managed to get the win against Royalty, another team that we really thought wouldn't be swept, wouldn't be defeated so easily. I believe they went 16-6, if I'm not mistaken. And DNMK won over Tenacity. However, they lost against Goliath Gaming, although Goliath Gaming automatically got the win against Mayo Addicts, who forfeited the tournament. And finally, we have Vibin Esports versus ATK getting the win against the wildcard team and managing to win against a monster, a very well-known team as Bravado Gaming. So in our semifinals today, we have ATK Academy versus White Rabbit Gaming as our first best of 3, followed up by Goliath Gaming versus Vibin Esports. So looking at the schedule, since we've recapped everything that's happened so far, what do you think about the schedule that we have? What about the matchups that we have today? Do you think that it's a fair chance for each of them to showcase their skills, since it's a best of 3 now, no longer a best of 1?
The best thing about this tournament so far is actually we have a day each. So a day for quarters, a day for semifinals, a day for finals, and then another day for grand finals. So you have really much time to recover from each game. Now, the matchups, as I said, now the matchups are perfect. We're not going to see any one-sided games. We're not going to see any fails or any failures. We're going to see, indeed, close games. We're going to see best of 3. Indeed, it can go to 3 maps. So far, the matchups are great. They're perfect to play against each other. They both have actually a team that is actually good tactically. We have against a team which is good aggressively. So we have a kind of a fun mix of talents here. So far, if we want to go to the grand final, my prediction will be Goliath against White Rabbit, because so far they have shown insane talent. Inferno-wise, depending on the map, I'm going to see Inferno a lot. I'm pretty sure they have provided us, the African scene, really good Inferno. Their mid-round strategy or mid-round calls are really amazing. As we've seen, they take their time. They actually work out where the weakness is, as we saw yesterday with the game in Dust 2, where they actually, Goliath, they like to take mid. They went actually mid to B. They knew the weakness is there. So this is the fun part about the African scene. They really know how to exploit these weaknesses. So right now, roller coaster, let's go for it.
Like you said, it is definitely a game of tactics. It is a mind game rather than simply just a game of skill and a game of aim. And it's something that we look forward to seeing in our future games. And before we go any further, let me tell you guys, the 3 maps have been decided for this best of 3. The first map was decided as Inferno from ATK Academy. And you said, of course, we're going to be seeing Inferno. And indeed, that was correct. Our second map is Mirage, picked by White Rabbit Gaming. And of course, the third map was based on the band elimination, which is the decider map, which is going to be Dust 2. So what do we think about this roster of maps? Toxi, I'm going to head this on to you. Are you happy of seeing Inferno once again, or are we tired of seeing this map all the time?
I mean, we're always tired of Inferno, but we see it time and times again. And it's interesting because we're going to see a different Inferno. These 2 teams are actually good in Inferno, but who's going to be on top? I feel like it's going to be a matter of who does less mistakes from the team, who is well prepared, the mental game, because there is a mental challenge here. There's a mental fight between the teams and how to adapt to certain styles, because if a team is aggressive, controlling the map, controlling Banana, how does the other team react? This is where, things show up. This is where we can see the experience. So it's tough, but I feel like Mirage does too. It's something new from these teams, and it's going to be fun to see. Mirage is a very straightforward map. The executes are well known. Taking the mid, splits over A or B. It's a fun map as well, but it's all about execution and fakes, I feel. Dust 2, I feel like it's going to be whoever is a better joker with the AWP is going to win. So I'm interested specifically to seeing who's the better OPER from both the teams, because that's the guy that gives you the information, that moves around, that keeps you guessing, keeps you scared. You have no idea where the OP is going to be. So it's going to be fun, and it could be anyone's game.
What about Sammy? How do you feel about this choice of maps that we have from each player? And notice that this time it's a best of 3, so each team gets to pick their powerful map, or they could be picking a map that they know their enemy team is weak against, or a team that they've seen been played and they can pinpoint their weaknesses. So what do you think about these choices?
So right now, pretty much I expected how the veto will go. Inferno for ATK Academy. ATK Academy are really resilient on this map. They actually came back in this map yesterday. They were losing the first half 9-6, then they lost the pistol, and then they won 16-10 with just one round losing. So right now, it's going to be more of an advantage for White Rabbit because in Mirage and Dust 2, they really showed us amazing gameplay. And it's not about whether who has the advantage here, are they better here or not. It's actually, it's going to be a real tough challenge for ATK. White Rabbit showed they are really good in Mirage with their aggressive gameplay in mid. They closed the game on 16-2 or 16-4, I believe. They showed us really great Dust 2 as well. Their long takes, their mid to B splits, their fake A split. So right now, I'm really rooting for White Rabbit. We predicted 2 games and they won. I mean, their gameplay, as I said, they're really good. ATK are resilient. However, it's going to be a really tough matchup for them. I honestly, for me, thinking going into the veto in the semifinal, I would actually ban the opponent's toughest map. That's my tactic. That's my way of actually playing it out. But right now, these vetoes are actually going in terms of White Rabbit. Good luck to both of them.
Indeed, good luck to both of them. So, am I safe to assume that your prediction is going to be White Rabbit winning over ATK Academy?
Yes.
And would you rather venture a guess on how close the game is going to
2-1
be?
is going to be the first map for ATK, and then the rest 2 maps are going to be for White Rabbit. They're going to be, the scores are going to be like 16-10, 16-11. It's not going to be like a overtime, unless the last map will be a surprise, because ATK, we haven't seen them on Dust 2, but White Rabbit is really good on Dust 2. So if ATK can actually show us some kind of firepower in Dust 2, then it could be overtime. But right now, I'm going for 2-1, 16-11, 16-10 kind of scoreboard for White Rabbit.
What about you, Toxie? Are we going for White Rabbit Gaming, the fast-paced team, or are we going for ATK Academy, a team that we have mistaken for another ATK in the past? However, they have proven to be, just as good. Can we say that?
No, I'm actually gonna go with ATK Academy.
Okay.
And I think it's gonna be 2-1. I don't think it's gonna be one-sided. I think it's gonna be very, very close matchups. It all depends on these who does mistakes less. So, but I'm rooting for ATK Academy.
There is no doubt indeed that these two teams aren't monster teams. They are teams that are skilled and they have shown us good CS. So all we can hope for is that we're going to have some really good rivalry and competition and goals in lighter. I'm sure you guys will love casting this next game. So good luck to the both of you and let the game begin.
Thank you, Ashi. We've been waiting in anticipation all day, Gozi. This is one of the tail ends. This is the semi-final. We got 2 gigantic teams, ATK Academy and White Rabbit Gaming. Gozi, how are you doing? Tell me.
Good on you, Toolsy. Thank you so much, Bruce. Semi-finals, this is it. This is the championship part of the tournament. This is where you determine the finalists, get into that best of 5. And ultimately, you know what? I'm looking forward to the game. ATK Academy versus White Rabbit Gaming. This is 2 of the top teams in the country. We haven't seen much of ATK Academy. Of course, White Rabbit, huge amounts of experience there. They've been together for a while. Going to be a cracker game. Desk is absolutely on points. I think it's going to be a close one. But yeah, certainly hard to call this one. Who are you leaning towards, Susie?
Look, Gozi, I got my money on WRG. ATK Academy are a bit too new for me. You can see they're lacking a bit of structure here and there, a bit of formation. So I'm going to bet 2-1 to WRG. Who's your money on?
I was just leaning towards WRG. I think ATK certainly have the player caliber to obviously win the series, but I do think that the White Rabbits are pretty serious about the CSGO yesterday, and I do think they're going to come in here confident, come in here powerful, and ultimately going to take the 2-0. I think is going to be the score.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm changing mine to 2-0 as well, Gozi, but we're jumping into the game, guys, shortly. It will be Inferno to start us off. ATK Academy picked that up. Map number 2 is going to be Mirage from WRG, and the decider will be Dust 2. But let's get cracking. Let's jump into the thick of it. 2 flashes and a smoker and Milky. So, look, it's going to be a pretty straightforward attack coming out of them, Gozi, and bits and pieces of util on WRG 2.
Yeah, the barreling up middle is the call. ATK straight up towards that middle area, making a lot of noise as well. Certainly haven't been heard yet. They're stacking that B side completely, and it looks like ATK are looking to do a B wrap here. They've snuck all the way towards CT spawn. Surely they know that something dodgy is going on, and something is going on that is very dodgy. White Rabbit are stacking this B side completely. Perhaps a read, perhaps a gamble. It remains to be seen, but right now the wrap is coming through thick and fast soon. This will be spotted. Awesome, not taking any sort of fights. The first frag goes the way of Tristan, MVP of yesterday. Absolutely, certainly. Banana goes down. Now the breach from CT must come through. You can see how patient the players are playing on the side chat. Just absolutely he needs to step. He needs to step. He looks, he eventually peeks, gets the kill. Destroyed comes in with one of his own. Spots a player towards that graveyard area. Pops him down. That's the bomb down as well. And the final player on ATK Academy, Malkis, is left to do it all alone. And that was just such a big gamble. And Toolsy, we know White Rabbit Gaming love doing this sort of thing. They do their homework and then adjusted call. I think this is some P&D legacy going on right here.
D&D Legacy indeed. Detroit is going to finish it off with a beautiful headshot there. WRG pick up the first round. And for me, that's the lack of experience I'm talking about with ATK. They need to just start thinking more mid-round throughout the game there. If lane is open and CT spawn is open, why not clear library and just have a little jiggle peek into the A side? And if that's open, that's where you want to collapse. They kind of went into the B side blind, and they must have thought 100% this round is in the bag. But psych, it's a bigger stack from WRG. 4 players on the B side. I don't think I've seen that before in a pistol round, but it worked. WRG, perfect round. Yeah. But it's going to be a full save from ATK Academy. No bomb plant, so they're going to be purchasing up those AKs in the next round. So WRG, they got some farming to do here. 3 MP9s, so some cash dollars surely. Going to get those players in the front line collecting. Deadshot going on an adventurous spree here. Finds the first and gets out of dodge immediately. Doesn't want to overextend and show his hand. There's a P250, I think, on that. No, it's a Glock. It's a Glock, all right. This is when you should be as aggressive as possible, but of course you can't really read that. But as you can see, Deadshot, here's the Glocks, and it's like it's mating call. He's right ready in, and maybe get deleted, but that sucks. It was a crossfire sitting in that, but you know, I'm gonna go down. Nonetheless, it is another W for WRG. Second round, good start for them on their opponent's map.
Absolutely. I mean, solid, not much expected on the round, like from that round there from ATK, of course. Like, just really got Glocks and they're ultimately getting hunted down or mowed down by USPs. I really like that. Despite taking the duels at close quarter combat there towards the departments, they did it together. They pushed the guys in and wanted to farm all that cash. Have managed to do so. Upgraded some rifles here. And this is the buy from ATK Academy. This is the round that gets us going. And you see a very relaxed default coming out of ATK. Not really. Oh, beautiful combos towards that banana area. Oh, Awesome's gonna die. He just dies full HP. He died full HP, Tools.
Oh man, there was a lack of focus, maybe just communicating and didn't really pay attention to his HP. Because sometimes you like to use the sound cues to hear yourself burning, but if your teammates are communicating, you can't hear anything until someone says, hey mate, you're on fire. But it is what it is.
Do you burn the same? Do you burn the same in your teammates' molly?
I think same. That's the tick, tick, tick. But nonetheless, like you should feel the heat under your feet.
We should certainly feel the heat. But back into this now. One frag apiece and gonna push the player back off banana and gonna smoke off the left and middle. This Apps burst is coming through now. 2 players are towards this dish area. Bam is already out onto the site now, but first frag goes the way of WRG. They're still trying to find the players in the pit. Beautiful flash there. Catches Bam though. Finally able to deal with the pit player and quickly trades are falling onto the site, but it is in fact ATK Academy that gets better of the trades there, and it's all up to Tristan now. M4 ATK Academy on the side. Players getting that bomb down, and it's up to him to win this 1 versus 2 crutch. Beautiful little pop there coming out of ATK, getting the side smooth and swimmingly. putting Tristan into a really high pressure situation. Needs to peek, but two T's are waiting for him, and ATK respond. Put one on the board, and just like that, the economy of White Rabbit does allow them to perhaps invest into this round. It does look like they're going to. No? Looks like they're still deciding. No, they're going to purchase into it.
Yeah. It was a tough decision. You look at Deadshot, I think, $1,600 sitting on him. Not too sure what he wanted to do, so he's gone for the Deagle armor approach. No utility on him, so they are a bit weaker in terms of utility and weaponry. But again, it's Inferno, it's CT side. You can always make it work with less. So let's see how it plays out. Banana control. The utility and the battle continues. The flashes. Vayner is going to press through. He has an impressive performance in the previous game, Vayner. I think he'll drop like 26 kills. Oh man, and before that it was a dirty 30, so they got two danger men on their side, Blazing, Vayner, and let's not forget about Falls with the AWP. We saw what he did with the Rabbits last year. So they put together this roster particularly, and all the roles have been identified. It's just about time and experience. Awesome.
Absolutely.
Sitting with the scout. It's a bit tough with the scout and the gun run like this, to be very honest, but let's see if they can make it work. It's destroyed at the time you're speaking to Abs, and he's going to just pepper the gun towards his teammate, and they're going to be taking brackets, control Vayner, beautiful entry onto Tristan, maybe wrapping to the ace site. It's just destroyed, sitting in pit or just below in headshot angle, getting tapped out by Vayner. This man's nuts and precise, but the rotations are quick on their heels, so just trying to catch them while they're trying to move and transition into the post part, and that's what they're relying on. Blaze, a quick swift turn, but Panda, it's the trade. Still a man advantage for ATK Academy. And they should be sitting pretty, I think. A save already has been called.
Yeah, and I mean, what little breach there, perfectly wrapped by the side of ATK Academy, just really catching off Destroyed. He gets the first frag of the round, clears the apartments, probably jumps into ditch, probably an error there. Needed to potentially take that avenue of entry since there was nobody there, but obviously no certainty on where the T's were, and eventually just as he jumps out, they pop up towards that N2 area, and smooth as you like, ATK grab this A-bomb site once again, and so far so good for them.
I like how Falls opts for the A1 instead of the AK. He dropped his out, so much likingness to the buffs. I think the what did I nerf, but a buff towards that weapon. Still think the A4 is better though, but that's a discussion for another day. 2-2 WRG. They got something to work with this round, but you can't help but think ATK, this is not where they want to be dropping the ball, especially if they pick this up. There must be a plan and ways to deal with uncertain rounds as to if it's an eco or a force buy, but they should know two weapons were saved. There's some danger at the end of those apps, and it's destroyed. And Co moving up in apps, and they're in a good spot here. Problem is, yeah, Deadshot, he gets the trade, needs to get out of there, he picks up the utility. There's Awesome sitting on bulk as well, so they're a bit bumping with each other. No crossfire is established just yet, but Tristan with the A1, Panda through, he gets three with an AK, massive spray down. Takes them all down with the help of Tristan, of course. Into the Lion's Den, into the trap of Archers, and ATK, they got caught tripping over the laces, I'm afraid. Moving at that pace, not much information to work with. What else could you expect, I think?
Absolutely, and I mean, just not expecting that AK-47 coming through there. They try to kill the play towards Perth. They were getting USB as well, and a huge turnaround there for White Rabbit Gaming. Certainly an unexpected kind of result there. Suddenly all just fell apart for ATK, but it was the heroics of Panda once again. Love to see all these golden oldies really performing these games throughout the tournament. And you see banana control being established there. Oh, they start jumping out of the apps, but Deadshot is waiting on that boost position, and they eventually get pit, but only one player there, and they just get shreked on the way in, and ultimately it leaves, again, just Falls last man remaining, and he gets taken out as well by Tristan, and smooth as you like, White Rabbit Gaming beat that broken by with a bat and force the side of ATK to look at their economy and ultimately probably save behind this, and what a strong response from White Rabbit Gaming there.
100% bulk push straight up and really worked. They had the weapons to complement the speed they were working with ATK, but WRG Deadshot in a fantastic spot there. Just boosted up into that flower bed there. Good off angle. Not really expected, so yeah. WRG want to end this round as soon as possible. Tristan having a field day here with Detroit. And Deadshot adding his value to the party, and that's going to be the 5th round. WRG firmly in the lead, and they're starting to get a bit comfortable. You look at their bat, 10k on Deadshot, 777, except Destroyed, so they've got money to play with, and even if they lose this round and the next, they'll still mount up a competitive round up against ATK Academy. So it's up to them to break the bank and string some of their own rounds together.
Yep, absolutely. And now they do get this purchase. AK-47 is one galley as well, jumping up across middle. Will it be effective? Spots the player, but not able to land anything. But now they do get an aggressive position towards middle. This is a real big commitment, and I don't think that the T's are aware. They certainly heard the AWP there, but I don't think they know that there's one aggressive player towards that middle. This default is not setting up to handle it. They're going to cross back towards that middle area as long as the CT can just keep his patience up, and eventually they are going to come flying past him here. But deep banana control as well. Such map positional advantage here coming through from White Rabbit Gaming. Really aggressive, really disrespectful as well. And ATK just none the wiser. Really just keeping things, you know, stock standard, clearing out everything. And now Destroyed. Spot one player. Oh, kills one, but gets blind by another. Eventually dealt with as well. All spots him as he throws that util. The banana push gets dealt with as well. Vaynant opens things up, and now suddenly it's a 2v2 after a chaotic exchange. And White Rabbit Gaming are forced to rotate all the way around through CT. This is going to be a comfortable bomb plant here for the side of ATK Academy. Planting for safety for Banana as well. And we're going to start setting up for it now. Tristan already at that Banana area here. As the player works back, he gets the kill. Perfect timing from him. He's made that rotation really good. It's all up to Vaynant. The Danger Man tools. The Danger Man gets one. Takes him out. Pops the flash through. That's going to be good. And now it's all up to Tristan. He does spot that flashbang. Oh, he boosts up. Surely Vaynant expects it. He's just going to play patient. But Tristan misses the shot, and Vaynant clutches it out to tools. You spoke about the Danger Man himself, and he's come through big here. That was a really important round, not only for ATK to win, but certainly to break the backs of White Rabbit Gaming and their economy. Certainly did some damage there.
100%. Vaynant saving them as per usual. Finishing it off, and yeah, I think Tristan, was it him in the 1v1? He had a nade, he had a molly, he had so many options to force a better fight there, as well as Falls pedal backing into Banana. So it's just, it feels like for me, if I'm WRG, I don't want to be taking those risks, but it's ATK barreling up Banana, they open up the scoreboard and pick up another kill down there in middle, and it's awesome with the spray transfer. He gets 2, even gets the 3rd, gets out of dodge. My goodness, that A1 is strong like Ox Goals.
That was insane. I didn't know that you could handle that weapon like that. Certainly going to go jump and shoot some bots myself. That was incredible from Awesome. Love this little movement and escape. If there was a 4th person who's going to really have a hard time catching him, really got that little jump onto the ledge. They looked fancy, but now it's all up to Falls and Bam. Things are kind of reset. They do have a smoke and a molly to work with, but White Rabbits have split up 2 towards that B side. Feeling things are heated up there, and Awesome just doing a massive job there. Still got quite a bit of HP to work with, so much util to work with on the side of WRG as well. Smoke comes in, surely they know that this is the breach. Molly goes down, that's perfectly timed as well. I don't think Bam is going to expend his smoke for that. Going to keep it for that CT, now they're going to breach together. A little bit of space between them now, so trading not going to be too effective, but it's all about the duel that they're able to take. Awesome is really waiting again, a long time to challenge here. He could actually pick up an ace. He gets the 4th, and now it's the 5th. It is the ace. Awesome. Big round for him. Really impressed with his control and his patience and just everything there. Beautiful stuff. And White Rabbit Gaming sail further into the lead, 6-3 now. And of course, put that pressure back onto the economy of ATK, forcing them to save. And now a little bit of a breather for the side of White Rabbit Gaming, but huge round from Awesome. Great spray control, great mechanics, and all-round great decision-making. His round for sure.
Yeah, he's nuts, and he's been around the scene, out and about, got that experience, so yeah, kind of expect him to have good rounds here and there. He picked the right time to pick up that 3k, because they were on the back, but they lost the 2 opening duels to that round. So it was a 3 versus 5, and him getting that 3k, and him closing it off with an ace. That's a big round. It's one that's going to be in the books for him. This is kind of the performances you want to open the year with, and just set yourself up with success moving on to the last end of it all. Bam. Well, that's Tristan. I didn't speak about this before. You don't want to get caught in that angle, but Vaynant, you give him an AWP out of everybody, out of anyone? But now, it's just two players on the site, and they're both stuck on the site in itself, so no crossfires can be established in Deadshot here. He has to twist and turn, he needs to find multi-kills if they need to win this round, and they do. Panda, right time, right place, swings in, and Awesome is there to close it out. Sure. They were breathing heavy, their goals.
That looked dicey, Tools. That looked so dicey. It looked like they had side taken. Once they got that dig on the sides, it looked like it was completely open. But beautiful tuck in there on the sides, and ultimately the rotations were in thick and fast. Support came through quickly. B were on point on their rotations, and ultimately they survive. Another really close call. But again, nothing really invested into it. This is the gun round that counts. AK-47's full up, no AWP on the side of ATK in response to Tristan's AWP, but default is stock standard. Oh, a little cheeky nade there towards second mid. Doesn't land though.
I really do like that. Some aggression coming out and absent bam. He picks off Tristan towards the far end. I think it's the stroke he needed to get out of dodge, but Bane has to contention coming up against him. Panda pushes through the smoke. Golem's in the mist. This battle continues even through middle. What is this? It's pretty messy, but slowly going to start to clean up and slow down a little. Panda found himself another target through the smoke, and there's a bit of a gap for him to work with. The bomb is down, so they just maybe play together and get it, but no, Malkies leaves Bam in a 1 versus 4. And again, they're going to need to go back and eco on this. But once more, WRG start with aggression towards Apsum, towards Banana as well. They lose the first man, but recover throughout the chaos, and that's where they thrive. So I feel ATK need to slow their game down at least by 20-30% and just capitalize on the mistakes and settle and allow the game to unfold naturally.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think they kind of were forced into some reactions there. They got that pick towards Apps, but as soon as the players died towards Banana, they were kind of all over the place. They started trying to counter and get picks towards middle, and they just got picked off one by one. And again, I just want to say, not even necessarily to take anything away from ATK, but to compliment White Rabbit Gaming here, like the Banana players are really on point. You're really getting aggressive, forcing that trade out, forcing those early interactions to try and make things even again, and they're just really playing to perfection. So whether or not they're hitting the sides, it doesn't really matter. They're aggressing perfectly, and you saw that last round in the rotations, right? They were there so quickly, and ultimately it is going to be up to ATK to punish them. All 5 players are spotted by Tristan. He's going to be running all the way back. A little bit of a Tech 9 rush being major. Support does rain through, but it is awesome, and he's going to get that spray down. Not as successful as his first. Final 2 plays are really low. And now Falls chasing down with the AK and gets the pick as well, but not to no expense. Falls not sure what's happening. He should have planted the bomb. Oh! That was a crazy little attempt there. Certainly really close.
Why does he not want to get money for the boys? I'm so confused. Just get the boys some cash dollar.
I think he certainly was expecting the CTs to be a lot closer than that. But I mean, once he got that frag on the side, definitely should have prioritized that bomb plant. And things are starting to get out of hand now. Wouldn't mind seeing a tactical pause coming out of ATK. I think, you know, the score doesn't really represent how close these rounds have become. They've had a lot of success on the anti-eco rounds, and it's actually the gun rounds that they seem to be struggling with. So, yeah, interesting to see if they will be able to adapt from that. And right now, they do seem to be splitting up pretty casually, pretty stock standard stuff, waiting for some sort of aggression. They take the banana control, but now they're all immediately setting up from middle. They're going back to what works. Earlier, these A executes, A wraps, that was what was finding them success, and now they seem to be heading for that again. Smoking that archer, smoking that library, moving towards it. They spot the AWP, but it is Deadshot hiding in the corner. They don't see him. Spray's almost perfect. Trading is there as well. Tristan gets that cleanup crew, and again, up to Bam. Stuck alone towards that apartments area, and smooth as you like. What a hold there from White Rabbit Gaming. A quick adjustment of speed there from ATK, but well positioned and good setups. Bait and switch in that end to area tools. Clinical stuff. Takes page 57, and they pulled it off perfectly.
Yeah, what can you say? Once again, they got caught tripping over their laces. They took brackets and simultaneously they try to take site and wrap at the same time. And WRG always seem to have these perfect crossfires, these perfect setups. And I'm definitely gonna talk that down to the practice and them refining scenario upon scenario. If this happens, this is where we want to set up. If this happens, it's called a bait and switch. But at the end of the day, they're hitting their shots. When you hit your shots, there's not much you can do up against that. So ATK once again is back into an eco. Just bear in mind, this is their map pick, and they've only got 3 rounds on the T side, so that's not a good indication so far of what's to come. feel the next gun round has to be poison. Some aggression coming out of Panda. Throwing a bit of caution to the wind, but so be it. Blaze is always going to capitalize and get that headshot. Falls, gets one of his own. And the round is turning on its head. Man advantage for ATK, and they need to convert this round, girls, if they look to stand a chance in this entire series as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Awesome. He's taking like a really aggressive angle here, and they're going to start executing straight away. This is certainly going to be an overwhelming amount of utility. They do have support coming in. Molly is going to get put down. Smoke probably right behind it. Going to delay this ATK Academy push it against. The flank comes through. Destroyed, taking those fights. Awesome as well. And now Destroyed just tucks in, and they don't pick the fights together, Tools, and it just looks like it's falling apart, man.
It's a bit of a knee slapper. A head scratcher. But again, it's been a theme throughout this entire half, right? It's not the first time we've seen them have man advantage and just can't convert. And again, it's just down to composure. It's down to, I think, communications and how they want to set up and which pace they should be moving at. But now they've got a gun round. They've got more to work with, and let's see if they're able to just step in the faces of WRG, Bayonet opening up the scoreboard. And that's really been the triumph of ATK. Let's just hope we can sing his praises a few more times. And they can convert this man advantage. Apps control has been established. It's brackets next, but WRG timing is utility has slowed them down. Oh, pop flash are going to be rained down towards Banana. No one at home. I almost feel like WRG, this is where they might actually lose the round over here. Good take from ATK, good coordinated approach towards Banana, but the utility is going to slow them down even further. Do they decide to press through it? I think that will be the grave mistake. Dead shots here. They pretty much got a good setup. He picks up the first, and there's so much smoke, so much cover for him to work with, and he's going to keep creeping, keep pushing forward. He finds a second. No one is punishing him just yet. It's a 2 versus 2 goals. It's chaos in this B side. Bam, Vaynan, got good positions, but it's going to come down to the 1 versus 1. It's Vaynan. We've been singing his praise all day long, but no, it's dead shot. 14 kills. He gets the defuse. But even in that last round, guys, they got a 2-man advantage, and they kept pressing their shoot towards B. They had no control to the rest of the map, which is probably why. But it's been this. I mean, you know, Winston repeating the same sentence. They need to slow it down.
It feels like they've just been pressured. Like, it feels like they have to commit to whatever they're doing. I mean, it started on the pistol round there, committing to that, like, really believing in it, and ultimately not really, like, allowing for those reactions. You know, the reason why you have your defaults, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's basically just to establish that no funny business is going down. And ultimately, that's what some of the stuff is happening with White Trap Gaming. They're making these gamble rotations. They're actually spotting and finding that sort of information, and ATK certainly will be looking to do much of the same. But ultimately, barreling towards B, White Trap Gaming, 5-man push towards it, but 3-man stack is the call. 2 quick frags go the way of ATK Academy. Actually, it's just a clean, straight-up wipe, and they've definitely started off their pistol round with the bang here, and boom, bam, closes things out, and they've put one on the board. Good start to the half here, certainly en route to recovery, but a while to go.
Okay, all right. Pistol round, that's the first step to chip away at that deficit they're working with, and if they can just string up some clean rounds, keep 4 players alive, they're going to make it really difficult for WRG to work their gun rounds. I think ATK, looking how Vaynant's playing, looking how Blaze is playing, it's just had a bad T-half. So if they can recover the CT side, and it's doable, it's the easiest side, they'll be good to do so. But it just comes down to here, they can't really go down. It's just a farmhouse, and they want to get this round over and done with as soon as they can, so jump into the gun round. Not much of a plan to get the bomb down. That's going to be the 5th round for ATK. This is the meat and potatoes. WRG. I don't want to break the dreams of ATK, because I feel if they win this map, it's going to be a 2-0. It is ATK's pick.
Yeah, and we know that White Trap Gaming are very proficient on Mirage. We haven't seen much of ATK, certainly not, you know, against a formidable opponent such as White Trap Gaming as well. So at the end of the day, I do kind of agree with you there, Toolsy.
Battle Banana, persist Panda. He's taking a bit of damage, even more. So you might want to be playing on the back end of things. The remaining attacking players do the work, fulfill their roles and responsibilities. Destroyed. Oh no, we got a smoke bug here, guys. We got a smoke bug. Observers betrayed us, now we back. Man advantage for ATK. They've opened up the scoreboard. Panda's low, so things are looking bright. Things are looking up. Bane at the time, your smoke isn't slow. WRG down even further. This is the setup I really do like. Coffins and second or first orange. Ooh, but Coffins is a MP9, they're gonna move in. The AK gets successfully 2 kills for Awesome. That's just my problem with the MP9, but it's bound to roll in just for the retake. 3 versus 3. Backstage established, but retaken from Bam. Smoke gives them time to breathe and reassess how they want to play at the post blank. WRG. It's Tristan and Deadshot, the danger man. He finds 2 transfers for the third. The third! Oh, headshots! Wow, oh my. Oh my. That sucks. And for me, you can't have an MP9 sitting at coffins. If you're going to throw that smoke, rotate as soon as you can and dig into the side or play in front of the smoke that you've thrown. Because they just pop right through it. You left one player isolated there towards second orange. Oh man, that's just timing as well. So it's not even, it wasn't his plan to play coffins. He just got caught out, but should have probably planned his pathing, I guess. But the Battle of Banana will persist. It's Panda here. Now side, he's not awake, but he wakes up just in time, picks up a double kill, and it just keeps getting worse for ATK. Nothing going right. Vaynon needs to be the hero of the day. Start to make it through. 7 HP, so he's gonna have to fall back. Mayday, abort mission.
Yeah, and again, just
Set me up, coach.
The way that White Rabbit Gaming are approaching this, they've just completely evacuated after having a lot of success towards Banana and identified that there probably is just one more player over there. They've completely retreated and kind of moved their way towards middle. And this is the perfect decision making. You can see that ATK have already rotated. There was a lot of action towards that Banana area, and now they can just move forward as a group. They've taken this into, they're going to hold in one. Ooh, a double smoke. Library is smoked off as well. Probably inconsequential. Blaze in the site. He's the big man here in this round. Gets cleared out. No. They're not able to take him. He takes perfect duels. That's why he's one of the better players on the server. Certainly standing up tall, but it is Tristan that eventually finds him. And 14 on the board here for White Rabbit Gaming. ATK in a tough position financially as well. So what do they look to do here? Do they force and kind of go for the win? Do they rather put the money into the save and go for that overtime? Certainly a long stretch there. No mistakes can be made. They are going to be completely saving behind this.
Oh no, Blaze. It was a dig. Look, they've left themselves no room to pick up more rounds on the T side, so they can actually potentially get an AWP and have another save. So next round is kind of all in an approach they want to play. Match point vibes. To me, they haven't really showed composure and consistency to put themselves in the position they're putting themselves in, playing behind for match point. You kind of want to go all in now and just create a bit of chaos and create a bit of a mess and see if you can win out in individual scuffles here and there. But here's the gun round. Again, looking at their money, they still can't get all the utility they need. No Molly's been even bought just yet, so it's going to be a tough ride for ATK. I just want to see more out of Vaynon. I don't want to see him go wild. Maybe Blaze picking up multi-kills here and there. God damn. We haven't seen much of Multi or Bam either, so they'll be shying away a little. So it's WRG's game to lose at this point.
Yep, absolutely. And they got tons of match points to work with. It's a really convincing performance by them. I'm actually impressed here. They've chip damage there first of the round, and I like this genuine change of pace here. Oh, beautiful little pick there from Bam. Just clutch flicks it and ultimately sends someone into the abyss now. Banana control being established by the Rabbits. Certainly poking and prodding all around the map, but have maintained Banana control. The flash getting set up for Maltese. He gets a beautiful shot as well. Can't get off that flash now. Blaze is also clearing out that middle area. They should know that they are in fact hitting B. The rotations are going towards CT. There is a little window here for White Rabbit Gaming to get onto the site, but it's a beautiful rotation from Bam. Does just enough to hit them as they move into the site. It is a 2 versus 3 situation though. Tristan and Deadshot. This combo is a deadly one for sure. A little bit of a collection there from the smoke grenade. That's going to be perfect. They are smoking off Banana. Not really going to be... No, it is actually going to be in fact impactful. There is a player there. He's forced to now come through the smoke and already T is going to be sneaking through the CT smoke. He's just holding it and bam. Oh, gets a spray through the smoke and just up to Tristan. Oh, they look for him, but no funny business is going to win that today. And ATK survive another round here. And they got to do much of the same throughout round after round after round to get back into this.
That's the age-old saying, you got to take it round by round. It's not impossible. We have seen it time and time again in all variations of Counter-Strike. So this is a real test for them, testing their composure, resilience, and focus. All right. But still, I mean, drop laser molly. Bam, drop laser molly. Never mind, it's okay. Back to the stock standard setup, 2 plays towards B, 3 towards A. So, not just shy away from banana control, just pedal it with utility. Watch the reaction and take it from there. Balls and jiggle peeks into middle. Early smoke, it'll give him some access to peek in an apps angle if you really wanted to, but I really like the pace on the Rabbits at the moment. Just taking it slow. They're kind of just waiting. And they can hear all the utility that's being tossed around from ATK, so if they want a util count, that'll work in their favor, even so.
Yeah, they've certainly got so much util to work with here. The CTs have pretty much emptied out their pockets, and there's still an entire minute. But talking about emptying pockets, beautiful little nade there on Panda's head from the side. That does kind of give away a position there. And at the moment, it does look like some activity is moving towards that middle area. Collecting the bomb is Tristan. Going to be doing a delayed B take for sure, but there is an additional player here towards this B side. But if they play it to their plan here and just take a slight delay, they certainly will catch them off guard. But no, there's still 3 players, and here comes the exact. They're certainly going to be ready for this, but right now is a player that is isolated, and he's going to get picked as well, and that might be the nail in the coffin. That is it. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that Melky spray looked like it was going to land, but still a 4 versus 3 situation here. ATK don't have someone coming from that banana area. This is going to be a really difficult retake. You're going to need some individual heroics coming through for sure. Flashbang comes through, but gets traded out. 3 versus 2 now. Bam and plays left behind the smoke. A little bit of spam going through. Deadshot does a lot of damage through the Danger Man. Now they're just kind of waiting for this smoke to dissipate, but look at how tucked in White Rabbit are. Oh, and they're wiser to it. Destroyed eventually takes that fight. Bam tries to respond, but it is at White Rabbit Gaming 16-6. A really convincing start there for them, and they take ATK's map pick tools.
Yeah, look, it just felt like ATK didn't or couldn't find their feet throughout the entire matchup. Just round after round, they're getting battered. The few rounds that they did win, they got reset straight after that. And WRG, the way they were playing on the CT side, you were right in saying it was constant pressure. And that pressure, it just forced ATK to crack. And I even felt that last round should have been ATK's to win. Looking at their stack they had on that B side, 3 members, they made the right call. It just, the pieces didn't come together. So congrats. That'll be the second map coming up soon, though. Mirage. Do you think they'll fortune or see themselves doing better on that map, Goals?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just dust it off, right? This is a best of 3. You have a chance to come back, and it just didn't go as planned. I think there was a couple of rounds there where they should have done a little bit more damage, perhaps swung the economy a little bit more, and given themselves a more of a cushion to work with. But I mean, without further ado, let's throw it over to the desk and see what they have to say about it.
Thank you so much, Goals and Lighter. That was indeed the end of our first game of the best of 3 between White Rabbit Gaming and ATK Academy. Unfortunately, it didn't really have the heat that we were looking for, but we're going to get into that. Before I do, let me remind you guys about the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast, or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so analysts, I'm sure you are a little bit disappointed in not getting a close game. At least it ended in 16-6 in favor of White Rabbit Gaming. Toxie, we noticed that ATK Academy, they seem to be very stubborn with the strat that they had, and they didn't want to alter it. They didn't want to adapt depending on how White Rabbit Gaming was performing. Can you comment a bit about that, please?
I mean, ATK Gaming had basically 3 plans. And one plan was go for long and one guy apps. They did it so many times, it worked once, but it failed like the 10 other times. And then the other plan was when that failed, they would go rush B, which also failed. And then the last plan was basically we flash for you, you pop into apps. It worked twice. So that's the only three basic strats I've seen from ATK Academy. Over and over, White Rabbit Gaming, they were happily, they had the freedom in Banana, they had no contesting. We haven't seen much as well from ATK Gaming in terms of, so we haven't seen B executions, we haven't seen A splits, for example, guys coming into short, splitting to A. We haven't seen fakes to B to A. We haven't seen really much from ATK Gaming. I'm not sure if this is something they haven't practiced, or even though this is their map pick, so that's what surprises me more. But White Rabbit Gaming, their banana control, their mid holds, even though ATK Gaming took long so many times, their adaptation, White Rabbit Gaming, their adaptation was perfect. They knew how to hold A side, and yeah, their CT side was pretty shut down. There's no way for ATK to enter anywhere. So bravo to ATK, not ATK, White Rabbit Gaming. I mean, honestly, they played really good. Inferno, map pick of ATK, didn't go so well. I'm looking forward to seeing Mirage, and hopefully we see a better match.
I feel when you corrected yourself when you said congratulations to ATK, you died a little inside because that was indeed your prediction, if I'm not mistaken, for ATK to be winning. And Sami, let me get this back to you. This was indeed ATK's map to be picked, so we should be expecting flawless performance, at least with them knowing every inch of the map, every corner, every way to be able to be aggressive on banana control. What happened for them there?
So basically, as Doc said, they don't actually have they don't have a lot of plans in T side. ATK showed us like 4 or 5 rounds. They kept just going long, and they were losing. They go B and they die. They go up. Still, it was not successful. White Rabbit, on the other hand, really shut them down. I love the read, especially on the 12th round. They expected the B rush. They played 3 on B. However, there are some minor mistakes which actually can cause the game to go in ATK's favor. So one of that was actually when they entered B, yes, they killed them, but it became a 2v2 situation. Tristan was there close range with the AWP. He died, he gave them the AWP, but ATK couldn't manage to get the round. One more mistake was actually White Rabbit. They pushed really aggressively while ATK was eco. They were T side. They managed to kill 2 guys of White Rabbit. But it was not enough. They went A and they were like totally destroyed. Now, here is what I want to actually prove to you something, is that these small mistakes can actually turn the game around 360 degrees for ATK's favor. But it didn't happen. White Rabbit actually had also one more mistake, which is actually when they give up long and they play inside, ATK were eco again. They were playing as if they were like pressured and scared, which shouldn't happen. So against US Eco, you should actually take the aim duel. Hard luck to ATK. White Rabbit just showed us insane aim. What we saw was insane chemistry of, they played really amazing together. So props up to White Rabbit for giving us such an amazing skills.
Definitely props and hats off to White Rabbit Gaming, not to put down White Rabbit, but ATK Academy could have done better, could have shown us better. And based on the stats that we have here on the screen, we can see that for White Rabbit Gaming, the winners of our first best of 3, Tristana comes out on top with 20 kills, but we cannot focus too much on Tristana because the kills are pretty much all over the team. That you can see the teamwork is very focused in White Rabbit Gaming when compared to ATK Academy. The kills are quite skewed when it comes to their specific stats. Is there anything else you can add based on the scoreboard?
Right now, it's not about the stats that really matters. It's about ATK's adaptation into actually having their playbook delivered into the game. It was really okay, maybe it can work, but it wasn't working at the right read. The leader probably had some, I think it's Melky's, I mean, should have had a better way of delivering the plan in a certain round. I mean, the read was not on point. They really executed their plans in a wrong way. So it's not about the stats-wise, killing-wise. It's about like entering at the right time, taking their time, playing together. It wasn't shown by ATK. That's how White Rabbit actually played it really well. They just shut it down. They were expecting everything. Like they had them, they read them like an open book, I would say. by White Rabbit.
Toxie, do you agree with that? Do you think that the individual player stats weren't the reason that ATK was not able to secure the win?
Yeah, I mean they couldn't kill. I mean, speaking about Milky's, he had one kill up to maybe the 12th
Angel
round
leader.
or something. It was tough for him. He did manage to get some kills, but like that's how strong White Rabbit were. They weren't dying. They were playing together, they were playing as a unit. And at the end of the first half, 4 of the players had 14 kills. It was just one guy, I think, was at 12. So that's how synced the team was. And I think overall, like White Rabbit Gaming as a team, they showed us amazing CS. And I hope ATK Academy can show us a better Mirage. Hopefully, this goes to a third map.
Yes, hopefully we're going to be seeing more games that are what's what we're hoping for. We don't want to sweep. We don't want a game that's going to end too quickly. We want to see the struggle. We want to see the heat, the passion. And speaking of which, our second best of 3 game will be starting soon with Mirage. And do you have any predictions, Sammy? Let's go on with you.
I mean, White Rabbit started off with a bang, 16-6. I don't think they're gonna lose the second one. They're gonna come in with the momentum. They're really happy. They're really excited. I think they're gonna be full focused more than Inferno. So I think it's gonna be a quick sweep for White Rabbit. Mirage is their map.
So we changed your mind depending on how they performed in their first game.
I mean, I expected a 2-1, obviously, with ATK winning the first map. But White Rabbit showed us domination. And I'm expecting another domination because it's their map pick. They're really good in Mirage. So I'm expecting another sweep in Mirage for White Rabbit. So I'm going to say 16-5 as well.
Well, Tox, I know we haven't had much luck when it comes to the predictions. And for the first prediction of the day, we may not have picked the correct team. But who knows, maybe ATK Academy still will be the one to take it all. Are we going to be sticking with ATK Academy for our second best of 3? Or are we going to be giving up and going to the other side?
I mean, I have to believe. I have to stand by my prediction, and I have to say ATK is going to show us something different, maybe. I feel like they didn't have a good game in Inferno because, like I said, CT, if you close it down, there's no way you're coming back. But Mirage, there is slight freedom in that. So I think maybe ATK Gaming, ATK Academy, we had hoped to see ATK Gaming, but maybe ATK Academy can show us that style in Mirage. And I feel like even though when we play pug matches and everything, we always say, oh, this guy's a Mirage hero. This guy's a... So maybe we can see some Mirage heroes from ATK Academy. And I'm going to stand by and say ATK Academy are going to win this 16-9.
16-9, that is
Don't fail me.
very specific. All right, so hopefully they will not let you down. But before the match is about to start, let's just get into the map of Mirage a little bit. Can you comment a little bit about the map and how you would think Toxie, if it would go for ATK's favor rather than White Rabbit Gaming, especially since the first game, you know, the opposite happened. The person that picked the map lost the game. Could that happen as well here for Mirage?
It could be. I mean, Mirage, I believe ATK Academy are also going to start on the CT side. So we're going to see the switch up. Maybe they will see a better CT. We didn't see much of their CT side in the previous map. So maybe now we can see more of that. Maybe they have some stuff hidden for us. I feel like Mirage could go either way. It's a map that's it's very open. It's very you can easily roam around with Mirage, but mid control is very important. We need more strats. We need more adaptation from ATK Academy. We don't want to see the same strats over and over because they can read you. White Rabbit Game on a very strong team. They have very good, maybe IGL that's been reading the game. So the mind games, White Rabbit won Inferno. Let's see now ATK Academy with their adaptation.
And Sammy, can you also stress about the importance of adaptation? I know there's a certain strat that you practice in your pubs and in your scrims, but the most important thing is to be able to adapt, the flexibility of knowing, as Toxie said, the IGL has to be the one to make those decisions on the spot. How important do you think that is? And do you think ATK Academy is going to be the one to change their tactics for the second game in the best of 3s?
Right now, there is one big important thing that we need to know about White Rabbit. White Rabbit came from the qualifiers to the playoff with such huge, great confidence. They have showed us in the game. Their confidence is unreal. That's what we've seen just now in Inferno. The really tough thing for ATK is to adapt and break that confidence. Because if they do that, then they are going to, for sure, they're going to win this game. Right now, White Rabbit are coming full force. I mean, they're really confident. It shows in their gameplay in Inferno. It showed in the qualifiers. It showed in the beginning of the quarterfinal and the playoff. ATK really need to step up their game. they need to actually, what Tok said, they need to change their plans. They have to have varying calls. Mid-round calls are really important. They have to actually work out mid because White Rabbit right now, their aim is on point, their gameplay is on point. It's really hard to actually play against a team who's really confident. So ATK, are they gonna adapt and show us a step up in their game? Is what really matters right now. Because if you're not gonna break their confidence, you're gonna just lose it out. What we saw in Inferno.
All right, and Sammy, since I know you've been on White Rabbit Gaming's side for a very long time, and you've been rooting for them ever since they were against Terra Esports, against the Turtle team, and performed in a very fast-paced manner. Can you already tell how, perhaps, if they were able to make it to the grand finals, is this a team that can take on Nasser Esports?
I mean, so far, semifinals, we've seen confidence, we've seen talent, we've seen skills. Yes, all these 4 teams that are qualified in the semifinal, I've said that they are actually a team that can show a great hard fight to Nasser. They are teams that are capable of actually showing us a great display of skills, talent, teamwork, strategies. Matter of fact, mid-round plays, some really nice teamwork, 2v5s, 2v4s, as we've seen yesterday. So right now, all these 4 teams are really qualified to actually play a good game against Nasser and maybe win against them.
Tuxie, what about you? Do you think that ATK Academy is just going to knock off White Rabbit Gaming in their spot? It could be a mind game, couldn't it? It could be like, let's give them the confidence, let them get cocky, and then we're going to dominate the next 2 games. So do you think that he is wrong in his predictions and perhaps ATK Academy is going to be the ones winning in the grand finals against Nasser Esports?
I mean, I have 2 sides for that answer. There is my prediction side, which I have
side
to
do we
protect,
take?
and there is the maybe factual what's happening here with the games. And I feel like even if ATK Academy makes it all the way to the final, they're still struggling. They're still lacking a lot of strategies, a lot of adaptation. They still have a long way to go. Nasser Esports, if we're talking about Nasser Esports, that's a proper team that's practicing, that's playing, you know, aggressively. They play a lot, they practice a lot, they're ready. I'm sure they're watching and they're learning from these teams.
All right. Well, thank you so much to our analysts. And we have to jump in right to our second game of the best of 3 White Rabbit Gaming. Are they going to take it for their second win and win all the best of 3? Or is ATK Academy going to keep on going? Stay tuned to watch, and we're going to pass it on to Goals in Lighter. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Ashi. Love your positivity and enthusiasm, but yeah, one of those cases where you want to give hope and take it away goals. But I just feel like WG haven't sweated the entire Inferno. They looked quite comfortable, and it was ATK sitting in the thick of the woods.
Yeah, absolutely. I think White Rabbit Gaming, again, this is their map pick. You know, this is Mirage. We know that these guys have played many times on this map before, and I think if ATK was certainly scratching their heads from a strategic perspective as well as from like an adaptation and kind of just raw, you know, depth perspective as a team, I think Mirage is going to be like a tougher task for them. I mean, you know, we can all hope for the Blaze hero or the Mirage, the Mirage hero, but ultimately it's going to be a tough time. I think, you know, after watching the previous map, you saw a certain level of, you know, disrespect or kind of aggression being poised by the WRG guys, kind of forcing them to kind of make a move, and ATK just weren't able to match them really. And, you know, I kind of think it's going to go much the same way, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, they have something going for them. They'll be starting the CT side on Mirage, so they need to get the train moving nice and quickly, bank up all the rounds as much as possible, because the T side of Mirage isn't easy. You got to land your smokes, and hopefully at this level, all the players are landing the smokes and knows those spawn timing smokes there for window. But we're going to jump straight into the thick of things, guys. The teams are ready. It will be potentially the last round or the last map, per se, for ATK Academy, but let's see if they can pull out some heroics. I still have faith in them. I mean, Blazin is looking quite good, especially Vaynant. They'll be picking up some kills here and there. They just need the rest of the team to stop fragging as well. So you're not going to land shots, you're not going to win rounds. They're going to be barreling into this B side. WRG are ready, and there's 3 players sitting and waiting arms for ATK. The shots have been dispersed, but no kills just yet. That opens up the scoreboard with 2 of them. One more player sitting and broken, and look at that. All 4 players zoning into this position, and 1 player remaining in the form of Blaze 1 versus 3. Wow. I mean, that sucks. They kind
Yeah,
of
that was
even had the
fast-paced,
read on where they were going to head. Oh, but they give it to him. Ooh! Close but no cigar for Blaze. I was about to say if they got a tough task ahead of them. They had the read, they had the B-stack goals. What went wrong?
Yeah, they had the B-stack there, but they just weren't fighting in unison, really. It was just ultimately, I think, Deadshot that just got in between or behind enemy lines, started getting frags, pushed deeply, traded the guy towards that kitchen area, and ultimately made things very difficult. There was no real, kind of structured take or, strategic duel there from the CTs and using that stack to their advantage. But with that said, oh, beautiful little jump boost. These guys are big fans of that. Oh, Panda just takes a flying guess in the wind and spams that connector spot. I don't know if he spotted him or not, but that was a beautiful little regen. Immediately gets that first round frag, and we do see this is a forced round from ATK. They are invested completely into this round, so oh, there goes the Deagle, and instantly traded though. Tristan gonna be opening up that A sights, and now it's up to Falls. He's having a look, easy little frag there, trades left and right, gets that little galley there in his hands towards that connector area, and now, oh, is that a nade? No, it doesn't land. And Tristan's got a little bit of util here, throw some support flashes. They're able to clear the CT position. They're certainly not going to have any issues holding the side tools, and it's going to all be down to ATK Academy to decide whether or not they want to go for this now that CT control has been kind of taken. Oh, Malky spotted on the cross, and he's able to get one, gets blind. Deadshot as well, but it is the A-Ram player that is kind of peeking. Deadshot going to hold the angle, and he's really good for it. 2-0 here, White Rabbit Gaming springing to the lead, and now forced ATK Academy onto an eco save here.
Competitive round, 3 plays down from WRG. Always gonna be happy about that. Gonna force them to invest in further rounds. ATK, another eco. I almost felt like, again, there needs to be a certain maturity about the decision to save. That's the second time I've seen where in scenarios, you're just gonna have a better next round if you end up saving and giving yourself more of a chance. It's one of those things you put yourself in where the score's 14-7, and if you just gave yourself a bit more chances in the first half, it could be better. But it's gonna be destroyed moving in towards this A side. It's an eco round, so no harm, no foul for the Rabbits. Kind of expect this round to go in their favor. Now the cleanup crew has arrived. 1 player left. It's Falls. But it's gonna give us the gun round coming up next. What's the money looking like? Yeah, no. Oh, Falls has got 3K, so yes, we can potentially see a zoom bagger come out of him. He didn't have many opportunities, goals, if he saw an Inferno. I didn't think I saw the open him once.
No, I don't believe they ever got to that point. Certainly didn't have enough rounds on the CT side to get there to make it effective. But yeah, I mean, he has the chance to. AWP's up on his back, and right now a bunch of weakened weapons from the WRG side. They're going to just kind of keep things cool, calm, and collected. Yeah, they haven't really upgraded many of the weapons. Going to be spreading out across the map. Control towards that B site being established. A little quick pace here from players. They're flashing straight in. He's already immediately out into B. He's looking for these fights, and he immediately gets dealt with. Destroyed does the same thing on the other side of the map now as well, but leaves it all up to Blaze. He spots him moving towards CT. Perhaps a little bit of a brave push there, but does he expect another player to be in the sights? I don't believe that he does. And right now, the 2 remaining Ts are coming through that connector area to provide some sort of support. And now they get the first frag as well. This opens up the side completely now. They're going to smoke off jungle. It's a beautiful take. Lovely little kill there. Eventually comes into impact as old Tristan gets the bomb down as well. And it's a 3 versus 2. And suddenly, despite having the man advantage, 2-man advantage at a point, things have swung the other way. White Rabbit Gaming, 3 versus 2 now. And again, remember, they didn't even purchase behind this. They've still got lots of money in the bank. But this is going to do a wealth of damage to the economy of ATK should they lose, and this is why they're going to consider saving, and they're certainly going to be running for the heals. Keep that AWP up into 4s, but we'll also let them keep it. He spots 1 player, and now oh my goodness, the other player came to help him, and that was both sides.
But there's still chance that they're gonna go down over here. We can already see Awesome on the fringe over there, just flirting with the enemy lines. He's gonna be moving in the bomb plant, and that's both players going down from Deadshot. Oh man, that's a blunder. It took too long to make the decision to fall back, and even the way they fell back, it was too loud. They heard him. You could see through murder hole. ATK fans, surely show some support for the boys in chat. They're taking a beating. They need everything they can give them right now. The spirit bomb, if anything.
Yeah, the one thing that was said on the desk there was obviously, I believe it was you two starting on the CT side, and this is one of the downsides of starting on that CT side is if you suddenly let the opposing team take a runaway with rounds in terms of the T, it's certainly a difficult kind of mental game to kind of play and get back into. So then you start putting some rounds on the board here. Indeed, fans in the chat, support them along, get them back into this game. Perhaps this is it, the Deagles. No, awesome strikes first. Gonna start moving up into that site, and now the rest of the team can move in. Util starts raining out of the pockets, and slowly the rotations are coming through thick and fast. Beautiful flash is gonna be placed here right by the stairs, gonna allow Awesome to get deep and find these frags, and finds one. Oh, gets taken out though. Beautiful little Deagle from Blaze, able to get a second for his troubles. Things are looking really dicey here. Eventually PND manages to trade things and keep things even, and now it is a 2 versus 1 here. Blaze is literally a sneeze away from death, and they're going to just make sure that he's not on this close angle. Don't really hear noise towards middle. Certainly just going to creep towards that B site here, unbeknown to Blaze, but soon I'm sure he'll have a guess that something funny is going on, but he's got no real HP to risk it, and he's going to have to wait for this play to be made and then react off of it. And Plant goes down there towards that B site. Blaze going to find out that it's not here where he is, and he's gonna be able to pick up a rifle for his troubles. Gonna head for the heals and save it. He's got no business getting involved in this retake, and yeah,
there you go.
Certainly do agree with the decision.
Man's gone shopping. Very dangerous round, WRG. Yeah, again, ATK, they're able to get kills here and there, and in a position where they can capitalize and finish off what they started. And that's been quite the theme from Inferno. So that's why I say they need to get their bearings straight, and maybe it's just coordination and communication during those pressurous moments that just are getting the best of them. And WLG, they've been together as a team longer, so you can imagine they would prosper in those situations. When those scuffles break out and smokes, there's mollies, and the communication and the radar's kind of your best friend at that point. And if you know how to use it to your advantage, it's gonna suck, especially on the CT side, because that A side can get hectic, can get crazy.
Yep.
Once again, Falls is back on the AWP duty. Let's see.
Yep, that round was so fast-paced, didn't even get a chance to actually wield it and take the stock standard normal shots across the map, finding those early map picks and stuff. But again, White Rabbit just playing this furious, ferocious type of aggressive CS, demanding respect. And now they've slowed things up, switched things up. Deadshot going for the peak, beautiful little crouch peek, and it is Falls that falls. And ultimately, this B side is theirs to take. They've already set up for it. Deadshot just looking, and the molly's there. He finds the player as well. Going to be moving aggressively towards Kitchen. Tristan's holding his cross as well. Beautiful little crossfire available to them, and just like that, again, the CTs are running for the hills, want to maintain that other AWP they have. Blaze and Malky's going to keep onto their rifles, their util. Beautiful frag there. Malky's able... Ooh, another frag. Perhaps, yeah, I suppose they do have enough cash here to hunt. I mean, this is getting a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, once you start losing 1, 2, 3, that's when you start towing it down. You never know when there's a player in apps that's going to hit you with the ninja later on, but yeah, a good entry frag. I must say, Deadshot as a player individually is looking much, much better mechanically than he was last year, and I felt that was something WLG was missing and needed, as well as the calls just being more accurate and being more thorough and thought out. So I must say that the matches I've watched from WLG since the first stages of the qualifiers, man, they quite dangerous. And it might even be a tough fight. I mean, for all the teams this year, GG, Dynamic, and Bravado. But let's see. We haven't seen them sweat just yet, and that's where the real tell is, and where the test is.
100%. I must say, Samia with your tools. Like, I think they are really mechanically sound players. You can see that, Destroyed, and these guys that have matured over the years are now able to bring up these youngsters, and I'm equally as impressed with Tristan, to be honest. Mechanically looks really, really sound. Beautiful shot there from Falls. Love that he's got involved now in the game. Got that first AWP kill underway, and confidence for him for sure. He's going to continuously peek the stairs angle. Blaze holding towards connector as well. Now going to find a player. Easy little kill for them, and perhaps this is where ATK get on the board. Things have slowed down, nice and methodical for them, and they just take the picks easy as you like. now in a really, really good position. You can see that they've retreated. They're going to retreat into more defensive positions. Going to tuck in and oh, bam with the unfortunate mission. Oh, it's a dirty shot. And no, that shot gets another frag. Traded from Vaynant, and oh, so much damage done there from Destroyed. The player's pretty much dead and buried. He's gonna go look for an aggressive angle. Yeah, but it is Malkis that gets both. Spray control, what a beast. Picks up Orp as well. They're gonna get that defuse, and that's a breath of fresh air for ATK Academy. All the players hitting their shots, playing the angles well, using the smokes to their advantage, and ultimately closing the round. Beautiful stuff from them. 6-1 now in favor of the Rabbits.
All right, and I'm sure what's going on in the camp now is like, guys, we need to string two together. We need to win back-to-back rounds. We need to rinse and repeat. Last round success. Let's just do the same, open it up, and close out the rounds. I must say, Malkis is holding my favorite weapon. The AUG is OP. More OP than the A1, I feel, especially with that scope. Man, got Tristan. And I must say, yeah, Tristan has been looking quite good with an AWP. More flexible with his movement. And Destroyed. Is he going to catch Falls again? No, Falls takes the peek, jumps across. It's Bam, in fact, in upper B halls. He has called for support, so Vaynant is close by if need be. Two players from the Rabbits holding upper B and 3 remaining towards the middle. So you can see they're trying to lean and split that B side if need be. No presence around the A side, so Malkis is just left wandering in CT spawn. Doing his job, his due diligence, Blaze. A bit of pressure here on Apps. It's always quite stressful knowing that there's a top smoke towards connector. Falls, he does spot, so he's gonna call that out. So as soon as that smoke fades in connector, Blaze is gonna be in quite a scuffle of their Bam. Good way to open up the round, that's what I needed. The AWPs are doing the work.
Yeah, they're getting those first round picks. Oh, certainly heard that. Was that a Mali that he heard? I don't know, but like, look at the rotations they're coming through now. And if White Rabbit Gaming take this window here and move towards Connect to get one pick, no. It is Blades that responds there. Oh, but it is awesome that gets a window pick, and now 3 versus 4. And another pick from Clifton, and that's a dirty shot. 3 versus 3 now, awesome. Looking towards that B side, and the timing is just impeccable. Oh, there, Vaynant strikes. Follows him in towards that cat area.
There we go, we start to see the Rabbits sweat and the Rabbits stress. That's gonna potentially be a second round. It's just 9 seconds on the clock, 8. No way for him to win this. But yeah, like I said, when WG starts sweating, we get to see how they recover, how they rebuild from that point onwards. All ATK just continue, apply that pressure until they crack. That's it's gonna just turn things on their head and make this quite a competitive, interesting matchup. Mirage, one of those maps where you don't get started quite early in the middle. After you do your default, you can get stuck there, and looking at WG's default, there are 3 players in the middle and 2 upper B. So no presence today. So when they went towards A, I didn't see much success coming their way. Now, we've got nice thorough default coming along. Nice middle boost towards the back boxes. No, did they miss it? How did Panda get there? How did Panda get there? Nice nade. No. It's not. 2 players sitting on A ramp, and they're looking to squeeze this A side. WG, ATK Academy. Good reaction. They're trying to look for information. Try to find that opening kill once again. That's been their real aid thus far. They'll do well to continue with that. Bernard, pass to handle connector and window at the same time. And looking at the defense, they're quite fidgety, erratic, and that's going to be the opening kill for Awesome. We could just see Bam trying to pedal back, and he's caught on his shoelaces. He's tripped over, and hopefully this could be the round. WRG bring it back, and it's almost a double for Awesome. He gets traded up by Falls. He's going to be jumping towards bottom connector, but the call has been made to Falls. He needs to make a decision. Do they want to go for a save? Their money isn't looking too bad. Falls with the quick flick of the wrist. 2 versus 2. The bomb is ticking faster and faster, so time is of the essence. Malkis picks up the kill there. Towards Ticket. Smoke goes down on the bomb. This could give Deathshot an opportunity. It does. It opens space for him to play around this round perfectly. Falls. Low HP, high ground, always wins. 7th round for WRG. I don't know why Bam or whoever's playing in CT spawn by Ticket. You never leave Ticket. You never leave CT spawn. Doesn't make sense. I saw 2 players sitting in connector. 1 window, 2 cat. What? And I just fell apart from there. As soon as I saw that and that top smoke started fading connector, it was Ticket's goals.
Yeah, perfect flashbang as well. Pop burst straight through. Got the players to support them on ramp. They ultimately put pressure towards the CT side. Get 2 quick frags on the side. There's just no real hope from that point. Did well to bring it back to a 1 versus 1 scenario, but again, it was Deadshot that reigned supreme. 2 KD for him. 14 frags on the board already, so more than one around. And I love what WRG are doing here. They really just got this pop burst down to perfection. He has another one, just pop bursting out of ramp. No like telltale signs, and now they are breaching through, but now there are 3 players waiting for them and are on the receiving end of this breach. And eventually Awesome trades one in his favor. Certainly heard a player drop towards that sandwich area. Surely they know his position, but no, not able to react quick enough. And Blaze gets another frag for his troubles. Tristan is able to trade one with his AWP, but at 1 versus 3 now. Gonna need a little pinch of individual brilliance for him to be able to pull this one back. And ATK looking solid. I mean, again, that ace setup just looking strong, and responded well to the breach of White Rabbit Gaming. And perhaps for them, need to go back to that default and poking and prodding. But again, that was also where ATK had a little bit of success. So,
Tristan's gonna choose to save. Yeah, at least he'll have a gun moving into the next round and be a bit more competitive. Maybe force around this weapon. He's just trying to throw them off with some sound cues, maybe. Not too sure what the idea was there, but 1 versus 3, 25 seconds on the clock. Will they play into his hands? Will the crossfires work out? You don't want to be peeking individually, and there we go. That's going to be a free kill for Vayner. Even some upgrades all around. Everyone's got a shopping spree. Pick up the flashes, pick the mollies, pick up what you can. And WG, looking at the bar they had the previous round, I just didn't understand why they just went straight up and for the A burst. Perhaps trying to catch them off guard, element of surprise. Throwing all your eggs in one basket necessarily, just hoping you get those opening frags. But a force?
yeah,
What?
I think so. Just trying. Yeah, they forced it. Went all in. They bought a rifle even as well. They're heading straight forward. I was about to say that for the first time in this game, ATK have got a little bit of pressure being put onto the side of White Rabbit Gaming now. From an economic perspective, certainly an opportunity for them to build some of their own bank as well as put some rounds on the board. They need to win a couple of consecutive rounds, and right now, this is a huge force coming out of White Rabbit Gaming. Falls on the AWP here towards this cat area. Going to be watching this cross, and first frag goes the way of Vaynant. Danger Man puts one down, and now the A-Rap's going to come in. Oh, Flash is not able to come through from that middle region, and now this A breach is going to be very, very broken indeed. They still got to get players out towards ramp. They do have one that is tucked in towards that middle region, but again, Blaze Danger Man is here to find him. There we go, picks him off, and final player has been spotted now as he comes up towards Tetris, and he gets taken out by Vaynant again. And ATK are responding well here, Tools. And that force
is what I like to
questionable.
see. Yeah, it was. I mean, I guess in their heads they wanted to maybe double eco. That was the thought. If they had to double eco, why not just force now and just see if you can just chase the economy and break ATK? Because if they had won that round, ATK would have saved. But looking at how stagnated they were in the middle and how Vaynant just deleted them and how they were playing, didn't look all too good. So Vaynant potentially his multi-kill on his hands. Falls does come through from Connector. One player has dropped, but it's an eco. You kind of expect these rounds to go the way of the purchases. Straight into the gun round.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like it.
Yeah, Vaynant did really good towards middle there. Obviously, not much in it in terms of the T's investment, but now they've got the full row of AK-47s, no AWP in response as well, and I have to say that ATK have been using that AWP to their advantage on Mirage a lot more than we saw on Inferno for sure. White Rabbit Gaming now coming through with the stock standard middle take here with the rifles, gonna molly off that con area. Standard util, get control of that middle region, and ultimately look for any sort of aggression. Oh, they spotted a player towards lower there, and it is awesome that adjusts his aim perfectly, and middle control has finally been established by the Rabbits. They've forced the CTs back. It's going to reduce the amount of information that they have quite significantly, and you can see immediately that White Rabbit Gaming are pulling out, going to collect up, going to get together and use this 4 versus 4 to try and surprise what looks to be the A site right now. Very, very deep stance from the defenders. Deep CT, deep B. They're going to be clearing out that app soon, and the efficiency of this breach could be broken. once they've cleared that apartment, they've got the player solid. Here comes the execute as well. Smoke's coming through. Flashes are popping in as well. This is as big as it gets. They are barreling through, surely. You spot a player towards CT. He takes the pot shot with the AWP. They know that he's there, but Blaze plays on the other side of the smoke. It's really... Oh, he catches them while they're all getting util, and Tristan only able to deal with him so late, and again in a 1 versus 3 situation now. Let's get one more shot towards that player in CT. Gonna throw that flashbang and try and clutch this one out, but again, just a tall order for him for sure. A spot him towards triple, but now the support is there, and as soon as he takes any of these duels, they should be able to fight him. He's got 20 seconds left. He kind of needs to go for this at this point.
Flick of the wrists. Flick of the wrists. All right, goals. This game's heating up. It's turning on its head. WG
Yeah, I love it, man.
And it looks like they're running out of ideas. Looks like they're running out of options. Blaze is waking up. Vaynant always, I think, been putting up with some good numbers. Malkis is starting to chip in, Falls, as well as the AWP. Bam's also doing his thing. So this is what we needed to see in the previous match. So at least it's better late than never. The Rabbits are going to be heading towards this B site. A nice rush, but can only be countered. The nades are doing some really good damage, but no. The opening kills does come from the Rabbits, but it's Vaynant with the multi-kill. Really good spot under window. Very hard to clear out. And as well as rotation coming in from Falls. And pretty much 3 players still from ATK Academy, and Blaze and Falls chip with their own kills, and yeah, didn't really work out. It was kind of disjointed, that breach, but it was an eco round, so there's little much opportunity to win that round in any case. The utility was good. The opening kill actually went their way, but it's Vaynant. Multi-kills are synonymous with that lad.
Yeah, well, he just deals swiftly with the 2 players that got that entry. There was Amali blocking the rest of the team off. They weren't able to support it. They were also the ones throwing the util that allowed them to get into the site. So, of course, the backup was naturally a little bit slow. And, I mean, with nothing being thrown around the rest of the map, specifically middle, of course, ATK had a good read there. And instantly the rotations come through. Ultimately, again, ATK Academy bouncing back in a huge way. I'm loving the way that they're playing. They certainly look a lot more comfortable, a lot more competent on Mirage here. And they are picking apart. The Rabbits have really come back nicely on this one. Look at this, establishing mid-control again. It's been such a contentious point for them, and Rabbit Gaming have had little to no success in the middle region.
As well as Panda, he's been taken out, so I'm not too sure what the pace they wanted to work on, but it's prompted the A burst to come about, and they're flushing up towards A ramp, and the mollies are landing tickets, but the reinforcements are coming in. Bam, lands the second kill. And the attacking force is slowly getting dwindled down. Just Tristan destroyed, left destroyed. I mean, by now they should know he's the Palace look. He's been picking up kills there left, right, and center. But the trade does come back, but it's still a mammoth task for them. I mean, they wait around long enough, seed some doubts, as you can already see the rotations are pedaling back to B. Creates a 2 versus 2, but lovely off angle from Bam. Big fan of the high ground. It's down to Tristan once again. Make that a 1 versus 3. Vaynant is low, so bear that in mind. And Falls, I think he's trying to set himself up and then decides wiser. Vaynant, he's low, so I'm not too sure if he wants to peek or not. And the wise decision is to not to. That Molotov could have been dangerous. And Tristan is doing as much as he can to force some peeks and force some information, force the hand of ATK. Step 1, bomb has gone down, 3 more steps left. 1 versus 3, some utility to poke and prod, blinds himself, but it's not dead just yet. The smoke helps him a bit, but his head is peeking and showing it. Vaynant is moving in. Unfortunately, just too many man for Tristan. And that's going to be the half for ATK. Brilliant recovery, and like I said, it's the CT side. If they are to pick up this map, this is where they need to do most of their work. 20 kills on Vaynant. My God, talk about a carry goals.
Yeah, he's making a name here for sure. He's making a name, absolutely. Beautiful little comeback there from ATK, I believe. Quite a few in a row. 7 or so, if I'm not mistaken. It was certainly a bounce back for them. They start the T half in front, and I mean, if they take this pistol, convert the subsequent rounds, and they look as loose and as good as on their T side as they did on their CT, we're certainly looking at a 3rd map. That said, White Rabbit Gaming also showed they got a good dust too, man. And I don't have any doubt that ATK, perhaps the Slider Dog wouldn't mind even playing Dust 2 if it got to it. But look at this. Again, both teams electing to go B on this pistol round. Here comes the execute as well. Early spot is going to be found, but there's no support anywhere near at the moment. So this player is completely isolated on the side. Gets one player though, awesome. Able to get two as well and escapes. It's insane. Gets a third. What is, you know, he did. Well, that is insane. Absolute craziness. He had no support whatsoever, and he just stood tall. Took the close water combat, but now it is bam. 1 versus 3 now. Starting to take some pot shots, getting 1 or 2 frags. Not sure where all the CDs are coming from. They start rushing him. And this is where things start to fall apart. Takes a couple of shots there towards him. Surely they need to just stick together here. He's playing this to perfection. It's so close. It's so close. Eventually he gets put down. Bam. That was such an impressive little kind of sequence that he was going there. Almost won it. Reminiscent of Zox's 1v5 yesterday with that Glock as well. Just picking and prodding and just forcing the White Rabbit Gaming to constantly press him down while he takes those side peeks and boom, boom, boom. Bam, bam, bam. Gets a couple of headshots, but wasn't enough. And
it's all about the movement when you're moving around the sites like that, and it just seems like these days all the players know how to move nicely around the sites and nicely around the map architecture to put themselves in some favorable positions and conditions. But the force from like ATK Academy is, I don't know, girls. It's a bit questionable considering they didn't get the bomb down at all, so they can't back their Deagles up with utility. They're kind of just banking on landing shots and WRG making mistakes, and so far, I mean, they got the opening frag on Vaynant. The Danger Man's out, so I'm pretty sure they're relieved about that. This Blaze. Oh! These reactions! They're nuts, and there's support from Falls, and that's awesome. Backpedaling with the quickness. Okay, all right. These Deagles are making it work.
I think they've identified their weakness. They know that that player is moving towards that B site, and they know that a lot of damage has been done there. So they've identified their weakness, but now the CTs are moving thick and fast through and starting to rotate. This Marley placement should be crucial. And again, Awesome is on point there. And they're not going to be able to press now. 35 seconds, the clock is ticking, and options are limited. There's 2 players here. Flash comes through, and this should signal that they are hitting this B site. They do come through, and heal out. Panda lets his teammate go down, but eventually gets taken out and traded. 2 versus 2 now. 2 rifles should be picked up, and no, Bam gets across. No, Headshot gets another frag. Bomb is implanted. Surely that needs to be a focus point at this point, but Bam now laying the sights again. 8 seconds left. Gonna be able to get this plant. Looks through the wrong spot. Gets out as well. Not able to plant just yet. And now, surely they're gonna hunt him after time here. This is a real tough situation. Gets one. It's a bit of a crazy play. Bam. Ult onto the rifle at least, but White Rabbit returned with the round. But I mean, that was even a questionable little hunt there. They don't have any rifles at all. But again, the buy from ATK Academy is going to be just as weak. Are they going to force into this? It doesn't look like it. It's only Bam left with that 850, but that's because he just took the rifle into the next round. Obviously, made no money from that. We do see 1 or 2 Tech 9s, Deagles, etc. So, yeah, White Rabbit Gaming bought themselves some room here with that round.
There's some breathing room. I mean, things were looking quite close, and this is where they want to just create that stretch, that gap ahead. Just make them feel at ease. But I must say, ATK have let it up and pushed it into a second gear. Nice and patient towards middle. No mistakes just yet from WRG. All doing their due diligence, jump spotting where they need to, jiggle peeking here and there, and refreshing the smokes where need be. So the more the clock starts to tick down, the more utility they'll think will need to be just cutting off upper B towards A ramp. And you can already see Panda shifted into under bulk, and it's Tristan rotating towards CT spawn. They want to bulk up this A defense, but looking at the mini-map, ATK are postured towards this B site, and perhaps Vaynant is going to throw a cruise, but no, they're going to be barreling in. Bam has the A1, so he needs to be doing all the damage, letting all the players get baited. He picks up one. It's the Deagle, in fact, to do all the work, and Bam gets the second, but he's dinked down into low HP. It was the Deagle of base. Vaynant has the lurk, has the rotation, and needs to go big. He locks out the rotation, and it's dead shot. He's pushed in. He has the bomb. He has a 2 versus 1, but the rotation just in time. Vaynant, the hero, comes through.
Yeah, what a play, man. And ultimately, certainly a questionable force there, but jeez. Really outmaneuvering White Rabbit Gaming here. ATK looking really solid. Vayne had 23 for 9 tools. That's a serious performance. He's putting on absolute numbers here. And Bam also with those entries there looking good. And it looks like a revitalized ATK Academy here, that's for sure.
100%. I mean, it's kind of confidence. You see your top fragger with that many kills. He's dominating WRG. So, you know, why aren't you doing the same? Just trying to replicate that. It's Malky's timing. Oof. Luckily, he doesn't get caught up. They're just quick switching. Bam, high ground. This is an eco round from the Rabbits. Just one weapon on Awesome. Actually, it's a force buy? What's going on, Goals? There's no cause for this force buy. I mean, even if you wanted to chase the economy, the force buy wouldn't make sense because you lost an eco. Know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
no,
it is what it is.
Tools, and I do think that was like a slightly pressured kind of maneuver, and it seems, you know, those cracks that we were speaking about from ATK in the last map, we're kind of seeing them here from White Rabbit Gaming, and I mean, this will be since the early parts of the game that, you know, they are going to be behind and chasing this game. Fortunately for them, they are on the CT side, and of course, if they do their due diligence and save and treat the economy a little bit better, they will be able to muster up some buy rounds here. And of course, the CT side is slightly easier, but you got to say that the momentum currently is with ATK. They've pretty much haven't been responded to since they've started this epic comeback, and they're really showing up here on Mirage. Really want to look at taking Dust 2, and if I was White Rabbit Gaming, I'd certainly be concerned about that. Awesome. Now he's going to get spotted, certainly going to get hunted as well. But again, ATK put 10 on the board and look to take Mirage.
Oof, Blaze. He's catching a lot, man. Man's trying to catch up to Vayne. I'm looking at the vetoes, and even the vetoes are very strange to me. For instance, if I'm WRG, I know ATK it's a newer roster. They wouldn't have had enough time to rehearse all their maps. Why are you picking basically the second most played map, Mirage? It's kind of puggy, it's open to interpretation, and a lot can go wrong, as you can see right now. But again, it's the second half. There's many more rounds to play and recover, and illustrate to us why. But again, you want to win in the vetoes, you don't want to be winning in the server in any case. Like a map like a Vertigo or Ancient or Nuke, just to throw in a curveball. Because I'm sure they won't be that refined. But it is what it is. So Awesome's got a nice AK. Kanashlikov.
Yeah, definitely not his. Pretty sure he picked that one up. Someone certainly got a nice AK-47.
Yeah, that's a nice gun. That's fire. That's young fire, hot flame. Even like the stickers, the design. Oof, but this A1 though. Put it in the sun, let it shine. Any moment now. That's going to be 11th round on the board for ATK Academy. Looking good. Looking good so far. I mean, double digits. Better than what they did in the previous matchup, and they can continue with this. The round, the meat and potatoes. Let's go. AWP on Tristan. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yep, looks like mid-control is going to be the call here for ATK Academy. Stock standard util towards connector, obviously smoking off top of middle, and oh, beautiful little nade through the smoke. So much damage being done to the side of White Rabbit Gaming just off util exchange. And these opening kind of duels or picks start of the round, and a ton of damage being done, and already ATK put their foot forward and established that presence towards B, pulling out instantly, pulling out of middle as well. Gonna be regrouping, I think, and hitting that B side. Do have a movement towards the lowest area, gotta clean that out, look for potential aggression. Now they can start setting up for their take. They do make another little bit of an appearance here in the form of Bam towards that A area. You can see that White Rabbit aren't getting so aggressive. They aren't getting all the information that they were taking on Inferno for sure. Not feeling as comfortable, not feeling as confident. But again, I mean, at this point, they don't have really rounds to play with, and they need to take it carefully. And Here comes this B exec for ATK. You can see how they're pushing and poking and prodding here and really pushing around the CT defenses, but it does look like they have an inkling that this is indeed coming. Are they set up for it though? It does look like they have an additional support left. Oh, beautiful little peek there from Vaynant. This man is an absolute beast, and now that B defense is certainly weaker. Eventually a trade coming from Deadshot, gonna pick up that AK-47, but it is Vaynant again. Just stepping up and doing so much damage here, Tools. P&D eventually going to spot the cross, does quite a bit of damage for himself, brings it to a 2 versus 2. All players are pretty low, it's going to take a couple of bullets to end things. Vaynant, you beast, that is insane. The man's on 28 frags here now, falls. Going to be able to put that bomb down. P&D jumps out the window, and now the cat and mouse begins, and he's going to start clearing out all the relative areas, and spots the first player. Surely they know where he's coming from now. It's all up to Falls. P&D unsure of his position. He's just playing this pillar like a fiddle. Oh, certainly heard that footstep, and Panda too wise, too good. And respond in kind. And yeah, but again, I mean, it came down to the wire. It comes down to one person. Of course, if you look at the T-Side Academy, they've had such a run of rounds. They got a lot of money in the bank. They can fully purchase behind this. If you look at the side of White Rabbit Gaming, not so much. They're going to have to force behind this and put themselves in a really tricky economical position if they don't win this. Potentially looking at losing the map if they don't convert this round, Tools.
Yeah, 100%. And the big success from ATK, they're now finally getting the bomb down and they're winning the clutches from then on. But WRG have swung one back in their favor, and everything lies in the balance here. I think there's 2 more impactful and determinative rounds of this, and this is one of them, one of 2. This is how they need to stabilize, and this is where they need to stabilize their economy. Even sitting with inferior riflery, not much utility left already on Deadshot and Tristan. It's a slow, methodical default from ATK Academy. Player in lowest, 2 top middle, and 2 towards this A side, just slowly creeping and edging themselves forward, trying to find a slight gap, a slight mistake, anything, and they will take it. It's Falls being flashed off, so that's the alarm bells ringing. AWP present, caution, exercise. Bliss, Tristan, a nice gap towards window. And the thing is with the A1, you're always gonna get no bullet traces, so they don't know you don't know where you're getting shot from. It's a second guess. Panda, good jiggle peek there towards A Palace. Free kill for him, and it's a 2-man advantage for the Rabbits. This is a round they need to definitely compound and capitalize on. It's Vaynant. He's still allowed the danger man and connector, but he gets taken out by Deadshot. He's been having a good game so far. Tristan's gonna swing through and Falls 5 HP, so I mean, use your imagination there. So much can come from it. 11-11. The Rabbits even it out once again.
Yeah, that was like the first clean sweep round there from the Rabbits themselves. They definitely needed that. I told you the importance of them building up their economy here, and they're just able to do that. They can just fill up their pockets, and they forced their opponents onto an eco round as well. This is their chance to get back into this game. For ATK Academy, certainly an important round here as well. They're not completely forcing behind it, but they are barreling towards that B side. They've definitely got enough to work with here. Depends on the util, depends. Oh no, that's a really, really intense molly that should have been placed a little bit better. Destroyed, gets blinded by the flashbang, but does enough. There's enough support there from his teammates, and it's quickly turned into a 4 versus 2 situation. It looked like it was a disaster about to happen, but they're not able to do too much. We're so used to him getting triple and double kills that we thought he was going to just rip the faces of all the CTs, but no. White Rabbit Gaming convert that round, don't take too many losses, and allow themselves some breathing room here. But again, that was just a gentle force buy from ATK Academy. This is the buy round now. This is the round that matters. But there's there's a double ops setup coming up. Big investment here to bring out another one.
And he's sharp with that AWP. We saw him last year. He's quite proficient with that rifle. He's got good mechanics in general, so it's very easy to just wield any weapon. That smoke is going to cause a bit of distraction. I like that lurk smoke towards upper B. It kind of forces the cat player to respect the rotation. He needs to be there quick. I mean, this would be a good round to burst the B side, but they're going to head into the A side. The execs are there. Vaynant has been called out, but the flip comes out. Hey, this is awesome. Didn't expect that, but bam, good spam towards lowers. Things are looking good for ATK Academy. Things need to keep moving though. The side hasn't been cleared just yet. Bam, another spam through obstacles, through boxes. If you got that, I would have called hacks. But anyway, it's 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
B starts open, and they're gonna be pedaling back.
Oh, this is a great call. And now Vaynant's got a number on Tristan now, and he's behind him in like 32 frags already. Tools. That's like 1.5 frags around, guaranteed to get a kill. And right now, the pressure is piling onto White Rabbit Gaming. This is a really, really big round for ATK to win. I mean, short of a miracle here, don't see it going any other way.
That was a fantastic round. Good old pull and push. They created so much chaos that they just forced WRG's rotations to go array. Individuals getting picked off and isolated left, right, and center. And it all started with that smoke from Vaynant. It kind of threw Destroyed off a little. You couldn't really clear that entire choke point or push it necessarily. Let's say if he does push it, the Awesome doesn't swing lows. The round changes a bit differently, but ATK Academy doing well. Utilizing that strat book page 44. 12-12.
Was it not page 43? 44, hey?
3, yeah, sorry. Sometimes I forget.
I think you just got an older version of the book. You know, sometimes just information passes on to the next page. I'm sure it's 44.
I'm reading volume 2 instead of volume 3.
No, you see, yeah, you got to keep up with the times, my friend. You got to keep up with the times. But keeping up with the times, yeah, ATK are setting up what looks like a brisk A breach here. They look very certain about this. They're going to be setting up straight and throwing off their execute here towards the safe site. Of course, White Rabbit Gaming playing pretty defensively. Got that spot towards CT, and they're going to be looking to play this kind of retake in some sort of way. Ooh, a little cheeky little smirk here. Coming through.
Wow, what's that?
Indeed, first frag goes the way of Tristan. He's able to get some damage done, but eventually gets traded out. Now, the breach is coming through thick and fast. Most of the rotations are coming through CT. Nothing towards that connector and jungle area. This smoke here, Panda's playing it to perfection. Gets taken out by Falls, though. 2 versus 2 now. Both players stuck in the CT position. And bomb is towards a ramp behind them, and they're going to have to go fetch that. They have no idea if there's any flanks. They have no idea if they were getting aggressive B. Soon the CTs are going to start doubting themselves as well. You see Falls is going to head back to get that bomb, and see he's not entirely sure where these CTs could be. Playing it safe, playing it secure, picks up that bomb, and now going to be moving towards... Oh, he's going to run all the way back. They've got the breach here. Surely the CTs need to make a move.
Nice.
Surely they're going to start doubting. Oh, no. They get dead shots here. Oh, Vaynant. What?
Animal. He's so good. Man's insane. But Awesome trades it out, and any moment now, Awesome's going to clear out this A site, and the spidey sensors will be tingling, and the advantage should be sitting on Falls. The obstacle could be the smoke that's sitting on Awesome if he ends up dropping it on the bomb. If the post plants on Cap, that's when it gets a bit tricky. There's a nade on Falls, and it's going to have to be a money, but the reposition, he gets the cap jump, but the call is there, but
the
no,
jump.
He whiffs! He whiffs! Oh no!
Guys are good, man.
Fuck this. Yeah, this
guys
kid can
are
just make
good.
that
That was-
jump any day of the week.
I remember once Tetron, he bet me his knife that his fade, I think a marble fade, dropped a little something. I don't know what it was. It was a fancy knife. It's like, if you can make that jump, 5 times in a row, you can have it. And I just couldn't do it. So to do that, in a clutch, to do that in a clutch is insane. I mean, just to pull that off is perfect. And I mean, I remember it reminds me of like Sonic. He's one of the guys that would be able to just land that at any point. But yeah. Now back into the action here. ATK Academy looking to where they've had some of the success recently, and that's that B bomb site. Right now, numbers is the call. They're going to be... There we go. Here comes the exec, and right now, the CTs are under pressure. Awesome. First player, bunny hops, makes things really difficult. Blind, followed through. That was a huge little jump from him, but Destroyed's waiting. Playing it, to perfection. No, but he's going to get spotted. He whiffs. No. Eventually, Nade gets into the pocket. Destroyed goes down. 3 versus 5 now, and ATK have cleaned out that B site. Perhaps waits a little bit too long. Didn't take his chance when he had it, and now pick by pick, White Rabbit Gaming fall, and again, there's absolutely nothing in the bank here for them. Deadshot forced to tuck into this angle, gonna get 1, gonna get 2, but needs to get out. He needs to save this rifle for the next round, and it does look like ATK are gonna stop it over there. Needs to walk here, Nope. Inconsequential. And
Goals.
man, what a game. An absolute nail biter here.
You can tell Venant didn't go on holiday. You can tell this man was just grinding the entire December. Specifically for this day, for this moment. 36 kills in regulation time. My goodness, and it's not even over yet. It's 13-13, as even as it could get. No money on the side of WRG, so we finally get to see them stress and sweat. That previous round was a bit dicey. B-side looks vulnerable, and ATK are capitalizing on it quite nicely. Blaze, that entry was wild. He hit a B-up and finished off that kill. It just threw him off. Strike, what doing? He didn't know what to do, man. And they're gonna force it in, so goes, this is it for me. What? That was a question mark.
Yeah,
Someone typed question mark. I heard a question mark.
Absolutely.
That
I also heard a
didn't
question
make
mark. There certainly was. It was definitely a question mark play. Talk about committing to the cause.
That's the craziest thing I've seen today. But anyway, 4 versus 5, we've seen WG win with less Blaze in contact top connector. Utility being dispersed towards windows, so that's going to be covered for the next couple of seconds. All 5 players from ATK sitting in middle, moving along Cat, so it does look like they're going to be moving in towards the B side, but goals, if you look at the mini-map, all the rabbits are pouncing and bouncing towards this B side. It's going to be quite a crossfire here and there. The shots are landing and a TK comes through from Baynand. He's killing everybody, including his team. It's a 3 versus 3. They're striking a good position. He's got a deagle. They need to just buy him some time. He's landing some shots. The first comes through, needs to reload. Where's the support? But it's Falls to get the trade. Panda, high ground. I don't know where he is. He needs to finish off this kill on this spray. The Farmers betrays him. 14 rounds for ATK Academy. My goodness. My chest, I can't do this anymore.
Huge round there. It looked really close there. Destroyed in that position. Eventually gets taken out. Panda, again, the betrayal of that Farmers. Personally, I hate that gun, man. But that said, 14 to 13 now, full eco. That was a full investment from the Rabbits, and it came down to the wire, but it wasn't enough. And now ATK Academy, surely breathing a sigh of relief here. They can certainly feel this is going to a 3rd map. And
the classic
little Zeus there. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Look, ATK are just looking on point here. They're slow. They may be slow to start, but they certainly looking fire here, tools.
Yeah, just to take it back to the Farmers. Most people struggle with the Farmers purely because they don't practice its spray control. It's got a unique spray control, and you get it right, you definitely win out those duels. I've seen some crazy things with the Farmers. It's all about knowing the gun. Know the gun and you'll know yourself. A buy round should be coming up now from the Rabbits. This is their last opportunity to bring it back. It is match point, 2 match points to play with ATK Academy. 2 cracks added. AWP purchased up on Blaze. He's got a spawn for that A ramp, so he's looking to head that direction. Really useful usage coming out from the Rabbits. Some smoke, some mollies displaced here and there, some early round due diligence. It's just quite a common topic that you always want to be smoking bottom connector when there's contention or there's a molly. Otherwise, you kind of waste it and you lose information towards there. But there's a bit of disarray happening around the map. ATK throwing a few Spanish towards the A side, but not committing just yet. 2 members, including the bombs, leaning towards that B area. It's a ruse, goals.
Yep. They've certainly had plenty of success there, and right now, there's just no real understanding of where the opposing team is for White Rabbit Gaming. Now, middle control being established here. They're going to be smoking off that window. Now I'm going to start gaining control towards that B side. First frag goes the way of ATK as well, getting that first man advantage. They've been doing that very well, but there are numbers towards this B side. And right now, first frags go the way of Tristan Destroyed. It's like all of them, but spacing and training is perfect for ATK Academy. Again, just opening up that B site, and they look like they're closing the side tools. It looks like they're going to a 3rd. It's all up to P&D. Again, the last man standing. Blaze is holding off Cats. He can only be in kitchen, and ATK are going to tuck in. They're not going to make any sort of last minute mistakes. Oh, bam. Gets the bait and switch, and just like that, ATK respond, and they respond strong, man. They really, really took the momentum of that game and ultimately brought the game to White Rabbit Gaming. We thought it was going to be a one-sided affair, but ultimately they came through and they've managed to bring it to Dust 2, man. And I gotta say, I'm nervous about our prediction tools. I mean, it's wrong already, but ultimately it is looking like ATK have got that momentum shift. Maybe a bit slow to switch on, but damn, they switched on indeed. And yeah, I can't wait to see what Dust 2 has in store. And as the underdog, if I'm ATK, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, their player stepped up. Vaynant, I'm not too sure if he finished on 40 kills. Maybe at 37 was the last I saw. But you can't really rely on those type of... Was it the filthy 40? God damn! But what I'm saying is those aren't the performances you can rely on from series or map to map. So Dust 2 is going to be a bit tough for them. And that was what I was afraid of about the Rabbits, right? Once they start to lose composure, once they start to get that pressure, how will they respond? Let the desk take that question.
Thank you so much, Goals and Lighter. Now, that is the kind of game that we are looking for. That is the passion. That is the heat. We were begging them, please, please give us the kind of game that we deserve to see in this point in the tournament, in the semifinals. And we're going to talk about it in a bit. Just let me remind you about the $50 that you can get added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so ATK Academy getting the win back from White Rabbit Gaming, telling them, listen, we're not going to let you win this easy. That first win that you got, it was just, a pity win. That's what they're telling them. So what we're seeing right now is White Rabbit Gaming losing in the map that they chose, and the same time ATK losing in the map they chose as well. So can you comment a bit about this game and tell us about your thoughts?
All I can say is the beast has awakened, and that is Wynand. Wynand presented to us some really next level gameplay. So let's talk about what went wrong. In the first half, White Rabbit had a great lead, 6-0. Then it reached 7-2. Now, White Rabbit were playing more of like reaction gaming. So they usually take middle, force rotation out to middle, then they actually split A or split B. They actually played on messing around with the rotation for ATK. But ATK actually gathered themselves. I loved how they actually changed their pace, their momentum. They regrouped. They actually woke up in the game and they said, we are here to play. We are here to try to win. We want to be the champions here. Their gameplay was visible. White Rabbit just basically 2 rounds it took for them to lose to actually break their confidence. And that's what we saw. 8-7, a comeback for ATK. As I said before, you need to play smart enough to break their confidence 2-3 rounds, and then you're going to be up for the comeback. It's going to be a quick ride for you. Now, here we saw a close, tough a matchup in Mirage. Now, what I could take away is White Rabbit didn't really have a good, solid defense on mid. Basically, ATK really worked on that weakness. They smoked mid a lot. They smoked top con. They tried to actually force to go B. Many rounds were from B. Their B defense were weak. Also, as well as A. They really entered A without just doing A smokes. They just entered dry peeking. So hats off to ATK. Really, they played amazing. But Wynand was the true superstar here. Wynand made so many good calls, good judgment calls, like getting kills here and there. But let's not forget about Tristana. Tristana in White Rabbit Gaming played beautiful T-side. With the AWP, he was amazing. But it wasn't enough. I mean, this is a game of nerves, and we can see it right now. I mean, Inferno, pick for ATK, they lost it. And then Mirage, pick for White Rabbit, they lost it. Here comes the surprise now.
Definitely, and we are super excited to be surprised, even though our predictions may be wrong, but we're still enjoying the pace of the tournament at this point. Talks, I'm going to get to you in a second, but before that, let's take a look at the player stats. Like you said, Wynand with a whopping 37 kills. I don't know, have we had that many before in this tournament yet? That number is quite impressive, and it's just... it's a number that we really can respect. But Tox, please do tell me your take on the game, especially since it was 6-0, if I'm not mistaken, for White Rabbit Gaming, and then suddenly they lost control. Can you tell me how that happened?
Well, I'll tell you that they believed in my prediction, and therefore it reflected back on their performance. Basically, all jokes aside, they really played so well. And forget the scoreboard for a minute. There's some mix-up there, but it's fine. We don't want to talk about the scores. Actually, we just want to talk about how well ATK Academy managed to come back from this game. They turned this around. They lost first map. They were losing 6-0. So you could feel that the momentum, the confidence was an all-time low, but still they managed to do the comeback. And after winning these 2 rounds in a row, they still they lost the seventh. And that's when they came back. That round specifically is what I think defined the game. White Rabbit Gaming tried to do let's say a slow-paced entry, and I feel like they were ATK Academy were wide awake. They were aware of that. They managed to stop it. I think the pop flash was a bit late, and that round, from that round onwards, they won all of them. So ATK Academy really showed us amazing comeback. Amazing. It's more of I would say physical strength and mental strength. Just being able to come back after losing so many rounds. Hats off to ATK Academy. White Rabbit Gaming, they are still on point. They're still the game. Maybe I would say the team that's favored to win this whole thing, but I'm still gonna go with my prediction, and I still believe in ATK Academy because I knew that Inferno is a very, it could be very one-sided if you have the CT side locked down. So Mirage is very open. This is why I felt like ATK Academy can shine, even though they had let's say, a tough start. Now map Dust 2, I mean, it could go either way. I feel like that's where the Oper comes in play. I think Tristana is the main Oper for White Rabbit Gaming. Meanwhile, Attack ATK Academy, I think maybe Blaze is their main Oper. But if Wynand had the same performance in that Mirage, I think it's very tough for White Rabbit Gaming to stop them. It was a very fun match. I mean, we were thoroughly enjoying. Even the casters were enjoying casting that because so far it's all been one-sided match. This is maybe the only match that's been fairly, let's say, it was a fair matchup. So hoping for a better Dust 2, even a better Dust 2, hoping maybe for an overtime. So now it's 50-50.
50-50 indeed. It's anyone's game in this last best of three. ATK can go ahead and proceed to our finals, or it could be White Rabbit Gaming. Now, as you said, the next map is indeed Dust 2, which is the decider map for us. So, Sami, can you give me some points just before we start the game about this map and how should it be played?
So coming into this matchup, we've seen Inferno and Mirage. Now, judging by their team style, I really liked how they actually can play with the op. So, as Tok said, with the two coming now, it's gonna be a battle of the ops because both teams have showed us they can really enter together, they can do splits together, they can cause really great rotation movements around the map with smokes, with their utility, with their pressure. But it's gonna come down to the Oper. Tristana versus Blaze, I believe, if the main Oper for ATK. Is gonna be a really, really tough battle. I mean, if Wynand showed us the same performance, which is gonna be rare now, because you use your mental strength in this map, and then the next map you might not have much left, it's gonna be really tough. I mean, it's gonna be battle of the op, because both styles, they have showed us that they can play op, they can play it aggressively as well. If you remember, I told you there's a couple of types of opers. There's the defensive, there's the, usually they just hold, but there are the really aggressive oppers, and we have seen that with Tristana. We have seen that with Blaze. It's gonna be a very fun matchup. In my opinion, this is maybe the most fun game I have watched so far across the one-sided games that I've seen. This is like the closest, really amazing game I have seen so far.
I definitely have to agree with you, especially since this is our first best of three of the tournament. So we're really showcasing skills from both ends of these teams. So I'm safe to say that, Sami, you're going to keep going with White Rabbit Gaming.
I'm going to stick to one prediction, White Rabbit.
And Toxie, we're going for ATK Academy. All right?
Never lose prediction.
With those predictions from our analysts, we're going to continue the game and pass it on to our casters. Golden Lighter, good luck, guys.
Thank you, Ashi. This game really is heating up goals. We've gone the entire distance finally on the third map, which is Dust 2. I believe there'll be a knife run to start on sides, but sides don't really matter. What really matters is their performance, and you want to find yourself in that grand final, goals.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, I mean, ATK have certainly done well to bring it back towards this point. I mean, we know that White Rabbit Gaming have a formidable Dust too. They've played it earlier, and I mean, I'd like to see them get back to their like unrelenting aggression. I think that was one of the things that really threw ATK off was just the fact that they were abusing and ultimately just really styling on them, and ultimately maybe I've lost a little bit of confidence. I'm not too sure, but ATK are certainly going to be beaming with confidence going into this one. I must agree with you on Dust too. Sides don't really matter that much. And but I mean, I guess we'll be able to find out soon. I mean, final thoughts before we jump into this game, Tools.
I think WLG should close it out, although I do think they're very famous on losing in these scenarios. They lost against Big Five in the Cash Cup last year in the same scenario. They almost lost to Zion in overtime. So let's just see if they're able to get over their humps and grooves. But we'll find out shortly. We're jumping straight into the game, Goalsy. Already 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and a molly purchased up the side of the Rabbits. ATK, 2 flashes, and presumably a kit on Destroy. Let's see how it pans out. And Dust 2, like I said, we don't know which side it really is. Even with the update, it's leaning more to the CT side, but I've still seen some remarkable T-halves.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things about this map is it depends how strong you are as a team on the CT, on the T side. That makes a difference. But ultimately, this is a long push coming through, and you can see that all the bullets are being spammed before, but all players have crossed safely, and complete retake coming through here for the side of White Rabbit Gaming. Oh, Feynant, the danger man, taken out instantly. It is P&D that gets the first double little kill. Beautiful little like delayed take here. Blaze all on his own and just nowhere near the side. His team just falls so quickly. He's got no real choice. Finally moves up towards short, but the bomb's already been defused. And that is all she wrote. Wow! 30 style points.
He was about to get the third.
Insane.
He almost got the third. I mean, this will be a good force buy now. If I'm Blaze, I'm thinking drop 2 AKs, some Deagles, and make this a competitive round. But there we go. They're going to go for galleys instead. I guess everyone's going to buy for themselves, which makes sure they get some util here and there. But it's still a competitive round. Looking at the purchase, it's not much of an offset, but it's still quite dangerous for them. PND head towards long. Stock standard, early round util coming up from the Rabbits. 2 scouts purchased up. Okay, in my opinion, that's tough to work with 2 scouts. You're kind of banking on overextensions here and there. You can't really get that early damage. If you're on the CT side, 2 scouts second round by isn't really too bad. You get 2 scouts just prodding and peeking towards middle, even towards long will be. That could work out. But heading towards Captain, there's no utility. That's my only concern over here. But they could work with the numbers and flush through the choke point, and they beat the smoke and they open up the scoreboard there. Mulkey sneaks in line to pick up a kill of the no. He gets taken out. The trade does come through though. Man advantage for ATK Academy. They're sitting in a good spot. The force buy is working so far.
Yeah, beautiful little gap they took there. Took that top control. Real, beautiful adjustment from Blaze. Gets quite a bit of damage done to the pit player, but eventually gets taken out. Awesome. Left with the UMP now and going to be rushing towards that side. 2 versus 3 now, but all the T's have got their positions. Oh, but beautiful little spray control there from Awesome on the UMP, but the bomb is planted for top and bomb is ticking. Bam! Gets the first one for his troubles. Able to get away towards that top area now. Going to be able to jump scouts it, but the pressure comes in and eventually gets dealt with. Headshot. He's going to be able to make it back in time. I don't think he's got enough time tools. He needs to get the kid as well. He does pick it up. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. The bomb is ticking in. Oh, no! That must have been so close. That was 0.000000001 seconds for sure.
That sucks. My screen, it looked completed. Perhaps he just put in the wrong digits. Perhaps he just put in the wrong digits towards the end of there. Went for a 9 instead of a 0. That caused the bomb to self-destruct. But it's WRG going for a force buy of their own. It was a close round, but this is a weaker buy than the force ATK had. They're going to go straight towards long. Easier avenue of attack, especially with numbers and utility. Looks like they're going to be setting up. Maybe a deep CT smoke, a molly towards Cap. They want to clear out Van first. sticking to their protocol. It's going to be line smokes towards CT spawn. And what we saw in the previous Dust 2 matchup goals, the CTs were waiting for the double smoke to go through to the flashbang. WLG on 2 occasions have opted not to do that, mostly due to their positions around the map. It's still a 5 versus 5, and they're slowly encroaching onto this A site. It's dead shot with the Deagle, laying around the smoke that's been put down. He has been found out by Blaze. He cares not for his shenanigans. They're getting peaked and prot, but the rifles are doing the job, and unfortunately, the force spike coming out from White Rabbit Gaming isn't as potent and strong enough.
Yep. Not enough of these early duels that have been won, and they don't like to go for that pop flash through the smoke that we saw. A large element of success. They're going to rather just keep things at a distance and try and pick off where they can. But again, another solid breach coming out from ATK. Beautiful protocols, as you said. Molly towards car, reaching together. Blaze, obviously the danger man in front with SMG. Rifles at the back, boosting him or supporting him there. And looking effortless. And ATK Academy certainly turning up here and showing a new face of themselves. Like I said, perhaps a little bit slow to switch on, but ultimately here, really looking solid, and 2 convincing rounds here for them, despite losing the one-sided pistol and the first one-sided map. You know, they've really brought this back, and this is all that matters. You're on map 3. This is all you need to take to win. The rest really doesn't matter, and perhaps something that's sitting in the back of the Rabbits' heads now as they full eco here.
Yeah, that does suck. Destroyed. He does get towards lowers. He'll be able to confirm that upper B and B is clean, so Awesome should immediately possibly rotate towards the A side after the information that they've given. Jay, easy to pedal back. It's going to strengthen the A side quite a bit, but the mollies towards car, well, it's not going to help. It's not going to help Panda's case, and it's kind of a gamble. Every team should be mollying Van, like, at that point, so I like the due diligence from ATK, WLG. I mean, you're not going to get away with that, right? But anyway, it's an eco. It doesn't really matter. You got to take a gamble here or there. It was a double car, so there was opportunity for it to work. He does pick up a kill eventually, but we need to be doing more damages in rounds like this, especially considering you had a scout, an MP9, even a smoke to play with. So last player destroyed too. Didn't have a good map the previous Mirage, so he needs a bit of redemption.
Yeah, he was anchoring on that B site. They had a real tough time, and
which is wild. Why would you destroy anchoring B?
Oh.
Like, your strongest aimer anchoring B on Mirage. That's wild for me. Right. Okay, it's the gun round, ladies and gentlemen. It's the gun round.
Yep. Absolutely.
See,
oh, look at the change of pace from ATK Academy. I love this. They're going straight towards B. This is so unconventional for a bar round. Normally you get up to your, beautiful little frag there from Awesome. He gets 2 quick frags and it gets another one while he's blind too. And I was talking about the good change of direction or pace there, but Awesome just shuts it the hell down. And we saw him put ATK down on Inferno just like that, but dirty shot there from Melk. He just assumes he's there and just takes him out. P&D gonna be able to trade that or re-step and trade that frag, and now it's all up to Bam. I've had a decent game so far, but that looked rather. Oh,
yeah, it's a bit
gimmicky. You gotta take the risk. Gotta risk it. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit, I guess.
At least now they know, okay, cool, WLG, they're well versed, they're ready for the B hit. Awesome plays back flat, so we can't really use that strat. Scratch it out the book. Rather scratch it out the book now than later on in this half when you need that round the most. They can continue. They have money to reinvest into this round. All that's done is buff at WLG, 4 players remaining alive. They're going to have a really good economic situation for this round and potentially the next if they pick up some kills here and there. Some good protocol towards Long. Panda's going to just dig his heels a bit deeper, get that util last. And flush. Door hinge smoke. There's some tutorials out there if you need to learn that. Pretty much a game changer smoke in my opinion, just to allow you to cross against or towards Cat quite easily, destroy. Toss to handle middle, some pot shots. Clips Valent in the ankle, just 20 damage here and there. Not too much just yet. ATK Slow and methodical, towards lowers, up towards Cat, and slowly going to start taking away information. Now they want to be throwing some smokes and quite a bit of a distraction, and maybe opt to go mid to B based off that, or going to throw the mid to B smoke and then proceed and head towards Cat. You have spilled for choice at this point.
Yeah, it does look like the A breach is coming. Yeah, they are throwing off the molly there, cuts off the player towards CT, and now 3 players are going to be defending with Feynand. What the hell is that? He's so blind. What is that? That was insane.
What?
Sorry.
Another one.
What?
Another one, Goals. Bro, I don't know, if I'm a Cassis, I'll continue that sentence later. It's awesome. Last man alive in CT Storm, 1 versus 3, and Feynand deletes him. I'm sorry, but if I'm dynamic and I'm WG after this game, I'm signing Feynand. The way he's been performing throughout, I think, 2022. I didn't see much of him last year. Didn't see shenanigans, but he looks like he's got raw aim and he shoots harder than the majority of the players on the server. How did he get that kill while he was blind? Lord knows. Maybe he just reads at the usual spot when they throw the smokes. Yeah. I mean, the way they place those smokes, maybe if he went on a server and said, okay, cool, this is where I'm vulnerable, I'm going to preempt this spot, okay, cool. But the fact that he didn't even, nice flick from Blaze, It doesn't eco, so it's just fancy points for now. Dead shot. Almost landing a shot, just hitting Blaze on the shoulder. But yeah, this is some wild scenes coming out of Feynand. He continues to play like this, and if you WG, you start losing a bit of confidence when you start taking duels against Feynand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I lost that duel there, it certainly would have hurt my ego. Absolutely. And I mean, with that said, again, just the pace, the unrelenting pace of ATK is what's changing things up. And this is what I was referring to at the end of Mirage, where, as I said to you, I was like, going into Dust 2, you certainly, as the underdog, you're certainly going to have this element of, like, not having anything to lose. Feynand with another one. This guy must have over 60 frags so far on the server. Insane performance from him.
Yeah. And it sucks, right? Because WLG, I feel that they, lack a bit of tactical depth, right? So they always rely on that brute force approach. We saw that in Inferno, the constant pushes on the CT side, the aggression on the T side. We did see them slow it down here and there on the T side. It worked a bit in Inferno, but in Mirage, that's when they got battered and bruised. And they were getting out-aimed by Feynand and Blaze. And when everything's not going in your favor, going your way, what solutions do you start to implement? You take attack balls. We haven't seen one attack balls out of both of these teams just yet, despite the 2 maps that have transpired. But it is the long cake coming up from the WLG. A fight from ATK. Blaze opens it up and gets the trade straight back and even gets the second with the assistance of Monkeys, of course. Man, disadvantage for the Rabbits.
Yep, beautiful long take there from ATK. They completely commit to it. Eventually find out both players towards the pit area. Oh, and another frag here towards middle. Bam, spots another player towards B. Surely that call is made, and they know that they are split up. No matter where they go, if they just go together, they should be able to overwhelm whichever CT they find. But that said, it is going to be long. They are going to be barreling across towards the side, going for the safe play, going to get that plant down, and now it is just awesome. And Tristan being really methodical in clearing things out. They know that Bam is towards those little tunnels. They're going to chase him down now and just get rid of that threat, and he's going to stretch this out, absolutely. But Tristan is there with that AWP, and now that should be the call for them to save. I'm sure the whole T side knows that is what's going to happen, and they're really going to head over towards long. But jeez, like ATK, what a turn of events. They literally have come back swinging here and putting on one hell of a performance here and really taking the game to White Rabbit Gaming.
Yeah. Dust 2 is also such a basic map that there's not many strats that most teams aren't aware of or can't execute in any case. So this is what I feel maybe ATK should have picked up first, or even Mirage, looking how they perform, they look more sound. And Dust 2 CT side taking long control because of the update that you can drop flashbangs. It's almost not worth it to fight long if you know your opposition has a good spawn where you can't know that, or takes long with 10 or 8 flashes popping over. You're not going to win it in the CT side. So just committing 2 members there, I don't think it was enough, but they got Sabai coming up now. They can redeem themselves 2-6, a 4-gap lead for ATK. Yeah, just like that. Literally
And
10
again-
flashes popping over. You will never win long.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they're forced to take towards top, and Deadshot gets an aggressive angle, gets that boost towards that lowest area, but the entire ATK roster is just sitting outside of long and just waiting to patiently eventually pinch it towards this middle area. Then probably going to just take long and again wrap on A. Had a lot of success for it, but this pop flash is going to be big. Deadshot peeks with the farmers, gets 2 quick kills, eventually gets traded up by Falls, and that's a beautiful little play from him. Gets the first man advantage there for his team, and now the Rabbits can just tuck in and just really defend the sites, maybe split it to a piece, keep some eyes on towards middle, but there's no need to get aggressive. There's no need to further increase the risk. They need to start putting on some rounds on the board here. Don't think they thought they'd ever be here when they were winning so convincingly on Inferno. They would be, again, just chasing the game here on Dust 2, and Tristan is holding that top area. Beats the Jiggle Peak, of course, gets the first frag, but no, Bam is going to trade him out for it. 3 versus 2 now, and the T's making their way towards top here. Oh, Falls, not able to get that shot, moves towards that mid B and gonna go wild. It's a little bit of a tough flick to get, but it is destroyed. That Reign Supreme there right at the end and puts one on the board for the Rabbits. How much economy are ATK working with? Not too much tools. After this round, they will need to save. Probably gonna have to shuffle over a couple of weapons here. Blaze yet to purchase, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They bought the AWP as well. This is White Rabbit Gaming's clear chance to get back into this. They're certainly going to put a bit of pressure on the economy if they do win it, but that said, ATK going for that long or peak. We don't see any sort of long presence coming from the side of White Rabbit Gaming. They have elected to boost 2 players to move towards this lower area, and oh, Tristan spots a player, takes a shot, gets a little bit of damage taken for his efforts. Oh, and Vaynant spots the player towards that top area. Now he's going to peek. Taps him, taps him, taps him. P&D certainly going to be scratching his head on that one. Got spotted, got mollied out. Really no choice but to actually try and hide or maybe take that fight. Vaynant taking all the fights in the world and leaving pretty much nobody with no chance.
Yeah, that might have kind of forced Panda to move a bit forward, but I almost feel you need to stand tall and take that fight. ATK really controlling gameplay right now. 2 smokes cross, some flashes about to get distributed for them to move on to the site. No cover fire just yet from the Rabbits. They really buying their time and exercising control. Vaynant's got a beautiful flank now. Which one does he opt for? Middle. He picks off the rotated and awesome. Caught unawares, caught with his pants down, in fact, and I love the movement coming out from Vaynant. He gets the triple. In fact, this guy is nuts. Sheesh!
Yeah, he's absolutely destroying here. Like,
No, you know,
I mean,
for me,
his
even
awareness is.
yeah, it is nuts, and his aim is crazy. But in that specific round, WRG, they had the spawn for long, and ATK didn't. But because of the previous rounds and the conditioning, they were so scared, and they just went into a top setup that just got disjointed. In any case, with the Molotov, so they're really looking lost on the CT side, as is on their gun rounds. And ATK are running away with it, and rightly so. This long take, like I said, is just brutal for the CTs, especially with the update in Panda. Everyone's gonna get caught unawares. 3 kills all round. Oh no, should be good for 3 there, surely. None of them are looking at you, especially with the AK. But it is
and now
what it
they
is.
switch
Let
their
bygones
focus
be
to it.
bygones. Oh no, not a dink. Not a dink. Yeah. Deadshot at least we'll be able to save that AK into the next round. Buff up that economy. They'll have a decent buy, but they need to mount up a proper defense, a more solid looking one at that. Moving around the map with the information. So far, getting toyed around with.
Yep, so far, so good here for ATK Academy. Really putting on a clinic here for Dust 2. Deadshot forced to hide in the hills here of T-Spawn on Suicide. And, oh, Lazy's lurking. They don't want to let him keep his rifle. Smell blood in the water. But no. Little bit of the wrong direction, but that said, watch out for gaming here. Need to pull something out the hat. Perhaps need to start challenging towards that towards the long. They did do it in the previous round, but they had weakened weapons for sure. Got caught unsuspecting the player towards blue, but 8-3 now, and they're gonna fully purchase up. Tristan's got that LBP as well in response to the one on Falls, and they are able to supplement quite a bit of util besides for destroyed. So, yeah, White Rabbit Gaming here. What are they to do? Oh, some early round. No. Thought they were going towards lowest, but it's just two players crossing towards B casually. No long control being established here for ATK Academy. White Rabbit have got that control. Allowed to rotate back to the sites and prepare for any sort of shenanigans. Peter towards middle is ATK Academy. Players have taken control of that area. Going to be moving towards top, doing the same sort of thing. And it is going to be, oh, Tristan with that blind orb shot. Panda with the shot into the middle doors in return. And they finally deal with the danger man in Vaynant. 3 versus 5 now for the Rabbits. Just need to not get overzealous, not get over comfortable. You know, just play this by the book and put some rounds on the board and close this gap here if they are to progress further in this tournament. But yeah, things have slowed down here this round so far, and White Rabbit's definitely in the driving seats, waiting for any sort of crazy aggression is Malky's. But the problem is that's gonna kind of indicate or leave the other two players left no man's land, even though kind of really are. Destroyed coming to have a peek here, eventually spots a player towards that CT area, and surely they know that there is one at least confident. Oh, amazing shot there from Falls. That's the player that I was talking about, complementing his teammate's position, and now syncs up nicely with Malky's towards that top area. They should be able to find a duel towards top if they don't get flanked. And oh, beautiful spin from Malky's. That was insane. Now the flash is going over Tristan. Got affected by it. Gets the first frag now, and oh, doesn't. Oh, spots the player towards top. Now he knows where he is. Takes that shot as well. Tristan as fast as you like. Puts another one on the board for White Rabbit Gaming, and finally they respond. And now, yeah, kill Vaynant, win the round.
Right.
Seems to be the theme.
Yeah, kill Vaynant, win the round, win the game. Get him down nice and early. Make sure you can get him with that zoom bag of an AWP. Tristan, nice opening kill there with that AWP on Cat. Was blind, in fact, and as well as Panda. So if they can keep getting these opening kills, things are looking good. ATK looking to put a bit of pressure towards long. They have sent a lurker towards lowest. Perhaps it's going to be a double pump towards long. No, it's been shut down completely with that extra molly, pressing them even further back. If they want to retreat and they want to regain control, dead shot. Maybe they choose to exploit him. That deep smoke, Falls has beaten it, so it's only a matter of time. Now the flash is good, and the headshot's even better.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta watch your util. I think that's the main theme of the story there. But there's still a lurker and middle, mind you. So bear that in mind. While they have long control, you lose both. You're gonna get pinched into the site, and Tristan goes down. Yeah. Beautiful lurk coming out of Vaynant once again, and they've pretty much secured this A site as well as that kill on Panda. It's just one man left. The light destroyed. 1 versus 3. I mean, looking at the positions of this post plant as well as that bomb, it's gonna be tough for Destroyed, but he has opened up with 21 HP left, so ooh, I don't know, you call a savior in my opinion. With 21 HP, you really got to be banking on them fluffing this and dropping the ball real bad. Both Bam and Malky's high HP, and that's gonna be the 9th run on the board. WRG, yeah, they're getting bettered at long. They're getting done. They're getting dusted goals.
Yeah, it seems that the ATK long take is really formidable. They seem to be winning it almost every single time and ultimately capitalizing off the back of what their control kind of means. They seem to slow it down, pick up the pace, whatever they choose to do, that just seems to be or result in success, especially when they pincer from that top area. They really got the critical, crucial Vaynant flank there. Another hitting long again. Falls going to be easy and out, and it is full contention here. Finally, the pop flash comes through. Players are by, and the first flag goes the way of White Rabbit Gaming, but soon the players kind of adjust from ATK and get a lot of frags. Oh, beautiful little frag there from Vaynant, and still in form. Man has got a lot of kills, and Blaze tries to deal with it, but Blair eventually does just that, and that only leaves Awesome just left, and he's eventually going to look for that peeking. Absolutely get it. Gonna drop off that open. Oh, Vaynant. This dude, this guy.
King of lure. I mean, at that point, you go for a knife if you Vaynant just to extra salt in the wound. Last round of the half on our hands. WRG gone up. I think if they lose this last round, the odds dramatically decrease in their favor. And ATK look like they're gonna ride into the sunset. We haven't even seen the CT side yet, but I assume it can't be that bad. And in my opinion, you look at WRG's performance on Inferno, that aggression was crazy. But let's just see how they deal with this long breach coming up from ATK. Finally, they get a play into Pit, so they block that control in, and it becomes a lot harder for ATK to move through the choke points. The trades are even for so far. It's still a 2 versus 2 through long. The other 2 remaining players in ATK are moving up towards Cat, and there we go. WRG establish some dominance, but at the same time, they've lost the A site, and you can see Panda pointing his crosshairs, thinking about it, but needs to really confirm and assert some control here. It's cleaned up towards blue, and a free kill from Destroyed. Instantly traded up by Vayner. Crazy flick. It's just one man awesome sitting on the side here, no util, so it's the superior position that's needed from him right now. And some swift headshots. And Vayner, I'm not even surprised at this point in time. It falls in the 2 versus 1. Eventually gets traded up by Panda. And like I said, the B bomb side is one of the hardest sites in Counter-Strike to retake. There's just so many angles moving in. They do have a flashbang of Panda. Do they choose to use it, or they're going to move it ever so slowly? It's Foles, picks up one. He knows whereabouts of Panda. Now they start to dance and move around ever so carefully around the boxes, and Foles, nice swing, a nice way to end off the half. 11 rounds on the board. WRG falling flat. Goals. They didn't play like they did in Inferno on the CT side with that control, that aggression, the confidante. We're not seeing any of that.
The disrespect. None of it. Because they're getting disrespected now by Vayner. He's returning the favor. My word, what an outstanding performance from him. I mean, just critical frags there again, just like opening up that B site there towards the end. Critical stuff. But with that said, straight onto CT side. Oh, barreling towards B. Lower tunnels is going to be the call. The whole of White Rabbit moving towards that lowest area. Bam, he's going to be left a huge task ahead of him. Oh, gets one. The flash comes in as well, blinds, but 2 for his troubles. But Malky's Vayner chimes in with another one through smoke. Surprise, surprise. And Destroyed left all on his own, running for the hills towards that B tunnels area. And boom, chakalaka, pressure is getting put onto White Rabbit Gaming.
I was going to say, Vayner and Sus. If I'm WRG and I lose him, I'm going to check the demos after this. That man is nuts. And it's not like, you know, they have any player in WRG who can match that kind of firepower, because I'm not seeing it. They haven't shown it in this entire series. We saw Inferno, the scoreboard is pretty balanced out, and on Mirage, it was Vayner with 37 kills, and right now, I'm pretty sure he's sitting on top of the board, but it's also Blaze aiding and abetting his cause here and there. But Destroyed, let's see what he can do. He's picked up the first, low HP, and yeah. When you're having a 1 versus X, you got to land insta headshots in the first 2 kills, in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, look, no, you know, can't really say we didn't ask for like a Mirage hero there. The Des was saying it as well. It just turns out that Vayner's a Dust 2 hero as well. I think he's top of the board for points necessarily, but he's certainly on top of the board in terms of frags. And there's another kill there going the way of HK. Another round, excuse me, 12-4 now. They're going to be able to purchase behind this. Tough position for White Rabbit Gaming to be in. They've only got 4 rounds left to play with. They need to save here as well. That's probably going to leave them on 3. Tough financial position at the moment. Full investment coming out of ATK. SMGs, rifles, you name it. Full util, full pockets, full confidence, and full momentum.
Easy eco rounds. This is what you love if you're ATK. I mean, this is where you can pick up some free frags and pads of stats and it'll look good at the end of the day. 13 rounds on the board, 3 away from GG, 2 away from match points, and the WRG, they need to go huge. They need to string together a succession of 6 rounds, if anything, if they want to get back into this. Maybe lose 1 and then get 1 back and break the economy of ATK, but that's how it needs to look. You need to be able to win a few, maybe lose 1 and then win a couple of extra just to get yourself towards the double digits, because right now, this is looking a bit embarrassing. Some aggression coming up, and the lowers there. It's Destroyed holding up high ground. And there they read the aggression. They pick up some free kills here. Blaze is stuck towards low. Some good damage with the grenade. It's going to do a bit. And if he stays there a bit longer, we may support, more support. That nade is huge coming up from Panda. He's been dissuaded to move back up towards B. And that allows Blaze to get out scot-free. I'm surprised Destroy didn't take much ground there in upper B. He found that first kill, but didn't press forward at all, or just try jiggle peek more to get more information, to maybe give your team more information to work with to come up with a strat or a plan. But now they're stuck with no information and they have to go through their default once again. As you can see, molling off Cats, a player towards long, doing the B lurk smoke, and that just it gives opportunity for ATK to get back into this.
I'm a really big fan of that pop play. I love it. That little bounce, little jump off the wall there and flash towards top. It's beautiful. Just throwing it out there. But White Rabbit Gaming now moving towards that middle area. This looks and smells like a mid to be. Malky's gets that bomb spot as well. Blaze certainly knows that this mid to B is coming. Malky's now going to be setting up towards that window area. Gets the first frag as well. Suddenly things are not going as well as... Oh, but no, adjusts perfectly with the Famas. Plays towards tunnels as well. Blaze stuck between a rock and a hard place now. He's going to just be pushing towards the tunnels. He gets that last frag and ATK on 14. And this is where White Rabbit Gaming need to start waking up, need to start doing something. They got no money in the bank, completely forced behind that 5 versus 4. They really get demolished on that breach towards B. But again, I mean, surely ATK just snuck that out or kind of figured out what they were doing and eventually able to make the right decisions. Malky's with pinpoint adjustments right at the right time, in the right place, gets that frag towards window, covers his teammates, allows for that natural kind of progression in the frags and ultimately disrupts the entire breach of White Rabbit Gaming. And here we are looking at round number 19, 14-4 here. Oh, and Feynand gets 2 quick frags towards middle, just nailing the coffin in the dreams of a final here for White Rabbit Gaming. Hell of a performance. ATK are standing tall, tools.
This is unbelievable, goals. Unbelievable. It's going to be match point. I mean, WRG are going to have to find, what, 11 rounds back to back? I can't see that happening personally, especially what they've been showing me so far. The composure isn't there.
Yep.
They had a man advantage and they couldn't really capitalize on that the previous round. Like I said, they look a bit timid. They're not taking the necessary risks individually. Like if we saw on Inferno, Destroy just ran down middle on CT side. It was full confidence, and we're not seeing that same confidence. We're not seeing the same risks they're taking. It stopped on Mirage, and we're not seeing any of it in Dust 2. This is what I was mentioning earlier after the first map. We haven't really seen WG get tested this tournament. As soon as we do we start to see them shake and crack. They're not shaking or cracking goals, they're breaking apart.
Yeah, I think it's almost a little bit of past tense now. We've kind of witnessed it happen before our eyes, and now it's on match point. Tools is literally no mistakes left. Going to give me what? That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Oh my word. What a little flick there from Blaze. Knowing his angles, just that was insane, man. And yeah, and actually it's not really much to say about that. I'm just gonna move on. We see White Rabbit Gaming obviously shaking that off. They are grouping up towards that middle, and no, Blaze is waiting for that smoke. Deadshot, you gotta know that angle. You want to contest him. Look at how you just ripped your friend up towards suicide. But no. 3 versus 5 tools. This is happening. Oh, finally a little rebuttal frag there. Able to even out the odds a little bit. Still a 3 versus 4 kind of situation here. Rabbits are heading towards that top. Bam is going to be the man that's going to be spotting this cross to a piece here. Innocent little defense. Oh, Panda spots, but so does ATK Academy. They're going to have to play this retake. They're moving towards that long side, and yeah, bomb is going to be going down. Soon those rotations can come in from B. Actually, I don't believe that they spotted him. Otherwise, they would have actually done something. And now you can see ATK Academy like cleaning up things there for the lurk, making sure that no one's stuck towards that long area. And now they can retake together. They do have a little bit of util now. And now the flashes and everything should be coming. Oh, beautiful little flash pushes P&D right back, but the first frag goes the way of... Oh no, Vaynon chimes in there, and suddenly this long breach is coming through. They started to get onto the other side. It's all up to Panda. They certainly know where he is. Soon we'll be able to tap the bomb. He is... Oh, they're coming through for him, and no, that is starting to get spammed through the box. Bomb is being defused, and now it is over. ATK Academy with the reverse sweep. Send White Rabbit Gaming packing. in emphatic fashion tools. I mean, I'm borderline speechless. They brought it back on Mirage. They really had such a crazy comeback, and the momentum shift was insane. They just brought it back on Dust 2 as well, and they've showed that they're a real contender for this tournament. Almost want to do a little maniac one of these, and well done to ATK. I mean, nothing more for me to.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, ATK, they peaked at the right time throughout them. The first map, they picked it, they lost it. They bounced back quite nicely in the second map. Hats off to Vaynan to literally carry them through 37 kills. And I think from then it was a combination of just ATK playing better and better throughout the series and WRG playing worse and worse and losing more confidence and not taking those risks and peaks like I spoke about. But anyway, commiserations to WRG and congrats to ATK. Let the desk break that down for us.
Thank you so much, Goals and Lighter. And I have to say, the look on the caster's face just tells us all how the game went. It was something that we did not expect at all to happen. And before we get into that, let me remind you guys about the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so I have to, first thing I say is we have a prediction that we did indeed go for ATK from the very first game. And that happened to be from you, Joxy. How proud do you feel for your team right now?
Yeah, I mean, I was confident. That's that's also translated or reflected back on ATK Academy's performance, confidence. They were very confident with their style, and Dust 2, I mean, their long takes, unstoppable. I felt like White Rabbit couldn't just keep up with them. They just couldn't stop their pushes. They couldn't stop their executions. Aim-wise, they lost all individual aim duels. Everything was going in favor of ATK Academy. And I believed in the boys, and they did really well. And I felt like White Rabbit kind of lost it in Dust 2, and it's a map that relies a lot on stopping these pushes, especially the long. We didn't even see the ops. We didn't. I was mentioning the AWPs in the middle and all that fight, but because of the economy, because of how fast ATK Academy was playing, there was no need for an AWP. Actually, they just needed to stop that long push, which didn't happen. They got so many rounds from long. I think maybe the first 6 to 7 rounds were all from the A-bomb side, so there was a clear weakness there, and there was no adaptation from White Rabbit. ATK Academy, strong contender. I think they deserved that win, especially after that performance on this 2. That's a very big score, like 16-4. So congrats to them and hard luck to White Rabbit. I mean, Rabbits, they will they will come back. They will be stronger perhaps in the next tournaments, but really a fun match to watch, and I'm happy that my prediction won this time.
It was indeed a very, very fun match to watch, and we will get to the losing side of the analyst desk in just a minute. But before we do, let's show our player stats on the screen right now and see how our players performed individually. For ATK Academy, we see Blaze taking it up with 21 kills, with the most kills there. And for White Rabbit Gaming, we have destroyed with 14. So what can you tell us about this, Sammy, before we roast you about your inaccurate prediction?
So to summarize what happened, what went wrong actually in White Rabbit's Dust 2 was basically the A. The A site wasn't really handled at all. Their long takes were not effective at all. They weren't like effective, or they couldn't actually control long for almost the whole game. They kept on dying long. Even the thing that's good about White Rabbit is how well they transitioned. When they wouldn't be able to take long, mid-round they just went back, boosted short fast. They tried to get 2 kills, 3 kills in mid. However, it wasn't enough as well. But what I could say about A site, their usage of utility is not good as per se. And when ATK did a beautiful A execute from short, they did the 3-way smokes. There was no usage of flash, counter flash, and peeking. Maybe try to kill here and there. It was just basically they were trying each to find a kill alone. There was no teamwork, I would say. I mean, ATK showed us they were the upper hand here. They came back stronger after winning Mirage. They actually swept. They won really easy fashion. And I mean, White Rabbit, hard luck to them, but they have a huge potential in the scene. I would say just keep practicing. They will bounce back. I'm sure of it. Hard luck and good job for ATK.
Good job for both teams, indeed. And I do have to stress on the fact that Talks did say that this was a map that was for ATK's favor in their playstyle, in their aggressive playstyle. So, Sammy, you mentioned that they weren't able to repel their aggressive playstyle with any utilities, with any, and opping wasn't necessary anymore, especially, you know, when they're rushing to your face. What can you do with an op? So, another thing that I want to stress is that Wynand was ahead by a lot of kills in our last game. But this game, we see that all the kills are pretty much even throughout the team. So can we say that ATK Academy has the better teamwork here?
Yeah, it's mainly because of, well, they started on the T side and it was basically a rush after a rush, whether it's A short or A long. So when there's a, especially in Dust 2, it's all about the spawns in the beginning of the round where whoever gets the quickest spawn, you know, the closest spawn to A long goes in first. So, and it's random because sometimes it's gonna be one item, sometimes it's gonna be Blaze, sometimes Bam, sometimes another guy. So we didn't focus too much on the kills, and that's why it's so random. When we saw the leaderboard, we didn't know like it's supposed to be one random getting most kills, but really it's just whoever was first. He probably died for the team, and then the trade frag. So no focus on kills. It's just focus on better teamwork. You know, this is why Dust 2 is such a nice map. It's because you get that first spawn, you're like, oh no, it's my turn now. So you go and rush, you either get a kill or you die, but you help your team either way. So that's why Dust 2, it's usually not focused on the kills, but more on the teamwork, like you mentioned. And ATK Academy, you know, they had it easy, I would say, in long, no contestant. I mean, it was very tough for White Rabbit to bounce back from all that aggression, especially in the A-bomb side. So ATK kills didn't matter, but their teamwork was on point.
To add
Right.
a point to there, I'm sorry
Please
for
do.
interrupting
No
you,
problem.
Archie, but there is one thing that was not really, they weren't really being able to adapt to what's happening. White Rabbit, we've seen them start amazingly on Dust 2 and Inferno, and then Mirage, they kind of slowed the pace down, and then here they were not actually adapting. So now, if your long is not effective, you cannot take long. You should just focus keeping your upper on long, maybe play it from side, focus on mid, and then play a retake. I mean, we saw an amazing retake as pistol round, and then the next round they lost it. They didn't have the proper information. I mean, maybe they played it in a non-confident way. I mean, it was different White Rabbit from the first map than the third map. See, always you need to adapt. This game is all about adaptation and how well you can bounce back after losing 4 or 5 rounds. You should pause, talk about it, then change how you are gonna play. So basically, if long take is not good, focus on boosting short, trying to get the extra kill there in middle, try to even out, try to do something, change your routine. White Rabbit wasn't being able to do that. I mean, ATK just kept on taking long round after round and then doing that beautiful A execute in short. Well played to ATK, but it was basically White Rabbit just completely blanked out in the map. I don't understand why, but I hope they bounce back from this.
Definitely good job to both of the teams that made it thus far. We are super proud to have them included in our tournament. And we're going to go ahead and take a short break. But when we're back, we're going to be having our next best of 3 in our semifinals. Goliath. Are they going to take the win or is it going to be vibing? Make sure you come back and stay tuned for it shortly, right after this break.
It's Starfire. On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold so pure, divine, and I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's Starfire. It's Starfire.
Welcome back to the Legion Africa Cup, brought to you by Legion by Lenovo. We are just about to start our second best of three of the semifinals, Goliath versus Vibin Esports. Now, it can go anyways, as we've seen in our first best of three. We all expected to go one way, and it completely shocked us and went the complete opposite way. And we love that. We love to see these upsets. We love to see the rookies win. And let's talk about the maps that we have upcoming, which will be revealed very shortly. But I do want our analysts to give a little bit of a prediction on what maps we're going to be having. And I do want to stress on the fact that the feedback that we had to give for our previous teams, we ended up giving the same feedback, but we alternated depending on the map. So the map is indeed the big deciding factor to how these players are going to be competing, how they're going to be performing. So based on that, knowing that we have Goliath versus Vibin, Sammy, give me your predictions on which three maps we're going to be seeing.
Inferno for sure.
I agree.
And
Both agree on Inferno?
so what else can we agree on?
Mirage.
Because I want to follow your path right now.
Mirage always.
Mirage? Okay. So I've seen Mirage, Inferno, that's two. My prediction would be Inferno, that's two. Maybe third map could be Overpass. But I would really want to see Vertigo, so it's one of the both. Vertigo or Overpass for the third map.
Tuxie, do you agree on that on the third map? Is it going to be Overpass or Vertigo?
I mean, we've seen Vibin play Overpass yesterday, so that's why I believe Overpass could be here. Because I think they would start off by banning Vertigo and Ancient, so then it becomes Mirage Inferno, that's a typical. So the last map could be either a Dust 2 or Overpass. I don't think there's a nuke, so I would say around that.
Well, this is why we have Sami and Tox as our analysts, because indeed we do have Inferno as our first map, and we have Mirage as our second, and the third and final decider map is going to be, drumroll, Overpass. So these are the maps that we're going to be seeing today. The first one, Inferno, got picked by Goliath, second one by Vibin, and the third one is the decider map. What do we think of these maps?
Really great maps. We have Inferno. Goliath is really good in Inferno. Not to take it away from Vibin, however, need to correct you. Vibin actually played Inferno and won, so both teams are really well prepared on Inferno. Mirage is going to be a kind of a challenge. I'm not gonna predict here. I'm not gonna give any predictions because I always go wrong now. So,
No, you have
Take the risk. You have to take
you
the
have
risk.
to give, man. Yeah.
I mean, look,
No,
I'm
no.
rooting for Goliath. I'm gonna root for Goliath. I assume we're gonna go for Vibin.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm going with Goliath Inferno.
Okay.
But it's gonna be a kind of a tough matchup because Vibin beat Bravado on Inferno,
That's
and
true.
and Vibin showed us true skill on Inferno, so it's gonna be really tight. Because Goliath is really skilled as well. It's gonna be actually a fair in terms of skill. It's gonna be a fair matchup, but Mirage is going to be the challenge. So I think Goliath 2-0. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going with that prediction 2-0.
Goliath 2-0. What about you, Tox? Do you agree, or are you going to go for a different direction? Since it worked out so well for you the last time, are we going to take the
So
same approach?
I think if Vibin manages to win the first map, they're gonna win 2-0. If they manage to lose it, I think Goliath might take it 2-1, but I think Vibin will vibe, and I'm vibing with Vibin. So I think I would go with Vibin 2-0. I don't think there's a 2-1 here.
All right. Well, I'm definitely going to be reminding you about these predictions that you guys making. So make sure you don't change
If
your
I
answer.
win.
Are we locking in
I'm
these
locked in,
answers?
locked in.
Yeah.
Goliath.
Locked in for the both of your analysts are confident, and that's the kind of gameplay that we want to see coming up as well for our players. And do tell me a little bit about these maps. How they should be played? At least the mistakes that we've seen in the best of 3 for Inferno and Mirage. What should be corrected in terms of both teams?
So we've seen the previous best of 3 between ATK and White Rabbit. ATK's reason to lose this map was actually not being creative enough with the plans and reads. White Rabbit have taken it by confidence, but they actually countered every single plan by the good read they had. So coming into this map, as we know, banana control is the most essential part of the map. However, we have another part. Goliath, they're really good adapting mid-round. They're really good at making these judgment calls in the mid of the round. Like, we can fake B and wait for a rotation mistake from A players as T side. So Goliath can actually do these kind of micro situations in the mid rounds, which is, it takes a lot of experience to do that. So Vibin, if they're really Vibin, they're gonna be catching them off guard. But Goliath is not gonna be actually slipping in this time. Inferno will depend on mostly banana control and the rotations. How well do they rotate? How well they can actually read? And how well can they execute as well? Because see, not only banana is the most essential part, but we have the A splits. Good luck to both of them. I'm going with Goliath 2-0 here. Let's see.
All
A good
right.
game.
We have analysts on both sides of the spectrum here, and hopefully we're going to be seeing some close, tight games with a lot of passion, a lot of heat. And I hear that the game is ready, so we are going to be passing it on to our casters. Goals and lighter. Good luck, guys.
We're back for the second semi-final. The final is going to be quite a cracker, WRG. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But, man, some big games coming up right now. It's going to be vibing up against Goliath. Golsey, we got the maps. What do you say? Oh.
That's the reverse sweep that we saw there. For
Lance clues now.
That's it to slip. But I mean, yeah, Goliath first vibe, and I mean, you have to say, obviously, Goliath probably slight favorite's been playing really, really solid CS, but vibing, man. Yesterday we saw some vintage CS coming out of Custom Attack Box. So awesome to see. First thing I did after the game was actually message Custom. I just said, dude, insane match. That was crazy to see him back on form. going to be a tight match. I mean, Inferno, again, Viben showed yesterday that they're very competent on the map. But Goliath certainly got some history on it as well. I think we're in for a tight match, Tools. But I am going to have to lean towards Goliath, and I'm going to have to go for the 2-0 as well.
Yeah, they were looking clean up until this point. Some good counter-strike. Each individual in that roster was stepping up and delivering. On the side of Viben, we saw the classic custom and the classic Takbok in their elements and going well. The clutches from custom, as per usual. The opening kills from Takbok. I mean, you got the pillar in your post right there and the fillers in between doing their job. It was looking good right there. Surviving. For me, those are the win conditions. You have to have every player stepping up and delivering. It's a best of 3. So your map pool has to be kind of deep, and you have to keep the same energy, the same consistency throughout. So we have to look out for that. And I'm going to have to say Frozen needs to step it up and deliver if they are to get this W, especially in their map pick. It is Inferno. CT side has been picked by Viben, so they got the good start and they got the favorable side for now. But let's jump straight into the scores.
Yep, and now we have Goliath on the T side, Viben on the CT side. Goliath taking things slow. They are committed to that T ramp. They're kind of just going to take a slight delayed approach to it right now. Viben spotting towards that middle area. Certainly got that delayed apps reach kind of under wraps there, but there is a stack towards that B side. So that is going to be interesting. Goliath are going to just walk their way towards that B. Not going to get too fancy with the usual just yet. Oh, finally do spot a player there as they're boosting towards that part of the map. They are going to commit to it. The smoke and Molly comes through now as well, and it is Frozen. Oh, a perfect flashbang delays them. Molly comes through as well. Custom finally peaks, is able to pot shot a couple times, but eventually the defense breaks, and it is Goliath that barrel into that B site, and you'll start to look on the bomb. Oh, Zox. Oh, lands up catching Frozen, who pushed through that smoke there, an untimely in an untimely position, and now it's all up to Lately moving towards that backstage area, and Goliath have got that 4 versus 1 situation.
Here we got a little boost going on over here. Dweezil
tower in the middle. Yeah, some crazy little reach, but I mean, I like it. Creates your own little off angle for sure. Lately, waiting for mistakes to be made. Certainly going to just try and get a couple of kills, but it is Dweezil that expects it and takes his head off, and that is Goliath with the pistol round.
Yeah, Viben had the right read, had the right stack, just needed to land some shots. I almost felt I lost it a little when I saw Frozen just barreling through that smoke when the bomb was going down. I guess he was anticipating a flash coming in from his teammate, but it just didn't hit the player and family who just picked up a USB just in time. But yeah, a solid round, Viben. Won't be too phased by that full eco round. Looking to purchase in the next. Stionky. Kind of what you want to be doing in the pistol round to get that information. So take note if you are learning up and comer. Not much purchased in terms of the Mac 10s. You want to get those in front, picking up the free kills, goals, get that cash dollar we all speak about.
Well, Dweezil's under pressure, but eventually gets taken out, but it is Massacre that's going to be able to protect that AK-47, and he's going to be able to pick it up as well. So Dweezil holds his grounds, get 3 quick frags, and they don't really lose much for it. Of course, Viben not really going to be purchasing much that last round. Certainly for this one, they're going to be investing fully into it. So straight into, as you say, the meat and potatoes here in the 3rd round of Inferno so far.
All right, we're going to gun round. Farmhouse has been purchased up, 3 of them in fact, so those ones will be the ones matching up against the Mac 10s, hopefully. Most players would prefer, of course, them for the A4, the AWP. Got some utility to just circulate and keep slowing Goliath down as they're approaching towards brackets, constricting, taking map control, asserting a bit of dominance before they conclude as to where they want to finish off. Frozen, there we go. Easy kill through the smoke. Very common. And then why not? You just throw your hands and you don't enter the lot, so you're never going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Well timed, well positioned, perfect little kind of spread adjustment there from him. Gets the early frag for his team on the spy round, so super important and big one. You know, that he's able to do. Custom now going to be smoking off this B sites, and you know it's going to force them to wait a little bit. 50 seconds. They do have mid control. It's Goliath Gaming, but now defenses are split even, 3 and 2 for the A and B side respectively. And of course, smoking coming towards that moto. Flash is going to be coming through the apartment as well. But are they going to commit to it, or is this all a clever ruse? They are selling it for $1 million, but right now they're not committing to it. Surely the call gets made. They have snuck through CT spawn as well, so this could be a well-timed pincered attack. But Zox needs to get back to his team now. 20 seconds remain as they walk into the site now, and Massacre's holding the distance. First frag goes the way. Massacre's not going to be able to hold from any sort of angle. Custom goes huge now, picking and poking these fights perfectly, and Massacre eventually gets a frag, but the time is up. Pretty much all done and dusted. 5 seconds left, but eventually it is Frozen that comes through and takes the last frag, and now 5 in response. 2-1 now. Perfect hold there from Custom. He's looking like he's on point again, Tools.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps doing it, and he's the king of the angles, the off angles, and all things to do with the complementary ways in which you want to be holding B, from coffins, from family. The crossfire is always there, so he really leans and relies on that. But you can just see Massacre over there. He really trusted his teammates to clear out the site, and he wanted to go for that low play towards the end. But unfortunately, time is always of the essence in Counter-Strike, especially with that Navi-esque approach. Viben looking real good to pick up this round, looking at the economy, looking at the purchases from both. All the utility, all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, here comes the breach as well. And they are going to do a little bit of a pop burst now. Still 3 players stuck towards the A side, so good little timing, good little window that they've got here. Smoke comes through, but Molly's going to go down, and they don't have a smoke to put it out, so that's going to break the breach in half. Custom swiftly deals with the first entry, and slowly starts poking and prodding. Massacre gets out of the site, actually eventually deals with Custom. That's the danger man down, and will he be able to get the bomb down? No, Tuck Bomb is close and coming through, deals with Massacre. That is it. 2 for 2. I just want to go back to the previous round quickly, but what really made it interesting for Viben is that they tucked in the sites on B, and it was perfect communication between the 2 sites, because they tucked in towards A as that little fake was coming through, and ultimately they just communicated, hey, gotta be careful of that CT, don't get killed from it. And you can see Massacre's just waiting for someone to come and clear that banana area, and yeah, they just don't find anything, and eventually the clock runs down. So perfect play from them, and they capitalize nicely on the round to follow, put a second on the board, 100%. And now it is, oh, it's a dirty nade.
Yeah, it tickles their fancy. He's just going to put them in that one-shot headshot range. Triton takes another to the chest. And you can see Viben have definitely worked and improved upon the previous Inferno that they played. And quite a nice performance. And the B side looked a bit shaky, but now the angles are complementary, like I mentioned. And the moving around with the information. This game relies on the pop flash through middle. It is Frozen. Up to the task to defend this choke point for a couple of seconds. He does the support in the form of Tiankis, but he goes one. It's traded out though. Tiankis isolates in the side. The rotation needs to come in hot and heavy. It needs to move fast. Tianki needs to hold strong. He needs to give them Bida some time. He picks up one, tucks into the side further, and now Goliath are surrounded. They're still battling their way through all these obstacles, the utility. There's smoke fades just in time for Zox to lurk through Palace, and that's the site open, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Lately in Custom, hot on their heels. Molotov famously used the previous clutch. I think it was up against, Bravado, Custom without Molotov, but it's still a man advantage for Goliath, and they still want to press the envelope vibe, and with the man disadvantaged, Custom brings it back in their favor, brings it back to even Stevens, but Weasel tapping, turning, ducking, and weaving. Massacre got that angle, and I think Weasel will peek off him, and that's a 3-2. Goliath keep the lead and return to their winning ways.
Yeah, perfect time. Little push there from Zox, plays the laps, roll. Perfection, picks the play towards that side. Looked dicey for a second there as they were getting the bomb down. The molly kind of makes them a little bit uncomfortable. Get that frag, and ultimately becomes a closer affair. But eventually, Goliath do capitalize and they force Vibe Esports right back onto that eco round. And really, really tight game on our hands here, folks. And, dirty stuff happening towards middle. Yeah, Dweezil going to be popping up to VC now. Oh, Frozen gets the first frag straight down towards middle, and all 5 players. That happened so fast. And Goliath put it on the board.
All right. Meat and potatoes, as it were, but the AWP on Frozen, that interests me. MP9 on lately, so he's taking the brunt of it all, but he decides on utility over weaponry. Some early round utility, being tossed from Goliath. No response from Vibin. They've opted just to stick in the site and retake top wall when they need to. A smoke and a Molotov. That's going to slow down Goliath for the next couple of seconds. A very flat, tamed default from Goliath. No apps control just yet, just gathering around Banana. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be a 2 versus 4, but it's the angles and utility that favors Vibin.
Yeah, talking about the util there, thoroughly enjoyed Tuckbox sequence there. You know, kind of keeping them at bay towards Banana. Now finally Goliath Gaming are able to take that position of the map, but still nothing towards that middle area, still smoked off as well. So, I mean, Vibin are able to rotate a player towards this B site, and right now you see this breach is coming through. The Molly is going to be able to stop them from coming in. They are going to be committing to it, but they take that frag. Perhaps an early peek there from Custom. Doesn't really have the support, but Tuckbox takes the duel as well. It's so messy, there's so much smoke happening. Eventually peeks towards Family, gets traded out, but it is Vibin and their superior read of the round that are able to get there in time with that support, empty their pockets beautifully, and Goliath have to force themselves through a really, really tough array of fire, so much smoke, like crossfires, and it's just a bit untidy, and Vibin are there with the rotations, and Tuckbox, man, I was talking about there with the beautiful sequence, ends it off with a beautiful sequence as well from positional and a naming perspective, so well done to him. But now 3 to 4, Goliath do invest everything that they have this round. They, of course, do have that AWP on Dweezy. He finds the first pick of the round on what seems to be the AWP. Oh, it's going to get picked up by Tianki. Not to worry just yet.
That's just a bad read from Frozen, I'm afraid. You gotta know there's still money in the bank from Goliath, and just taking that peek. And for me, I'm glad it's earlier on in this half rather than later on when you add a big deficit or you have the lead and you're about to throw it away. Make the mistakes now, get them all out the way. That's the opener from Goliath. And it's that previous round, like you mentioned about the util usage. They hold on to it just at the right time. That's when they plonk it down and just make it so much more difficult for Goliath to move in. It's kind of uncomfortable not knowing which angles are quite comfortable for you to peak. But it's the over-aggression coming through from lately. I guess he wanted to make it back and recover. It's the 2-man advantage for Goliath. Still a lot of time on the clock to move around and make a decision. Almost feel Vibe need to make a gamble. Tuckbox rotates off that B site and just stack A. Tianki gets the recovery frag, but still one more to even it out still. Looks like it's going to be an apps burst from Custom. He's there, the AWP comes through, but both of them go down. Just a 1-for-1 trade, and that just furthers the course for Goliath to keep the lead and retain some possession over the economy. Tianki's, I mean, it's Tuckbox left, and I think he's wondering, how do I recover a gun at this point? The 1 versus 3. Seen as miracles, but kind of far-fetched from now. Yeah, looking for a bit of exits here and there. But in such an important round, that's why I mentioned like a peak like that. This just forces you into an eco and extends the lead for Goliath. So in those type of rounds, you get like 4 or 5 important rounds in a game where you know everything lies in the balance of this peak. And you got to look at the odds and you got to look at the economy. And I'm afraid Dweezil's going to be ready. And those are the shots he usually just hits. You can expect him to hit the stock standard shots and not miss, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those anchors that can always, like, you can reliably, you know, make sure he doesn't miss those easy shots. Sometimes get some fancy smoothman shots as well. But yeah, stock standard stuff he's really well accustomed to, and it doesn't even matter what type of situation. High pressure doesn't seem to affect the lad. And yeah, Goliath now on 5 rounds on the T side of Inferno. Their map pick as well. We do see Vibin get into an aggressive position towards that middle area. But right now, stock standard stuff coming out of GG. Putting some bodies down, holding that control back, and now looking to get into the apartments. ADM with a dirty shot there towards that. Surely expect something more, but no, it is Zox indeed that gets another frag. Adam contributes as well, and that's pretty much the AD defenses pretty much cleared up. I love how they're not kind of activating off the back of that. Dweezil's patiently watching towards Banana, gets a frag for his troubles as well. Now it is all up to Tuckbok, takes the aggressive peek, gets spotted out, and now is going to be able to spot him again and further damages to Dweezil, but surely he's going to just smoke it off, and he's going to call in some backup as well. I do imagine this is going to seem like some sort of hunting party here. I don't think they want to let him get away with that rifle.
Yeah, at the same side of the coin, Galat's economy isn't looking too good either, so you can see them rolling in packs to ensure a what?
Oh,
Right,
oh.
a nutty shot. Clean. Pristine. God damn. Now vibing up to Eco. Due to that force buy as well, I spoke to Elusive about this a couple of days ago, and he was just questioning the amount of times we force buy in South Africa in general on rounds that, again, that aren't necessary, knowing you need Usul on a map like Inferno. Rather save up and play the round with the utility and guns you have, because at the end of the day, that's where you really practice. Not many teams practice the eco. Dweezil opening up the round with an eco could get messy. Massacre recovers. So back to that note, yeah, it's not really worth it to go for those 70-30 gambles. It's not even a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean,
Double
absolutely.
dang.
And we saw earlier that put quite a bit of pressure, I feel like, on WRG's game. Unnecessary. I mean, didn't really, lose any sort of like big lead or whatever. Like, I mean, they did it in Mirage for sure, but ultimately it did feel like they were forcing into rounds that, could be argued weren't necessary. But at the end of the day, again, I still always maintain the kind of personal opinion that, down the server, I'm not. You got to kind of go with or stick with your guns and play however you feel is best. But at the end of the day, back to this game here, round number 11, and it is a buy round. Finally, the AWP on Frozen here. Busy looking down towards middle. Goliath taking things stock standard really slow, not really putting pressure anywhere just yet, walking up towards this banana area, poking and prodding. Oh, take the spot. Oh, it's a disgusting little sequence. Little team damage in the head, missed the AWP shots, and now they just run out of banana, demoralized. Hey boys, let's reset, let's hit towards middle, and let's see what else we can do.
Still maintaining 5 players in the field. Still have that util that they have. Put them at the back while they support. Stock standard way to take middle, smoke the left. Not many sound cues made, so uncertainty still instilled. Lately, I love that angle he was playing in, got out of time just in time. Massacre's gonna roll into the site, no flash popping in just yet. He goes for a double, the smoke creates some obscurity, but ADM trades it out to Yankees. He's still here. He gets a dig, but no dom. So that just gives Galat more time and space to work with the bomb. It's about to go down, and that was quite the block, just turned quite quickly. That Molotov good for Tuckbok moving in. Creates the advantage for Vibin. Just Weasel sitting in pit. They know his whereabouts. This would be a good flashbang for Tuckbok to swing out, and they're using them quite well. Double flash forces into quite a pickle in custom. That's teamwork. These guys, I swear, whenever they switch into Afrikaans, the gameplay just becomes better. TC was even saying that at one time.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever Elusive and TC used to play together, they would literally, as soon as we got to a 2 versus anything, firstly, they just switched languages, and secondly, their percentages of winning literally just went right through the roof. It's almost like 100% clutch rate. They just speak faster. They just understand each other better. They're able to communicate in that native quick language. And ultimately, yeah, I mean, there you can see Tuckbok and Custom really running it together, and it's a tale of yesterday that we saw as well. The 2 of them playing really superbly together. They play B-side together, and yeah, their retakes are always on point. Won a lot of clutches yesterday as well. So, yeah, certainly something to look out for them. And, yeah, interesting to see that they're still maintaining that sort of level after all these years of playing the game. And, you really love to see it.
Like they say, class is permanence. Frozen, I love the advanced angle, just needs to land the shot. Seems like they got a Mexican standoff, him and Triton. Far apps but banana controlled simultaneously is getting established and controlled from Goliath. Vibin managing the utility quite nicely on that B side. A nice fresh smoke. Slow them down for the next couple of 8 seconds. It's a preemptive smoke, a lot of damage been taken from Takbo. He's gonna have to exercise some caution for the next 50 seconds. But again, still a Molotov and custom and still a smoke on Takbok, and then pop it down on the 50-second mark. So if they want to go B, it's going to be late.
Yeah, and this is perfect to solve. Oh, beautiful adjustment from Triton. They've walked up towards middle. They've sold that fake for $1 million, and now the pressure is going to be coming through. But this play towards this apartment area is going to be the linchpin, I believe it is. Oh, beautiful little play there. Frozen is got the AWP. He spots the player, eventually gets the frag. Now they know where he is. Put a bit of pressure. Beautiful double kill from him. 4 versus 3 now. Eventually, 3 versus 3. Massacre takes it into his own hands, and Frozen is forced to run all the way back. Surely those two players are hearing each other towards that apartment, and now the rotations are coming in thick and fast. Frozen throws a little bit of a dodgy flash there, looking towards N1 and not going to be finding anything. But look at this lurk. Massacre's made his way all the way around. Frozen is kind of suspecting something. Oh, ADM with a dirty shot from that pit, deals with the AWP. And now, subsequently, Custom and Takbok again left in a 2 versus 3 scenario. This is way more of a difficult situation. The bomb is ticking with 2 quick frags. No, the trading is there. Live Gaming put another on the board, and that's a back-breaking round for the economy if you vibe it. They literally just were able to string a little bit of rounds together, and Bank is not looking pretty, and Goliath should be able to capitalize on this and put a 9th, potentially a 10th on the board. And I do like that Viben aren't committing to this. They aren't saving. They do have 2 flashes. I love how they stick together, usually on these sorts of 4 spies. I mean, on these saves. But it does look like they are somewhat splitting up. They do have a flash or 2 flashes to work with. Smoke as well. For Custom to delay things, perhaps late in the round. He's able to keep it for that long. But let's see how it unfolds. Right now, stock standard, very defensive, passive stuff from Goliath Gaming. All the way to spawn, all the way back of second mid. Watching that apps push down at the bottom of Banana. No risks at all being taken. Surely a good understanding of where the opponent's economy is at, and ultimately making this decision. And now they're going to group up and head towards middle.
This is all about timing here in middle. Much like the previous round. No one playing anti-flash. This could be a disaster. Just a couple of dinks and some dongs. Flashes are being lined up, and ADM is going to clear the angle when the crossfire comes out. And unfortunately, the pin wasn't pulled in time, and that's going to be the A side. At least there's some weapons here for Viben to collect and maybe have a crack at it. It is Custom and Takbok after all.
Yeah, look, I mean, may as well do some damage, get some damage done, maybe break some economy there, but ultimately, Custom
they're gonna be
taking some damage. Perhaps gets heard there from Dweezil and eventually gets sprayed down. Takbok, the tag puts Dweezil on 6, but unable to finish it off, and now the support comes in. All the players are going to be moving towards N1. A little bit nervous of the Ninja, but that's pretty much it. Triton going to take some pot shots, eventually deals with the threat. He puts down Takbok 9-4. And now we head into the round 14 of the gun round.
It's not even a good gun round, like if you look at the economy either, so maybe one of them have to cheapskate with the farmers here or there. Don't need to really purchase head armor. You should know they have AKs. So yeah, this is a good belt of util, especially on, I'd say the A players, the B players, maybe they have to rotate one over. They usually make good stacks and good calls on the rotation, so it's the early round utility that they need to mind and maybe not use just yet, as you can see. They want to hold on to that and time it properly. Use it when necessary, use it on the sound cue if need be, or use it on a peak. Left-hand smoke middle, that's Baitak Tionkis. They retain control. The usual util. Moving it ever so silently, so it does look like it might be a burst into this B side. Mind you, there's a Molotov and Takbok. The nade comes in, and this nade is big. It might even disjoint them. It slows them down. They're moving into the site with the quickness. Triton taking damage. ADM low. Most of the players are low, and Custom gets none. Timiest peak and a timiest burst into the B bomb site, but it's a 4 versus 4. And if somehow they can gather the information that ADM and Triton are low, I think they'll want to take a crack at this. They're going to want to go in. Massacre, pop flash towards backstage. Not going to use it just yet. Molotov. It's going to make Dweezil kind of hot. He's sitting in family. They're moving in. They continue with this retake. 2 flashbangs left, and oh, that's uncomfortable. But Frozen gets the first kill. Lately comes in with the second. Man advantage on the retake. ADM Dweezil trying to bite down the time as much as they can. Lately, all finds Zox, I think, and Dweezil finally goes down.
That was on the bomb.
Beautiful retake and vibing. No kit. I thought they would have a kit. Oh no.
No, they were looking. He started defusing and then there was no kiss, so I think he got out.
Really
He
see-
obviously, yeah, heard the music or something. But jump. Disaster.
I'm trying to look in the GUI for where the kits are, but that sucks. I thought they'd have a kit and get straight on that. One of them would have to gamble. There was 3 of them spamming through smoke. I thought one of them would get on the bomb, but you're correct. There were none. That's a tough round to lose. A tough pill to swallow, goals.
At least they head to the hills with 3 rifles. I mean, they would have been in a much worse position had they not done that. So ultimately, still not the worst thing. 5 rounds on the CT side. Certainly not the most ideal situation, but certainly something that you can work with, especially with the players that are on the server here. Certainly got the experience to back it. And yeah, Goliath are sitting on a really, really strong start here. 10 rounds ready on the T side. And they'll certainly be happy with that. This is their map, remember. But yeah, back to the take here. Seems like they are going to be parting towards that middle area. Smokes are going through. Frozen again. Pitch perfect little molly there. That's pretty much most of the util he's going to be able to use. Puts down the smoke is lately, and now smoke comes through. Pop Flash going to be bursting through the smoke now. Will they be able to punish it? Oh, they get through, but they can't spot lately. He falls back. He tries to spray through, and eventually Frozen takes a pick towards ADM. Massacre does a crazy little jump through the smoke towards N2, picks off lately, and now the breach is kind of broken. Perfectly positioned molly there from the pit player, and now the breach can commence. Oh, Sox takes a wide peek towards the ditch, and he gets that done. Now they're going to wait for the wrap. Dweezil waits for the pick, but unable to capitalize on the player coming out of library. Now, this forces 3 Goliath players to kind of slow this breach down. Surely they're aware that quite a few rotations have potentially been made. Massacre needs to maybe just chop off this angle. Oh, and he holds it perfectly. Gets that kill as well. 24 seconds left on the clock. That molly is certainly going to be a problem. Massacre is just looking to open up the sights, and does he spot this player in the side? 15 seconds left. There's no real time here. He needs to get some information. Frozen, just holding things for as long as he possibly can. Eventually spots, and now they know where he is. He gets 1 kill. Eventually they kill him. 5 seconds left. Custom gonna throw the grenade. It's perfect. Massacre's gonna go down. He does. The bomb is down though as well. It's all up to Triton. 1 versus 1. It is Triton that comes out on top and puts 11 on the board for Goliath Gaming. What an intense round. What an intense half. And don't think the scoreline accurately represents how intense this game is, Tools.
A lot of the rounds not going the way of Vibin, but narrowly 1 versus 1. Fancy grenades like that, Custom. Usually you put money on him to close it out, but Triton, poised as ever, accurate as ever. New kid on the block, and yeah, you're correct about that. This is not an accurate summary of the past events. 11-4. Vibin, tall task ahead of them now. Lately, the utility man. All predicates on the pistol and how they move forward from there. Round by round is what they usually say.
Round by round, boys. That's how it normally goes.
It's like a testament at this point. Oh, no. You don't want to be fighting. That's audacious, though. With the Glock versus the USP down middle. But
No, I just thought
working.
it looked like lately looked at him and judged him a little bit. That's what it looked like. But ultimately, yeah. Oh, Massacre. Another kill towards that banana area.
His mate, though.
Lately spots the CT. Oh no!
He comes back.
Oh, it's 2 versus 3. Beautiful player from Vibe, and they've managed to recover the situation. Cannot believe it. The flank is in a bit of a problem now. They are breaching onto the sides. It is a little bit delayed. Surely the CT's wait. Oh, ADM through the smoke.
That sucks.
That dream, and Custom is going to look to plant the bomb. Baits it out at first, but now player from Banana comes through, and Zox is going to put pressure onto Custom. He's just got so few options. He's able to get 1 for his troubles, but it's not enough. And now, Goliath on 12.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much put their legs up in cruise mode now. It's Vibin. Needs to do all the work. Vibin needs to press the envelope. They need to get in quite innovative. Try find a chink in the armor of Goliath. Bulk burst? No bulk burst. Big fan of the bulk burst though. These are the rounds I like to go in bulk burst. They're going to be sitting on T-ramp. Quite a common play. You hear Sanka, you pop a flash over and you might just catch a player with their pants down near logs. Takbok. He's on an adventure towards apps. Gotta be on the thorn on the side.
Certainly looking.
Maybe played out some util no lately.
Oh no.
Oof. Maybe he forgot to use the bound. We didn't bind his spacebar end key maybe. I mean, there's still a chance, right? There's only one player on the B side goals. Yeah, there's only one player on the B side,
absolutely.
so this is an opportunity.
The Triton's there.
No,
and that's a
never
brutal
mind.
molly to have to run through as well.
I mean, the dinks were there, but no, the dongs, 13-4. 3 rounds away. Need to start to see more fire out of Vibe and goals. Some robust play, some tuck-block entries, especially on the T side. That's where he actually started to pick it up and creating some space and ways for the rest of his teammates to finish off and close out rounds. So, see if they look to him.
Absolutely. I think some initial picks. Oh, I like this. A little bit of aggression, changing things up. I don't. Oh, he gets spotted out. At least ADM's there to trade. It's a 1-for-1. 4 versus 4 now. Certainly something that Vibe will take any day of the week. Getting that first frag. This keeps the defenses really honest. They got to cut it up to a piece between that A and B bomb site. This allows for Vibe to get together gradually, slowly, and process what they need to do next. They are going to be hitting towards that middle. See Zox positioning himself there with the shoulder peak, looking to just throw down this Molly as the breach comes through. Oh, eventually gets spotted. Cuts off that push towards that into area where he's positioned. ADM going to get that nade through. It's a little bit early. Not going to really impact anything. And Vibe are just taking it casual, taking it slow, taking it easy towards that middle. Finally, they burst and take control. They use their numbers here to group up. And oh, this is a dangerous angle to be playing on. And he gets punished for it. Now there's only one player left on that B-bomb side. No, Dweezil gets the shot with the scout as well. They finally cross with the bomb, and it's up to ADM. How does he hold this pit position? He gets the first tap. He just jiggles and weaves, but it is Takbok that holds down the push from the CTs. He holds the arch like a boss, and ultimately it is Goliath that are left wanting. Puts one on the board, and now they are forced to save.
Mr. Production, big and strong. That was a close round. Coles, how much time was left there towards another round? It almost felt like there was no time.
So I would 90%. So I think it was ticking. Time was ticking. It was quite a slow round, but
that didn't really work out. That's the AVP.
Another one.
They're desperate for it. That was a scout. My bad. Yeah, they decided to go for the stage.
It's like a magic book. It's playing, hustling for the first toy gun they've ever played with. Just really, really wanting their chance with it. But it is obviously around that it's expected. Oh. Well, that's something. It's a 2 versus 3. Now, this is certainly a position that, I'm going to hit towards that apps, but quickly, swiftly dealt with his ADM and moving up towards middle with that AK. Gets another pick, and this is quite an expensive round now for the side of Vibe, and they don't have lots of money in the bank, so already they've taken quite a bit of damage considering the investment that has been made by Goliath. Now, Triton moving towards this pit position. I don't think he expects him to be in this double pit setup, but he gets one. Slowly moves towards the site. Doesn't know that the other player's there. He's definitely going to get caught out by this. Now, will he... Oh, custom. He spots there's no one on the defuse. Eventually takes the pick as well.
Beautifully played.
What a god. Yeah.
Double pit always works. Or double ditch always works. You never go wrong. Double dark rarely works. Double ditch. Never seen it go wrong.
Say, until you do that, and then someone comes and just walks up to you and just kills you both in the head there for playing sneaky buggers by the wall. That's
sneaky buggers.
But it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I used to get another bar in the hands.
People expect that in 100%, yeah. Sorry, go for it, Tools.
I was saying Vibe, and this is when they need to start to get the ball rolling. Shift it into the next gear. String them together. get that confidence going, get those peaks working.
Oof.
That's a dirty grenade. It's always the worst and like demoralizing and deflating when a nade lands on your head. Another one on lately. 4 players and 3 players.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, this is a trap and they're gonna need to fight and barrel the way out of it. They need to go for at least minimum 3-for-3 trade job. The execute is good. All the utility is landing. The early smoke just dislocates the entries. Massacre's on fire, almost burning down Triton. Sizzles another. Frozen opening up the site. Another one from Tuckblock. 2 for 2. Massacre, do they know he's there? Oh no, you never expect a third, do you? Custom 1 versus 3. A lot of time on the clock still left, but if you know him for the previous matchup, this is a specialty. This is where he thrives the most. So a lot of coordination will be needed from Goliath to take him down. Massacre sets up the smoke for backstage. This is going to force Custom to make a decision. Does he want to go through? He does. Pushes towards the site. Evades the smoke. Jiggling some angles, and Dweezil finishes it off. And you could see how meticulous Goliath were just in that 1 versus 3 because they know the history of Custom. Massacre and ADM, they've been playing against them for years.
Yep, they know that he's a force to be reckoned with for sure, and ultimately it was a bit strange to see them just commit to the site and get the bomb down. I suppose there was a lot of chaos that was happening, but like they know Massacre got the first frag in the round and they didn't deal with him, and it was a couple seconds after that that he eventually killed the bomber. So a little bit of miscoms there perhaps, but also a very chaotic situation. I think a beautiful and really lucky gamble stack, if I'm honest, from Goliath on that B side. It just so happens that Vibe step away from their default and decide to rather pop execute straight onto that side. And take the middle, Zox peeking, getting a little bit jiggy here. 2 quick frags, and now they try to. Oh, they do. They just ran through the smoke. Tuckblock with that Tech 9. I love it. Oh, and he's putting on pressure. He's going to get all of these guys. Tappity tap.
Oh, Massacre.
Look at Massacre. All the way behind.
Radiant spawn.
Vibe now.
Still could get a bit messy. Frozen Custom alive. Not sure if they have armor or not. Massacre in the back lines. Roles have been reversed. Frozen last player remaining, and the next round is going to be match point. And Vibe need to pull a rabbit out the hat. Some shenanigans from Frozen, but Massacre's going to have none of it. 15 rounds on the board. Match point. Map number 1. Picked by Vibe, mind you.
No, this was Goliath's pick.
Oh, yes. Okay, this makes sense. We did speak about this. Vibe picked CCs.
You
Okay.
were a bit surprised. Vibe is certainly competent on this map. Showed it yesterday for sure,
Yeah.
and ultimately Goliath bringing it to them here. And this is all she wrote here. Everything that they have has been invested into this round, and right now just waiting for some sort of aggression. Goliath's not going to give him to him, not going to make a mistake. Got 10 match points to work with, or 9 rather.
Oh.
Ooh,
That's not the lineup.
the semi-final jitters there. Jokes.
Semi-final jitters. I mean, Zox is a new kid on the block, but he delivered in yesterday's game. Good flashbang, teamwork, and the spray control coming up. And Triton, not just yet. The second flash comes in for support. Low HP decides to pedal back and respect Vibin for now. Switching it out, and Triton can wield that AWP. Dweezil is quite familiar with that AK. Vibin fully invested into this, and they had it as match point, so they're doing everything they can. Massacre in grave danger here. Little prawn peek always works out, doesn't it? It's like the fallback prawn peek.
Yeah, knows it's learned it well from his predecessors, but that said, oh, he goes another crouch prawn peek as well, and now 2 players go down, but 2 are entering into the side. This B side though, it's a hell of a side to retake now. Bomb will be going down. Dweezil set up in towards that graveyard area. Here's the bomb going down. Teammates are ready or getting ready towards that banana area. Goliath don't need to rush this. And it's all up to Custom and Tuckblock yet again. We've said these names over and over, and they have delivered. Can they deliver here? Oh, flash comes through. Pop over towards Grave, and nah, it is Dweezil that jumps in with little Batman there, if you will, and takes the round 16-6 again. And Goliath closes it in emphatic fashion, and they closed out their map pick tools, and I mean, it was quite a solid showing. I don't think Vibin really ever got a chance to get going there. They did have one or two moments of brilliance. I don't think that game was as close as the score represents, but at the end of the day, Goliath came out on top on their map pick, and I'm looking forward to Mirage.
Yeah, 100%. And he just felt like all the important rounds, much like the previous matchup, you can't win those nice and early in the matchup, and you can't really build a foundation. The confidence starts to slip and the rounds start to get ahead. I mean, you start to look at the difference. You see 10 in the scoreboard, and you start to realize, nothing's really working. And as soon as you go into the opposite side in the CTs, those small mistakes in those important rounds start to seep through. And again, it ruins your rhythm. So I'm looking for him to settle in the next matchup and just try to have a nice early successful start. We're going to throw over to this to break down that matchup.
Thank you so much, Goals and Lighter. That game indeed did not really bring the explosiveness that we were expecting to see. Starting off with a best of 3 in a very slow paced, a very mellow kind of game, but hopefully we're going to be seeing much more excitement in possibly the next game or the next 2 games to come. And before we start analyzing the game, let me remind you guys about the $50 that is up for grabs. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you buzz around for some other offers. All right, so Sammy, let me know your thoughts about this game. I'm sure you're happy that Goliath Gaming, your prediction, is the one that came out on top. However, we can't help but feel a little bit disappointed that it wasn't as close of a game as we wanted.
Let's address one important thing that happened in the game is Goliath. How smoothly they actually played T-side. They played it really tactically well. Their B explode was on point. Their A wrap was on point. Their A setup from short was amazing. They basically they play on rotation. We saw a mix of everything in their playbook, and it was amazing to see. Now, what I could actually say about Vibin were not really Vibin, to be honest. The reason is we saw how many rounds Goliath were taking in B. They did around 4 to 5, maybe 6 rounds explode B, and they got it perfectly. Vibin were not usually, we saw a lot of utilities in their hand. They were not using their counter flashes in the right way. No crossfire. There was no actually trades happening. Basically, when you have the utility, you have the advantage to actually close the site, make sure you at least guarantee 2 kills, maybe 3. Okay, you're playing against Goliath. They're going to be trading you. I mean, 2 kills is enough, but we usually saw Goliath entering without any hassle. They just enter, explode with 1 pop flash, and then just enter the site, kill each other, kill the Vibin members. Now, there is one thing you need to know about holding sites is about the counter flashes. Counter flashes is really important in this map. Even in A, it was not visible. It's basically no trades shown. I mean, Goliath did play really well. They entered together. We've seen amazing tactical playouts by them. Hard luck to Vibe in the first map. I mean, Inferno is a map of true teamwork, controls, playing on rotations. Goliath did that perfectly. In my opinion, solid team play, a solid work done by them. Tremendous job. Actually, I hats off to them for this amazing team play.
Thank you very much, Sammy. And before we get to you, Talks, let's actually go ahead and take a look at the player stats and see how well they performed individually. We can see for Vibin Esports, Frozen comes out on top as a top fragger with 18 kills. However, on Goliath Gaming on the winner's side, truly massacred with 25 kills on the board. Toxie, do you have anything to add based on the scoreboard or in general about the game?
I mean, the individual scoreboard is reflecting on the team scoreboard here, like 16-6. Massacre really having a great game here, him and Triton or Triton. I think Goliath Gaming, I'll just add to what Sammy mentioned. I agree with what he said. Their T side was on point. It was very, very explosive. Their executes on the B and the A-bomb side were perfect. Even their synchronization in terms of entering together, it was on point. It felt like the team was playing as a unit. And if you want to compare it to the previous game where we've seen how ATK Academy were playing Inferno T side, where they were rushing long. For example, I will take just that long round. They would go 4 guys wrong. The guy in Apps would still be in Apps, but he would enter with the team or with the bad timing, or sometimes he would go back. This time we've seen them do the same split. Just the Abs guy was very smart with the way he entered. So Goliath Gaming took what ATK Academy were actually doing and they just did it better. They executed it better. And Viben Esports, even though they almost have a good chemistry and they practiced well. They're a team that usually plays well on Inferno. But Goliath Gaming, I mean, with that entry, with that execution, with that teamwork and the synergy, it's very tough to stop them. And they had a strong, very strong T side. I think we didn't see much of their CT side because most of the rounds were in the T side, but overall, really just impressive Inferno so far. And they won their map pick, so it's a very, I mean, they know why they picked this map. So I'm looking forward to Mirage. Mirage is going to be the map that usually when teams start making a comeback. But I feel like with such performance from Goliath, it might be tough for Viben. But Mirage, I mean, it's everything goes down to Mirage.
Exactly, and we're hoping that in Mirage, in our next game of the best of three, which is indeed Viben's choice, we can see more fire coming out from this team. Sammy, do you have a prediction based on the game that we saw already? Are you going to be sticking to Goliath, or do you think we're going to be seeing a take back of the win from Viben?
So I'm gonna go back to the point about the scoreboard. It was obvious that Viben were not really at all fragging. Inferno is a map that takes actually individual skills. You see me talk about the scoreboard, saying that, oh, we're not talking about individual skills here. It's about the team play. Right now, it's about that individual. You need to start fragging. You need the kills. You need to actually step up individually to actually counter what Goliath is doing. Because when Goliath are entering together, you need that individual step up. Right now, it's about the individual. Viben need to step up to actually counter what Goliath is going through. Goliath is actually coming and just gunning. They're literally winning by their amazing gameplay. Viben need to step it up. If in case they want to win Mirage, they need to step up right now. Because right now, Goliath is having the momentum. If they can provide the same gameplay as ATK Academy, that would be great as well. It's a good game to watch.
All right, well, Toxie, what about you? Just give me a quick prediction. Are we going to be sticking with Viben, or are we switching over to Goliath?
Sticking with Viben as usual. And I feel like Mirage is the break point. It is the map. It is the map that it's the revenge map. I feel like if they won, I still believe Goliath will win Overpass if it goes to a third map, but I still feel like Viben will win Mirage.
All right, well, there you have it. We have Sammy on the side of Goliath, the winners of the first game of the best of three, while Toxie is still rooting for the underdog, for Viben, to take us into the third game. Golden Lighter, please take away this next game, and we hope that it's super exciting. Good luck, guys.
And we're back for the second map. It is Mirage on the CT side. Goliath will be starting and Viben on the T side. Goals, you think things will turn, the ship will turn around and sell off into the sunset for Viben? You muted over there, Golsey.
Sorry, I am back.
There you go.
Look, it's certainly possible. I mean, as the desk pointed out, like, I mean, we saw the reverse sweep coming through from 8K earlier, so anything is possible. I do think Goliath looked pretty strong there on Inferno. That was the map pick, so I think that's what Viben have going for them. That they are obviously going to be, pretty strong on Mirage, but ultimately, I think if anything, it'll be a tighter affair. But I do unfortunately suspect this might be a 2-0.
Likewise, Golsey. Information is coming. We'll be jumping straight into the game very shortly. And here we have it. Decent utility purchased up on the side of Goliath Viben. 4 flashbangs and a smoke. Heading towards the B site. So some good cover flashes might become a bit prickly for Viben already. Smoke being dispossessed towards window. And then we're heading towards this B site. The flashes getting popped out anytime soon. And Goliath is off to play for the retake massacre. They're going to up the 2 frags and even gets the 30s, tearing them apart. He's continued this brilliant performance from the previous map. And knowing him, he's going to be wanting the ace and moving in. Still tuck box alive, and lately bomb is going to go down. So that should be one thing ticked off the box survive in this round. If they can just eke out this round, that'll be fantastic. But they're going to get overwhelmed at too many man, too many numbers. Goliath pick up the first pistol round. That sucks, and yeah, that happens, right? If you don't really get the entries and if you don't really avoid that USB headshot from Massacre from Cat, it's not gonna go well.
Yes, I mean, the most ideal scenario is that you catch someone that's like trying to spot, or someone that's already in the site. Generally, there's two people holding there, but Massacre's obviously just a one-man solo mission there. Runs straight towards underneath the apartments there to listen to if they're going to rush, and he fortunately hears them and falls back. You know, literally dials back towards Cat and just gets 3 insane headshots on that retreat. So the rest of the round just pretty much a standard retake, and Goliath put the pistol on the board. Triton jumping out a window here. Fully purchased up. You can see they expected the force buy here, Tools, absolutely, because they've got all the rifles up, not a single SMG in sight, and they are correct. A full and hardcore invested force buy here for Vibe, and they're going to set up straight for this A breach, and right now Goliath have got quite a bit of information. It's certainly going to be clearing middle now, and once that molly pops, I'll know that there's absolutely no presence, but now the A hit is going to come in. There the smokes rain in. Stock standard procedure. Stairs and jungle going to be used, and now Goliath need to defend. Flashbang comes through, and they're going to play a slightly more retake sort of position, but beautiful little peek there on Tuckbok. Just holds the angle and eventually catches ADM, who's just kind of poking and prodding to see if he could find anything, but oh, Massacre comes in, and oh, he's going to throw down the molly, but they are going to... Oh, he peeks him, and Massacre just 3 versus 3. Now this is absolutely chaos now. Zox and Triton are coming through that connector area. They do spot a player towards that site and eventually deal with him. Zox now trying to identify where the last player is. He spots him towards ramp. That is pinpoint precision there. It looked like a really close round there. Massacre able to tuck into CT. Had he died there and lost that duel, I think it would be a much more difficult round. You could obviously have that crossfire in place for the T side, but no luck there. Goliath 2 on the board, starting off strong here, and unfortunately for Vibe, with that full investment, they are going to have to save here. Perhaps create some sort of elaborate strategy to, again, just get the bomb down so they can get a full buy, maybe get that AWP up as well. Get it up early.
Yeah.
Now,
I just wanted to note, Massacre has probably some of the most insane escape mechanics from just the random duels. We've pretty much seen it every map. We saw it in Inferno the previous round, and those are the small little inches that he gets away, he survives, and he gets a second kill off that. Oh man, because Vibrant looked good. The entries were good into ADM. They had the post plant set up quite nicely. They just couldn't get the trades even. Yeah, throughout the entire time. I mean, the multi kills, and then from there it just started to crumble. The good thing is they keep getting the bomb down. It's the second time in a row, so that's some good money they can work with in the next gun round. Easy A1, easy stats coming up from the boys. Deagles are on the rise though, on the rise. So they need to watch out. Frozen and space to work with towards window. The ar's quite spread out, so they have to watch out for those headshots. At least they're forcing out utility from Goliath.
Yeah, it's personally one of the worst angles for me. It's such a scary one there, peeking off Cat towards that chair position. But back into this now, 3 versus 5. Custom slowly sneaking towards window there, but Triton knows better. Peeks out and deals with the threat. Now surely he hears some footsteps towards connector, calls it in as well, and takes another head for his troubles. Now it's all up to Tianki. Oh, and Triton just steps out wide and deals with that issue as well. Who does you like? 3-0 now, and Vibe, we should be expecting to see an AK-47 purchase come out yet. Do they get the AWP up? That is what I'm interested to find out, and it is this main man. No. AK-47s to play. Mirage is one of those maps you don't necessarily need that AWP to be successful on the T side, but you certainly need good utility and kind of execute mechanics in your team or in your roster. So Vibe now are going to look towards that middle. I do like this decision.
It's a weak buy from Goliath. On top of that, looking at the scout and result, they have the utility to back it up, but favorable circumstances for Viben. Mid control almost established. They are being contested with utility, just not weaponry just yet, Goldie. So the fights break out, who will be on top?
Things have slowed down now quite a bit, and Just over a minute left on the clock. There's quite a bit of util left on the CT side. A lot of util left on the T side as well. Just going to smoke off apps now. It does look like a majority of the threat is going to be coming from this middle area. Looking to just cut off any sort of rotations. They do have a player that is moving towards this vent room now. And spots him. Gets the dirty shot towards Zox. He has a little jiggle peek to see what's going on. And Vibe and strike back. And they get that pick. And that means that there would be no support coming through from that short position. And you can see instantly the rotation is being made. Vibe and are heading towards that A site. And they get another frag as well. 2 quick entries. Massacre does get involved and quickly gets 2. That was disgusting. I didn't even see the other player. Now that is 3 versus 3. They've traded. I hear question marks as well, I think. And now the A hit is coming through. Adam gonna be playing. Surely heard some numbers there. Beautiful place Molly there from Lately. Now 2 CTs are coming through. Adam's gonna have to wait and got some patience there. Beautiful little shot from Frozen. Really deals with ADM. That was a disgusting shot, and that puts Dweezil and Massacre under pressure now to push through. Frozen gets another one for his troubles, playing superbly well here, and eventually it is Massacre that goes down. 3-1, Vibe and respond. All of the back of that air hits, and Economy still flush on Goliath though.
Vibe did quite well there that round, just to take mid-control methodically, slowly constricting Goliath, just suffocating them from space and information. And then from that point on, the opening kill coming from Ladder, Zox was caught unawares there. ADM preemptively rotated off the A site, and it was an instant switch from Vibe, and then they locked it up and they closed it up quite nicely. So they need to string more together. Just make more rounds look like that, and then maybe change it up, because that's the secret sauce. There we go. Rinse and repeat from the previous round. Smoke towards window. Smoke towards top con. Molly towards top con. These nades. Lately's caught twice back to back from Massacre. So he's not having the best of times there. Right, damn. Really ensuring he holds upper B, but Vibe and I'm gonna pedal back, collect the bomb. Slowly move to the A side. Zox doesn't get caught twice like that. He takes out Yankees towards Cat, and surely the idea should be seeping in towards Goliath. That what happened in the previous round to try to move around like this. A smoke towards top gun. That's to, I think, give us a custom some space. No, yeah, it is custom some space to work with. So it's Triton in a 1 versus 1. He wins out that duel, and slowly the left and the right arm of the attack gets separated. It's just down to Lately, Frozen, and Tuckbot. 2 from the A ramp and 1 from high ground, and Palace stuck with the smoke right now. ADM got a beautiful crossfire. I think it is with the Dweezil on ticket. He's got the AWP. That's Molly for low. That's going to force the ADM to swing towards default. No kill just yet. Transpiring the utility is good, being peppered down. Frozen opens up the scoreboard. Tuckbot gets the other. All of a sudden, things stop to look good for Vibe. The clock. This of the essence goals, and Lately, no. You got damaged quite earlier on, finished off, and not much left.
Yeah, it looked like they were winning those fights, but ultimately they were just taking on those first fights. The rotations were still coming in thick and fast. They knew the time was being pressured on top of them, and you could just see that towards the end, as the frags kind of went either way, Goliath just kind of tucked in and wait for the move from Viben, and they still hadn't got the plant down, so they became pressured, and ultimately they fell in. They're forced onto Deagle rounds now. Again, stock standard stuff coming out. Your tools, you spoke about it earlier. You said the Palace Boost, or Palace Burst, excuse me, was one of the things that you prefer to do. And the timing here is perfect. Beautiful little smokes coming through there. Flashes are coming as well, but now the rotations have made it through, and now all the players have burst out. ADM still on the side there, getting loads of support from his teammates, and they slaughter it. But again, not much to it. It's really difficult to actually make that work at times, especially with such limited util and ultimately no real weaponry. So again, kind of expected, but Vibe now able to get that AWP up. If they're so like, no, gonna have to go for that AK-47. Do you think it's something that they're gonna need to introduce, that AWP?
That's Frozen's best weapon, and for me, if the guy is amazing with the AWP, get that gun into his hand immediately. No matter the sacrifice, but it does look like they're going to be switching up the pace, heading towards B with the quickness. Catch Massacre sleeping, and the fact they do. High ground from ADM, or is it Dweezil with an AWP? So get separated once again. high ground and low ground. There was the spam from Cap that picked up that second kill. Gave that man advantage to Goliath and ADM, making some decisions here. Does he stay or does he go? He's going to tuck in towards this A site and can pretty much go for a 2-2 split. And lately, desperate to pick up that frag and even out the scoreboard. Slow and easy, it does it. Flash comes towards the middle, and it's not the best flash, but it works for Zox.
Oh!
He picks up the second stop. He knows the third is over there. Go for the trade, okay, go for the trifecta. There we go. Oops. Might even catch the third, and the spram is good. That's the 6th round. Each individual taking turns to shine throughout the rounds.
Yeah, you can see once he got the boosted kill, kind of just wanted to answer the guy that put him in that position. But yeah, vibing here. Not really finding any answers to this Goliath defense. I think individual prowess is certainly something that's being showcased here today.
I've been not catching any breaks today. Weasel opens up the tally. Lately gets the trade from lowers, Crichton. Bit audacious with no support, but still, we've seen more with less. Vibant in a good spot now, good positions around the map, a lot of time to work with. Just seed some doubt in Goliath. Pop flash into middle and they go for the aggression.
Here we go.
They want to clear it up. They don't want uncertainty, and Zox gets the trade and Tuckbock and high ground. He feels and senses a player towards stairs. Perfect angle, timing. Gives him that man advantage. Zox gets the trade and CT spawn here. Biggest problem for me is still the bomb sitting in T spawn, and still have to deal with that issue. They can go for the frags or they can go for the bomb. So I mean, the clock isn't too bad. Yeah.
It's pretty bad, Tools.
Yeah, 25 seconds. And you're gonna pick up the bomb there. You're almost forced to go towards the B site. And you gotta gamble that Custom gets some frags here. He needs to open it up. He needs to hold this A site and keep baiting like he is. But as soon as the time gets towards that 10-second mark, more pressure will be put onto him. So as you can see, he picks up the first, and there we go, standing tall and big. And that's him jiggling, peeking, taking taps, baiting out shots, and lovely movement. That's the second round on the board. Desperately needed that one.
Yeah, some of those situations look way more intense than usual. Like you see that bomb in spawn, but of course Goliath Gaming haven't really got that sort of map control and don't really know that it's there. So ultimately, they're just as unsure, just as uncertain. They see this confident peaking Custom and they just stress about it, and he closes the round beautifully, shining big for his team once again. Important clutches yesterday, important clutches today. Man's got it all, and now stock standard stuff coming out of Vibin, looking to take that delayed mid control, establish that B control as well. And yep, there it comes. Flashes towards that mid region. Do see connector smoke coming through from the A sides, window smoke in response from the T's. Ooh, dirty little nade there from Zoc. No, ineffective. Breaks on a little bit of the wall there lately. In a perfect position to lurk. Gets that frag. Oh, looks for the second, but unable to capitalize. Almost, though. Beautiful little flick, but at the end of the day, a good trade that I think that he would want any day of the week. Certainly opens the map up and allows some space for the likes of Tianki to get into the window room. They're going to start gathering up soon, and they need to make a decision. 50 seconds on the clock here. They've got tons of util to work with. They could definitely hit aside with a well-oiled execute, which we know that they have. Goliath has got pretty much nothing left. Oh, but except Triton picks up the linchpin in towards that top area, and now he's up to Tuckbook to sell this fake for $1 million, and he has done it. He sold it. Oh my god, the entire Goliath Gaming team is there, and oh, the bomb is moving towards that B site here. Tuckbook, absolutely huge. He's looking for that gap. If he gets a frag here, it's going to be such a big round. You can see he's busy looking for something. Goliath have completely bought onto this. 20 seconds left. They are absolutely sure that it's going to be that A site. They've literally left nothing on B, and now Massacre is going to be poking and prodding, finds the player, calls it instantly, and now they rotate and rush towards that B side. Bomb is going down, Frozen is putting it there, and Custom is with him. Can they do it? 2 versus 4 now. Live Gaming shouldn't get hasty here, should wait for that player to come from Cat, and ultimately they can just squeeze these 2 players here, but already they've done so much. Frozen just holding the side, gets the first frag. Custom gets one as well, but suddenly it's just 2 versus 4. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Vibe and Esports are back on their vibe, and they crush Goliath Gaming as they attempt to take that retake. Perfectly poised positions as they hold the crossfires, and they're coming to the sites. And Goliath, for the first time, a little bit of pressure being put on their economy, and they are going to be forced to save or just put a couple of deagles or 5-7s in their hands and think about what just happened. But 6-3 now, and Vibe are very much in this, Tools.
Yeah, this is a beautiful way to just bring it back, and the T side is where you want to put up those rounds. CT side is a bit easier, so the more the merrier, the more options and opportunity you give yourself moving on. This is one of the rounds you kind of have to bank on, give you that 4th, and you keep yourself at arm's length. Once again, all you want to do, like if you're vibing, make sure you can put Tuckbok in that position to clutch. That's what you want to be doing. 2 versus whatever, put him in. He needs to be the guy. Do what you can, get those opening frags, make sure he stays alive, make him the util support player, because he's excellent at that job. It's a new Quran, so you kind of expect this. Just 1 deagle of a danger, and that's the round vibing. 6-2. AWP immediately purchased. Are they going to go for the double? Orpa, no. Dweezil, that's his favorite weapon. Looking at the spawns right now. Maybe ADM wants to go for a shot. They have all the weaponry they need, just lacking a bit of util. Goliath Gaming, so vibing. Have that going for them this round. Most of the players vibing heading towards this A side, so are going to look to posture themselves up to exec and try get in there in the next couple of seconds. No money from bottom connector. Goliath anticipating that simultaneously. Exec has been deployed into this A site, the stairs smoke, and an obstacle in front of them. ADM popped over a smoke there. He's isolated under. You're going to look to fish him out, and supporters rolling in hot and heavy. 2 kills come the way of Goliath. Dweezil knows the players are high ground, gets the support he needs, the custom last player remaining, and unfortunately that's a bit too much for him. Like I said, get him into that 1 versus 3 maybe. 1 versus 5. Ooh. Really asking for a lot.
Yep.
Back to the winning waves.
That's a tall order. Your strat is to get one of your teammates into a 1 versus 5. You're certainly lacking some depth in your strat book there. But I mean, just to talk about that round, I feel like with finally an advantageous kind of position in terms of the economy, Vibe certainly didn't need to go for like an execute off the bat. I think just more of a read than anything. Goliath Gaming just seemed to have such a good response to that breach, like the util that they used, the rotations that came into play. Like they just seemed to abuse all the gaps in it and ultimately come out with the round pretty much scot-free. And now Vibe pretty much in the exact same positions that they put their opponents in now. A must-win round for them, otherwise the economy is going to be taking a slight beating. They're going to be forced to save, and of course there are rounds running out in this half. So, Massacre sneaking up, sneaky peeky. He's going to clear his close. Does he clear his close? Right, he does. Seemed like he was almost not going to miss it, but clears out that apartment. And now Dweezil getting really crazy towards the apartments as well. Aggression seems to be the name of the game here for Goliath. Yeah, certainly.
It's like Massacre knows lately he's doing that. Lately knows Massacre's doing that, and just ends up lately not peeking at the right time. Tries to, look in the wall so he doesn't show his arm, but sure. Oh, but goals, look at this. An aggressive peek from Dweezil from Apps, and that just puts the thorn on the side further. Vibing. Yeah. When you start to see this, man, normally it snowballs. Even the over-rotation suggests that this round looks in the bag for Goliath. Customs and Tuckbox still alive, so that glimmer of hope still waiting for them. But ADM deletes the latter. It's Tuckbox fighting his way through the site and trying to provide Tianki some space. He's in a movement. Problem is, there's still another player opposite ends of Triton. He's got all that support in the world, and that's going to be the 8th round on the board. Goliath have confirmed the 8th round mark, so they've won the half for now. Anything after this is pretty much gravy.
Yeah, certainly going to be gunning for more than this. I mean, on the T side, you know, if you're looking at 5 rounds, it's certainly something that you can defend if you got a formidable CT side. You've got one of those Mirage heroes, you can certainly do it. And Vibin have really got themselves back in this game. A 2-to-1 ratio here is certainly not something that they can't work with. This round definitely going to be tough. ADM, oh, here's players barrel towards Connector. He throws that nade. It's certainly going to do a lot of damage. Pulls out the 5-7 as well. Gets out on 1 HP. Surely get away, lad. And now slow down towards that connector, but they are pushing through. Zox is waiting on the other side of that, and yeah, again, not much invested into it, so you can't really judge much from that round, but close nonetheless. No real damage is sustained from Goliath Gaming, and now Vibing can buy. Now they can set themselves up for something. Still no, I think Frozen and AWP earlier. Surely they were having a little bit of success. No? And now, see, straight up middle control, Dweezil with that early push there, gets the tag on the leg, but it does seem to be a fast B-wrap here. And, oh, are they committing? No. They're falling back towards that middle area. And again, are going to just try to brute force their way. Oh, it's a nade. Doesn't land, though. And again, lately forced back from that position. And still a little bit of activity here towards middle. See that Goliath have bailed out of that window room. Lately is in such a lurk position here. Again, beautiful. Gets the pick onto Triton, just completely unsuspecting. And now Adam, oh, spots and gets the shot through the wall as well. And now the players are battering through connector. They're coming up, pushing towards that window. That's cut off the rotations completely. Frozen's moving towards that CT. Surely going to get a support flash, either from ramp or towards that connector area. A is under attack. It's under fire. Goliath still got a presence towards B. Oh my god! Beautiful shot from Adam. He gets through, forces lately to push through CT, gets the frag, puts it into a 3 versus 3 scenario. Cut Bookies, of course, putting down the bomb. They don't, aren't as fortunate to spam him, or can't spam him from that angle at least. Now, 2 players in towards CT. They are kind of waiting for third and final to come through. But he's very skeptic, very wary. Lately, lurking. Ah, there we go. Zox peeks out. And now it is up. Custom. Dweezil took out lately in that angle. I don't even know how he did it. Dweezil's going to be looking. Certainly tags him a little bit there. Oh, op shot gets made. Oh, and takes off his head. Custom. That was an absolutely dirty shot. But Dweezil does have the defuse kits. And I didn't know that he was low, but that was so close. But Goliath put on the 10th. And Vibin have got one last round here. Certainly wouldn't be upset with 5. But I do think that they're going to want that if they want to have a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum going into the first half. Again, clutch that pistol round, and ultimately you got yourself a game on your hands.
100%. Justice that they've been getting the bomb down at least, so this investment will do them well. Still goals, no AWP on Frozen. It's a bit of a concerning sign for me, knowing once that's his best weapon. Most of his highlight frags come with an AWP, so he's stuck with the rifle. Had a decent game the previous matchup, but ADM now poised with an AWP, not going to miss those. Look at the double AWP system, Dweezil and ADM, and that's quite the wombo combo. Starting.
Yeah, man. I got to say,
man, disadvantage.
Most frustrating. Sorry. Sorry, Toolsy.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that one of the most frustrating maps to play against the double AWP setup has to be Mirage. Like those apps peaks, the both B and A side. Then of course it's like jumping out a window onto Cat Story. Like it's one of the most frustrating things to play against, especially against proficient AWPers. It feels like it just, you know, you really can't make any sort of these mistakes in these early duels or early engagements. Zox waiting here towards window room for that aggression, catches lately off as well. Triton gonna click his way, get that frag towards apps as well, and it just seems like all the fights are being taken, but Goliath are the ones that are the victors, and we do have Custom and Frozen just left. Oh, Dweezil picks up another frag towards the ramp, spots the play towards short as well, and closes it up 11-4 there. Clinical performance from Goliath. Saw a little bit of hope coming out of Vibe and Esports, but again, a pretty clean half. But again, CT-sided map as well. So Vibe and Esports want to look to do something elaborate. Look at Custom. 18, far superior to anyone on his team. Not so that they necessarily not too much, but he's certainly, you know, at a high level. I don't think he went on holiday either. He's certainly shooting his spots.
Look, I'll tell you this much. This is a good sign for Vibe in the future tournaments to come. It's custom on good form, Tuckbox in good form. We need to get the rest of the boys up there so they can do more damage, because there's a lot of rounds that are going their way, but it just slips between the seams and goes through the wicket sometimes.
Yep.
Just do a little, what? Tag massacre. That's a thing. Anyway, B hit coming up on our hands. 3 players from Vibe stacked up, or it's frozen. The sheriff. Oh, I love this pistol. As soon as you hear it, it rattles off in terror, taking them all down and washing them away. 1 man left alive. What's 1v1? That was crazy. That was crazy goals.
Yeah.
It was actually 1 versus 1 towards the end.
Yep.
But again, it's the sheriff.
It's the wire.
Love those pistols in these rounds.
I love it as well.
He's gonna keep them.
Very many situations that you get to use them like that, where you can just spray bullets around and just get frags. Looked wonderful.
Just click it like a Tech 9. I think it has probably
Just
just
like
firing.
Tech 9, it's like 2 Tech 9s, baby. Yeah, probably. But if it's in Tuckbox hands, you can probably get faster. Ooh.
Yes, imagine. Bulk burst without the flash is not a bulk burst, but doing the best they can. But no, it's a free bomb plant. Yeah. You need to have a setup that negates that. You want to do as much as you can and take as much as you can to neglect and deliberate money away from Goliath. They're gonna get AKs on their hands and become more potent. Why? Oh! Look at my MP9s. Did they buy 5 MP9s? That didn't make sense.
I believe so. So
Especially
you say a
on a map
bulk
like
burst?
Mirage.
A bulk burst without a flash is not a bulk burst.
It's more of a burst, not the bulk. I don't know, but no. It's just the bulk. I don't know what it is, but it's not the same. It hits different. But they got the bomb down, so sheesh. Anyway. Oh, what? No contest in middle, and it's mostly due to... There's an AWP on Frozen. Hooray, sick. Right, let's see him use it now. Mid-control established on 1 minute 30. That's extremely rare. Vibrant. Really digging into their sights and making sure that if they go to A or B, they're going to get shut down. But the problem is if they get split, it becomes a bit more tricky. It forces the rotator to be at the right place at the right time. Good flashbang to dig into the A ramp. That's a good response.
Oh no.
You lose information, you need to find it elsewhere.
I'm sure Tuckbox heard the retreat there coming from... Yeah, he certainly did. You heard the retreat going back towards that B site now, and all the rotations are going through. Goliath are definitely going to be red here. Oh, and Tuckbox gets a dirty little drive-by spray onto Dweezil. That was disgusting, man. And that's certainly going to... Oh, no! How does he not look for him? Oh! Tuckbox gets free frags, and there's Dweezil and EM. That'll punish for it. Lately's in a superb position as well. Gets one. Probably poised for 2. Picks up the AK as well, and they are starting. Vibe in esports, baby. They are back. Beautiful spray there from Lately. This is the bit of momentum that they've been looking for. 11-7 now. And Goliath are going to be forced onto that eco round. And it's all off the back of Tuckbox getting that little piece of information. Tools, you spoke about the mid-control being established in the beginning of a round. This allows, obviously, Vibe Esports to get that little bit of real estate towards that A-ramp. Tuckbox gets a bit closer. He needs to with that MP9, but he hears the apps player running all the way back through spawn, and that little sort of elephanting will get punished on this level, and it just allows them to set up and boom!
Even over and above that goes, like Tuckbox, he won 2 fights he should have never have won, but because it's Tuckbox, you kind of expected, right? And that literally changed the round on its head. Goliath did everything right there. It's just the prowess of Tuckbox coming through. With an MP9 at that range also to get that kid on ladder, I ain't seen that before.
Yeah, I've never wrecked somebody through that vent like that distance with that gun while he's got an AK. It was certainly pristine conditions there for Tuckbox. Also capitalizes on Adam's head as well. But yeah, this round not much in it. Massacre's still got this scout, can maybe get a couple fancy headshots, but more than that, not really. Eventually, it is only going to be him left. He's just scoping towards that area of the map. Gets a headshot. What am I saying? That's dirty. That'll make him think twice about warp peeking the next angle, but...
Walk peeking is dead these days. It's that jiggle into the angle, or that swing, or that Ferrari peak. Double zoom from tuck box.
Oh wow, that was
Goes us after round 11 to 8.
certainly a convincing little peek there for sure. But now it's the buy.
Tuck box and option now.
Got AK. Yeah, that is rare. I'm sure you'll throw it over though. Surely. Just having fun on the save round. I used to do that once in a while. Then my team laughed at me, stopped it. Got more frags with the AC grenade than I did with the AWP, but story for another day. Dweezy gonna be peeking towards connector, not able to get that shot there. It looked perfectly timed, but it's not gonna land. And now 2 spots there towards window. That molly is gonna come through. And that should pressure into throwing that smoke. There we go. Oh, and he's able to escape with his life.
I literally saw, was it Aurora, his vid the other day. He did the same thing as Frozen, but as soon as he came out, he died custom 1 versus 1 towards the A ramp to try beat the rotations there, just creep in, try peek into this A side, so it's not working out. 3 players remaining towards the middle, Massacre and A ramp. Lay down a one-way smoke to give him some space, and Tuckbock reads it. It's like he knows the guy. Tuckbock continuing with the spam, gets traded up, top stairs. Frozen does get a trade back in 2 versus 4. Goliath is still in a pickle. Weasel.
Yeah, starting to creep
Did
up
he get
onto
that
towards
kill
that
for?
side, but Weasel.
80 in a 2 versus 1
1 versus 2 now. Yep. They're both coming from CT. He's going to be looking for a frag. He gets through this angle now, but they are going to be peeking together, so it's certainly going to be a tough duel to win. And Vibe in esports, they are coming back, man. They have got this momentum, and we spoke about it earlier. The desk even brought it up that they were confident in their picks, and it is Mirage, what seems to be the map that everyone's coming back on and bringing these insane runs. Goliath certainly starting to feel the pressure here. They are starting to, you know, take things a bit slower, not so certain of themselves. Finally, the pause. First pause of the evening, I think.
Vulnerable. 100% in both the semi-finals. Wild. But gives them some time to think about their past rounds, the mistakes that they have. So what's working mid-control, they're getting all the space and they're getting into the sites. It's just that, you know, 1 round ago or 2 rounds ago, it was Tuckbock getting a bit fortunate there with an MP9. The previous round, it just got dislocated in terms of the mid-breach up and towards that A side. So let's see how it works out. Sure, Viben will be trying to read and anticipate what's coming next in A burst and a B burst. But I feel, you know, back to the mid control that was working for Goliath. They just need to just a bit more refined and clean how moving to the site, and I know Windows important duels.
Do you see a little
Fast-paced
slight
play.
pick up in the pace here? This is a wrap. This is a wrap from Connector. This is certainly an adjustment. Beautiful picks from Cat and Connector. Goliath Gaming completely shift up the pace. Zox gets a pick on towards A, and they have just changed up the game here. Completely bamboozling Viben, but getting that bomb down towards that A site, and Tianki eventually gets a frag. But too little too late. Perhaps time to consider saving those rifles. I think they are in a good position financially, but not that good. Certainly not now. Massacre takes that rifle out of his hands, and I don't think they want to let Frozen save this AWP. But that said, Goliath not really in a strong position financially. Certainly far worse than Vibe ever were. But oh, it's a little peek there from Weasel. Catches the unsuspecting Frozen out, and now full rifles are going to need to be purchased here for Viben. 12-9. Goliath change up the pace. A beautiful little push from Cat, literally cutting off the rotations or the support from that connector as he puts out the molly with the smoke, and they just wrap on that A at a really, really alarming pace. And I think it's something that they picked up on, is that this middle is not really being contested that much by Viben, other than a play in window and a delayed play towards Cat. So good read from them ultimately and executed, and pause well used, but oh, little jump boost here. No, it's just a boost, excuse me. Jump spread nice and thin and even here. Goliath Gaming changing the pace and now switching it up again, going back to the default, looking to see if Vibe are not going to make any mistakes, going to push or make any sort of errors there, but nothing just yet.
Slow and easy wins their race, they say goals. Re-smoke towards window. I think now they're going to move in and take some control of middle. 1 minute 11 on the clock seems like a good time. I've been really digging into their sites. 2 players in B, 2 set on A, at least as a connector player to get some information if need be. Top con smoke. Just cuts off information from Top Bok, and they can prop themselves up for a split towards the A or the B side, so it's keeping them uncertain and it's keeping Vibin on their feet. You can just see Frozen trying to make the read and rotate to the right place. A pop flash towards Con, and Top Bok picks up the 2K. They almost a third. Oh, I think it was Custom wanting to swing by CT spawn, but there's a player sitting in Palace lurking, so he reads that Frozen. He's going to get hot and bothered. Jump picks up the first one. The money's not deep enough, and his flicks are quick. This is why he needed the ult in the first half. It's Zox remaining alive, and that's the third kill. Frozen finally coming alive. He real fast. He makes fast look not fast.
He certainly doesn't win races by being slow. He just peaks and peaks and peaks and gets those fast flicks for sure. Frozen, beautiful display of his AWP there. We've been speaking about it all game. We've been talking about getting that gun in his hands, and I'm so glad that he's able to bring it through and showcase it here when it matters most. That was an important round, man. I can't emphasize it as much as you know, as the game shows. Ultimately, look here, quite a bit of economy getting built up from the CT side. If Goliath loses, they are unfortunately on a save. Suddenly things are level. You're on the CT side. You've got momentum on your side, and all you need to do is play it back, stick to the game plan, and get to the third map. Vibin Esports bringing it back here. Goliath starting with that middle control again.
Lately, in a good position to find a headshot. He does have the AK in his hands. Smoke towards window. They give Goliath further cover to make some moves where need be. And once again, they look to hit the A side. Vibin, 3 players sitting, waiting in anticipation. Player under bulk, player in sandwich, 1 player spawn. So it's a perfect setup, as well as 1 in ladder. Goliath are going to need to open up the scoreboard if they really want to box their way through this. A smoke takes that out, and Triton gets the trade, and 2 from the side of Vibin gives them the advantage. It's quite a hefty fight. Shuts up, pulls out a second on himself, gets traded up, but Zox needs to go huge, just 16 HP. I'm sure the call has been made as a Molotov and Frozen. They said with an AWP, but no, the Molotov almost betrays him. Bomb plotcher is going to be important for Goliath to reinvest a little bit. Smoke does get put down. Oh, that's the escape from Frozen. He does have a smoke of his own to create a wall and add to the smoke thrown by Zox if he wants. Yeah, I mean, the smoke can even aid Zox. I mean, he knows exactly where he plants it. He hasn't heard the bomb being defused just yet. Frozen, unsure of where he could have moved, but now Spidey senses should be tingling. He's checking the boxes and cleaning it, and he's going to go for the stick, and Zox is going to gamble it. And his HP, yeah, the HP, that's the gamble sometimes you just got to take. And at least he gets to save his AK in the next round, and the bomb has been put down, so it enables him to reinvest. Huge round from Vibin. Really clutch from Frozen, composed as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And this game is coming down to the wire, man. This is what we love to see. Full pockets, full hands, full minds, full brains, all of it. Full heart when you get to the 12-11 sort of setup here. It's like your entire bodily function is all invested into this. And love to see it. Oh, first frag to Frozen. Loving his performance here with the AWP. Perhaps need to start challenging him. Oh, no way! Oh,
that's crazy. That's the worst way to go as well, through the smoke. And I guess he was trying to, maybe it was just a one-way smoke and they just know each other like that, Frozen and Triton. I don't know, we'll see. Well, no, it wasn't Triton who got the kill, but it was someone else. But it looks like they're gonna be
intentional one.
It looks like they want to go to the B side though, but my problem is Vibin have a good setup here. It's just 1 Molotov, and that's on Zox, just looking at the mini-map. They're just allowing these players to move through Cat, and I'm sure the call will be made very soon. ADM, he has ladder control.
Yep.
Did they make the gamble to rotate towards B? They have done it in the past on, I think it was Inferno. But there we go. The exit and smoke towards window. The flashbang for them to entry. Lately is in a good position here. He's not let them go past him. He gets the first kill. Tianki gets the second, and there we have it. Strong defense. Holding tight. Sox 1 versus 4. Can't really fancy his odds here. He's got 5k in the bank, so next round's also gonna be an important one, girls. So if Sox wants to save and drop an AK, it's gonna force the rest of them to invest. One player's not gonna be sitting pretty. It won't be the best buy, but it's to chase the economy. Oh no. Okay, well, never mind. Cancel that thought. 12-12, even Stevens.
Yep. A lot of pressure being applied to the T economy, and now they are forced to just evaluate things. Zox does have that AK-47, probably wants to just try and open things up. He's still got a wealth of money left over for the next round. They certainly can purchase. Starting to build up a little bit of loss bonus as well. So I'm really impressed with Vibin, man. They've managed to put it back here, despite a really tough first half as well for the first part of it. But yeah, now we see Stevens, as one would say.
ADM Triton sitting in lowers. I think they want to do maybe a left-right, put a bit of pressure A or B, or just wait for some aggression. One really has eyes on the middle on the side of Vibin, so they're going to have to really make some good judgment calls here with sit tight. Triton, hitting him. I mean, they can boost towards middle. Oh, they're going to give the sound cues away. Okay, so I think the window boost has been cancelled out, frozen. Has support in the form of Tuckbock and Palace. We're going to look to squeeze towards this A site lately. A bit timid and anxious about Cat, so just deploying a molly there just to keep it balanced for the next couple of seconds. And that flashbang should also give them an inkling. And I like the aggression here. Push up a B, clear it up. Lately, potentially rotate off that, and that could be a stronger defense for Vibin. Oh no, Tuckbock, wrong place, wrong time, and the vents haven't been shot out, and it's one player sitting under Ducky. They still have a decent defense under towards Ducky. Oh, that was good damage return. 2 versus 4 is a good return damage nonetheless. Lately, Tianki's, the call must be, one of them must be low. I think it's ADM or Massa getting taken out, and it's lately doing loads amount of damage, and he's actually going to hear Zox come back, so that's one of the calls that's going to be made. So they come down to Triton, who needs to be the hero here. It's not planted for him. He needs to be aware of that. He swings for the first, and the smoke! And it works for the first swing! I think lately could have, he had the kit, but a crazy clutch nonetheless from Triton. He's been having a really good game, sitting on 21 kills, really saving Goliath there. The rest of the players kind of dropped the ball and botched that there, 2 versus 4. You gotta, you know what I mean, just shake it up and clean it up a little on the post plant there. A bit loosey-goosey.
What a chaotic round, like literally people running around Palace and stuff. Yankees there in spawn, pushing the flank, and ultimately this Triton comes off with the clutch.
Oh, it's eco goals.
Again, it is. They have to eco tools. They can't afford to risk biscuit. But 2 quick frags there. Goliath just waiting for this aggression, and ultimately quick 2 frags here for them. But I do like the choice of Vibin. I think earlier when we were discussing those times where people force, I feel like that was one of those rounds where someone would force, and they've taken the high road.
Charity.
Gonna give them some. Yeah, for sure.
Will never misses those. Junkie, last man remaining. Really struggling in the series, I must say. But there's still opportunity and time for him to bounce back. It's important kills that really matter. I mean, maybe if they go hunting for him, he saves an AK. Knowing Massacre, he loves to hunt. Might give it away for free, maybe. Who knows? But it's going to be a 2-round lead for Goliath Gaming. Getting ever so close to that match point mark. Game point mark.
Yep. Round 27 now. We do see that AWP on the floor there. For Frozen, he's going to be picking it up. Goliath changing things up again here. They are throwing that top mid smoke to keep things consistent, as if they're taking that mid control. That has been a focus point for them for quite a few rounds now, but they are just walking into it here. Molly to separate things. Tanky is jump spotting here to see if there's any sort of threat. They just throw. Oh, he's blind. This is the barrel lately. Now he stops as well. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, no, they get the pick. He gets the jump on lately. Now, the AWP comes through. He gets picked off as well. He gets a frag for his troubles, though, but it is Triton again that's having a beautiful round there with the entries. He does get taken out by Tuckbook, and it is him and Custom again in a 2 versus 2 situation. Dweezil and Zox. Oh, no. Tuckbook gets that frag. And now it's up to Dweezy.
Thing is, it's Mr. Back-to-back up against the Wombo combo of Custom and Tuckbook. Oh, these guys have been clutching all tournament long. Dweezil needs to find one-on-one engagement here. This is a good smoke to put on the bomb. It's going to force Dweezil's hand, and Tuckbook underneath them picks up that kill. And yeah, they had the entries there, Goliath. They had the entries there. Things were looking good. They're moving quite swiftly, but the rotations were quick. And whenever you see Custom and Tuckbook left alive, yeah, I mean, Triton spamming back in that smoke was kind of, I think, unnecessary. They had the site locked down, couldn't scroll back to the passive spot, but at the same time, I mean, if you're going to throw, you need to learn how to catch, and Valorant are catching quite nicely.
Yep.
All right.
Down to
So
the
this-
wire here.
What? I know. I'm pretty sure you're thinking the same thing. What? I mean, I know sometimes you want to catch a player moving across towards Tetris. So that's the idea behind it. If you get the kill, you're a hero. If you don't, you look like a tool. But at the same time, you got to expect that Molly to be placed down on A ramp. It wasn't the he didn't put it out either. So yeah, not even ecstatic about that one. Some info play towards Apps, and assuming he pushes that, that'll allow them to rotate and bulk up that A defense once again. Goliath, 2 players moving up towards Cat 2, towards the A ramp. Potentially looking to squeeze on that A side. And called upon.
Yep. Things are slowing down here. 45 seconds on the clock. Goliath not able to find anything just yet. Maskely's outside of the smoke on the ramp, and he does. Who's waiting for that pick? Quickly gets out now and makes way towards jungle. He's calling his teammates over now. Spots the player towards jungle. Beautiful frags from him. This is a time to step up now for Massacre. 2 versus 4 now. Frozen and Custom. They know where the AWP is as well. Not too certain as to where the remaining player is, but surely they have an inkling that he is stuck towards B. But bomb is going to go down. ADM putting it. Planting safe for connector. Safe for ramp as well. Goliath stolen this round from Massacre. Just peeking out, waiting for that rotation to come through, waiting for a player to get out of position, get a Bonanza, and ultimately capitalizes it as well. Punishes that mistake heavily and puts Goliath Gaming what seemingly is match point. Custom and Frozen need to get out of here alive. See Triton not really gonna let that happen, and oh, Frozen, can he get out with Sorp? ADM, touches him with the bullet, but is he gonna chase it? He is. Certainly enough power or money in the bank to do so. Throws a little body, that's perfect actually. Is it? No. Stuck in the corner. Hiding
Like
there.
a spot.
I also like his spot. That's incredible.
No, Massacre! He likes it
Stop.
too.
Yep.
That's crazy. Just as when I thought Viben had it under control, man advantage, they press the envelope and move towards A ramp and open up the round for Massacre to take advantage of it. Man, that sucks because this is going to have been completely different. Could have been 14-14 with Viben having extra money in the bank and really having the confidence and the momentum essentially.
Yeah, and I think Goliath's position would have been a little bit tricky as well. They wouldn't have had, all the util and certainly not the same firepower that they had in that round. But yeah, what a close game, man. Thoroughly enjoy this map of Mirage.
What, ADM?
Oh, look at this. Goliath.
There's so much space to work with ADM. I think he's waiting for his team to make the first play. Of course, usually protocol is the majority make first contact, but he's in a good spot just to keep lurking moving forward. The opening tilt does come their way. Massacre gets the second. It's falling apart for Vibin. The third, in fact, comes, and it's one man left alive lately. God damn, Observer. God damn. Anyway, lately, 1 versus 5. Just 2 flashes of smoke and a dream goals. That was quick. Thinking you missed it.
Yep, really tough for lately here. 1 versus 5 really needs to go huge.
Oh, no, really?
Knife's going on. A knife duel.
It was a
No, well, it seemed like
gentleman's
an even. It was definitely a gentleman's agreement there. Really love that sportsmanship between them. Decide to end it for the viewers with a little stabby stab. Nothing wrong. But it is Goliath Gaming that progressed with that 2-0 tools. And yeah, really solid performance by them. I can't help but say a solid performance from Vibin as well. Super excited for this roster. Big upsets yesterday and taking Bravado and really coming down to a nail biter today. Certainly looking forward to what the roster has in store for us. And yeah, Goliath going through as favorites. But I mean, that's all my thoughts for now. Toolsy, any of yours?
Yeah, look, guys, strong performance. It did look a bit shaky on Mirage. You can see there were some chinks and cracks in the armor, some uncertainty here and there, a lot of mistakes to fix. But overall, in the best of 3 series, yeah, they look like the dominant team. Vibin, really good prospect for the future. Like I was saying, the players seem to be stepping up. If Tuckbot can carry on and Custom can carry on and Frozen can keep doing that, we just need the rest of the roster to just step it up and add more value. Right now, they look already better on the server than WOG, and they beat Bravado yesterday, so yeah, kudos to them. But commiserations at the end of the day. But we're going to throw it over to the desk and they'll break it down further.
Thanks so much, Goals in a Lighter. We did seem to have a closer game than the first best of 3, but alas, Goliath Gaming comes out victorious for that game and ending the dreams, crushing the dreams for them. But we'll talk about it a bit more just right after I tell you about the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go to gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so we have to acknowledge the fact that Toxie, you may not be, correct on the prediction this time, but I'm sure you can respect the fact that Goliath Gaming deserved the win. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I mean, Goliath did deserve it eventually, and I think they played really well. It's a very well-deserved win, even though I would say Mirage was a bit shaky, but Inferno was total dominance. Hard luck to their opponents. I mean, they played really well. I would say Vibin, they really stepped it up in Mirage. They almost had it. I think it's a little bit of mistakes here and there. I feel like their city side wasn't that good. Goliath, they had the adaptation. We talked about the adaptation. And Mirage is always scary. It's always a scary map where it could go either way. But Goliath Gaming, I mean, they were the better team. They deserved the win. It's going to be an interesting final between them and the ATK Academy tomorrow. So we're looking forward to that. I would say thoroughly enjoyed Inferno and Mirage specifically throughout this tournament, and hopefully we don't see them tomorrow. But overall, I think the performance really stepped up. We've seen a lot of improvements. Mirage specifically from Goliath, we've seen the setups. We've seen the A splits, which were the most successful. I think that in terms of strategy, that was the most successful. I feel like Vibin, if they did that, if they did the A splits, they would have won. They focused too much on A setups or B setups. There was no real, I would say, changing in plans. But we saw that with Goliath. They would always have one guy in connector. That round where they had pistols and they boosted one guy in the smoke, in the window, that was the game breaker for me. And I think Goliath really knew how to take advantage of that round. So props to them and hard luck. Vibin once again. Goliath, good luck. See you tomorrow. And that's my analysis for that game.
Goliath did very, very well for us and showed us true CS. And Sammy, I'm sure you're proud of this team, but we do also have to acknowledge that Vibin stepped it up in the second game in the best of 3, and they managed to get a little bit closer to that win. But unfortunately, Goliath just had the upper hand. Tell me about this game. How did you feel seeing that your prediction was indeed correct?
So hard luck to Vibin, to be fair. Congrats to Goliath Gaming for actually securing that grand final spot. I mean, final spot, sorry. But see, there comes a point when you're winning by such a great deal of scoreboard, 11-4 in the first half, that you tend to actually play in a more relaxed manner. Or let's do rush here, let's try to take here. We got nothing to lose. We have a gap in the score. I mean, I felt like Goliath was actually kind of taking it a relaxed manner, like playing not in a full focus. But after that pause, they actually showed us that they held themselves together. Let's focus. We have a final spot to actually claim here. Uh, I mean, that pause changed everything. Viben were on a roll. They were actually winning a lot of rounds in a row. They were holding it really well. But that round when they were eco and then they boosted one in window, Goliath Gaming, changed everything in the game and changed the momentum entirely for Viben. Viben surely actually after losing that eco round was devastating. But let's talk about Goliath. Goliath did a really great job, not only Inferno but Mirage. I mean, their city hold was amazing. Massacre played really well. Massacre was actually the catalyst in the whole map, in Mirage specifically. Yeah, not too much to say about, but it was basically more of a split game, split here and there, entering A together. It was good. It was a good game by Goliath. I really applaud them for it.
Well, speaking of a massacre, let's go ahead and take a look at the individual player stats for this previous game in the second game of the best of three. We mentioned for Goliath Gaming, we have the top fragger being Trident with 25 kills, matching with Zox and Massacre coming just below them with 22 kills. And for Viben, we have Frozen with 22 kills, equivalent to the ones that Massacre got. Is there anything you can interpret from these scoreboards as well?
Yes, Massacre may not have had the upper hand on being the first in the leaderboard. However, I would actually call him the MVP because most of the retakes were actually acquired by him in the city side. He managed to get really good kills in the city side, win those important rounds. So in my eyes, I'd see Massacre, to be honest, as the MVP in terms of his performance and his efficiency on the city side. Good job by Triton and Zox. Zox op was good as well. Zox, let's not forget the 4K in the pistol round by Massacre as well, from short. I mean, sometimes the numbers don't really matter. It's the how efficient those kills were. You can also be 18 kills, the bottom fragger in the team, but those 18 kills could be the reason why you actually won. And I think Massacre is actually the catalyst here.
What about you, Toxie? Do you agree with the fact that Massacre was the MVP, or did someone else stand out for you?
Yeah, I mean, we could split it into two MVPs. I feel like the CT side had an MVP, which was Massacre. His hold on B-bomb site was amazing, really. He was a dead block there, he dead end. You know, whenever they enter, they just hit a wall. Massacre played it really well, and props to him. I think due to his amazing individual performance, he helped his team secure a very strong CT side. When they switched, I feel like Zox had such impactful rounds and important kills, very impactful. And even though it's 25, 22, 21, doesn't matter, like Sammy said, it's just those impact kills. In that round, when they had pistol, Zox had an AK actually, and he had some money to buy. That's why he bought an AK, but he believed, his team believed, and such performance, you know, is worthy of a team reaching a final.
A quick note to what actually Tox has said. There's one important thing that we have missed it actually. It's the after plant of Goliath. The after plants were not as really good because we've seen 2v1 by Goliath. He managed to get a kill after plant from the firebox area and then went to CT. Now he was low. I think it was Zox, I believe.
Zox.
Yeah, so Zox missed a 1v1, a really easy 1v1 in my eyes. He could have just played it in the smoke because he smoked the left side of the firebox. Instead of just going to CT, he could have been unpredictable and just hide behind the smoke. Try to actually, because you're low, you got nothing to lose here. If you hide, he's gonna actually expect you hiding. He can full defuse. So I think, I mean, there are some, you know, these kind of minor things that could be fixed. I mean, they could fix it today and just talk about it tomorrow maybe before their game.
Well, as we said, just a fantastic CS today, and the two superior teams made it out and they qualified to be in our finals tomorrow. Just to remind you again, it was ATK who won against White Rabbit Gaming with a 2-1 score, securing their spot tomorrow against Goliath Gaming, who went 2-0 against Vibin Esports. So what do we think about these two teams in the finals and potentially one of these teams going up against Nasser Esports in the grand finals on Thursday?
I mean, ATK provided us with an amazing comeback today, and Goliath, they're really good as well. So basically, both teams, I mean, they're gonna provide. I don't know if they're gonna, who's gonna win tomorrow. I mean, it's really hard to predict. I'm predicting actually Goliath. I think they're gonna bag it and just gonna play against Nasser. But that's my prediction. I don't know about Abdullah Tux. I don't know.
What about you,
predicting
Tuxi? Are
tomorrow?
you predicting Goliath or are you predicting ATK Academy?
I mean, it's tough. It's really tough. It's too early. I feel I need to get into that prediction momentum, you know. So I won't predict from today. I'll leave my prediction till tomorrow.
Sleep on it, no worries.
Yeah,
I'll ask
so
you again
sleep on-
tomorrow.
But just small question: do you think both of the teams can give a hard time or can win Nasser tomorrow?
I think
After tomorrow?
it's gonna be tough, really. But these guys played a lot more than Nasser, so I feel like that's where they have their advantage. Nasser will come in with less games, so it's gonna take him some time to get into the game. But whoever wins from the final, if they win comfortably, they will go comfortably playing against Nasser. But if they win 2-1 and then a shaky, that will be a much better sign for Nasser. So it's really tough. I don't want to make my prediction now because I'm usually accurate with my predictions. So I'll leave it
Usually.
till tomorrow.
I'm not gonna roast him. Don't worry.
All right. Well, I'm pretty sure someone will be roasted because we will have to have a winner. And we love it when our analysts conflict against each other. It just gives us more content, right? That's what we want. So make sure you guys stay tuned for our finals tomorrow. ATK Academy versus the very, very well-deserved Goliath Gaming. And of course, after that, we will be having the grand finals on the 20th of January. Make sure that you know that it will be broadcasted both in English and in Arabic. All you have to do to alternate between the two languages is go down to the description box below, and it's easy as that. So, analysts, do you have any other ending words before we move on to have a good night's sleep and wake up to the finals of the tournament?
I hope both teams actually have a really good night's sleep. They're gonna need the rest. Good luck to them in the finals tomorrow. I don't know what else to say. I mean, roller coaster today, mind blown. I hope we can experience the same thing tomorrow.
What about you, Tuxi? Any final words before we reach the finals for tomorrow?
I mean, good luck to both teams. I hope they do revise, go back to the demos and watch their mistakes because tomorrow everything is at stake. Loser is out, winner goes to be, one of them could be the champion. So good luck to both teams and I hope they have a good night's sleep as well.
Well, hopefully that all of us will be having a good night's sleep, but I'm sure there'll be a little bit of a sleepless night thinking of all the excitement that we had today. Thank you again for our analysts, Sammy and Toxi, for joining us, and our casters, Goals and Lighter. My name is Arshi, and it was a pleasure hosting this tournament. Thank you to Legion by Lenovo for making this platform available for all our African competitors. And we will be seeing you guys very shortly tomorrow for our finals. So make sure you guys stay tuned.
This here, the smoke exists. He doubles up. Can he get the triple?